Chapter 1551. The eyes of the fifth stage domain realm cultivator, who was Dong Qing's master, were filled with disbelief. Zichun had used all his strength to extinguish his opponent's life when his chest was pierced through. At this moment, he wanted to look down and see what it was that could break through his impenetrable defense, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't muster any strength in his body. He could only stare at Zichun with wide eyes and mutter, "You." Before he could finish his sentence, his body tilted backward. However, the moment his life disappeared, he saw the second stage domain realm cultivator who had somehow killed him fall backward first. Therefore, a trace of relief appeared on his disbelieving face. A powerful fifth stage domain realm cultivator had died just like that. Even though Zichun didn't die, his condition wasn't much better than if he had died. Because he had consumed too much of his power, and because of his severe injuries, the outsider power that he hadn't fully refined erupted once again. Zichun wasn't sure whether the alien power had completely devoured Zichun this time. He slowly closed his eyes. Just before he completely lost consciousness, a faint fragrance seemed to enter his nose. A beautiful woman in white appeared beside Zichun. She lowered her head and looked at Zichun, sizing him up. She had been watching the battle from beginning to end. Now that she appeared, there was still a trace of surprise on her beautiful face. Zichun had already fainted, and the alien power was wreaking havoc in his body. The fifth stage domain realm cultivator was already dead, but the domain realm he had propped up didn't disappear for some reason. The woman turned around and glanced at the weapon that had killed the fifth stage domain realm cultivator. Her expression was unreadable as she muttered, "So it was that weapon. I didn't expect him to die too." The alien power in Zichun's body had completely erupted, and it looked like it was about to completely devour Zichun. She sighed and said, "It's rare to see someone with such perfect nomological power. It's a pity that he died just like that." As soon as she finished speaking, a ball of light emitting holy light appeared in front of her. The woman waved her hand, and a quarter of the light ball's power was drawn out. This power slowly flowed into Zichun's body. This power exuded a holy light, just like the divine healing technique used by the gods in the legends. The power fused into Zichun's body and began to heal Zichun's injuries, unblocking the blocked meridians in Zichun's body. This power was like a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, leading his troops in an orderly manner on a chaotic battlefield. The berserk power in Zichun's body gradually calmed down, slowly rotating, and then completely fusing into Zichun's body. Zichun, who had obtained the spirit domain core and the perfect domain seed, could be said to have obtained a great fortune. Now, with the help of the strange power contained in the perfect domain seed, Zichun had obtained a fortune that was no less great than the great fortune he had obtained. As long as this power completely fused into his body, Zichun's realm would advance by leaps and bounds. However, this way, no one could tell whether the sober Zichun was a human or an alien. This was because the two types of power in his body were clearly not in harmony. At this moment, the five-domain world collapsed, turning into fragments. During this time, a lot of domain power surged violently. Whether it was the surging power or the fragments, they all gathered towards Zichun. Zichun's body became a black hole, crazily devouring this power. The power contained in the five-domain world was naturally enormous. This way, the two types of power could be balanced. The beautiful woman had disappeared, and she didn't see any subsequent changes. She didn't know if it was a coincidence that Zichun could achieve a balance between the two types of power. The alien power entered Zichun's body, bringing along even more alien power to open up the meridians in his body. After refining Zichun's body, it entered Zichun's abdomen. Although Zichun now had the power of a world, abdomen was still his foundation. When the alien power entered abdomen, it emitted a holy light and gathered alone, hugging into a ball. In another place in his dantian was the unique power of yin and yang that Zichun had cultivated. Within this power of yin and yang, there were flashes of various colors. These were the top nomological laws that Zichun had comprehended before. In addition, in Zichun's abdomen, there was a third ball of light. This ball of light formed a perfect circle, just like the circle formed by the yin and yang power. This was another perfect law that Zichun had obtained after obtaining a great fortune. It was the only law of heaven and earth that existed in this world. On one side was the yin and yang power, on the other side was the heaven and earth power, and on the other side was the alien power. These three types of power gathered in Zichun's abdomen, forming a triangle and opposing each other. The confrontation didn't last long before the alien race took action. The alien race's power transformed into the alien race's law. This law was domineering and gentle, with a pure and holy aura. Clearly, it was a top-tier law. The heaven and earth power also turned into the heaven and earth law in an instant. It was incomparably vast, like the boundless expanse of heaven and earth, like an indomitable expert. Relatively speaking, the several top laws formed by the yin and yang power were too weak in front of these two types of laws. Therefore, as soon as the battle began, the laws formed by the yin and yang power were defeated. After being defeated, they were directly integrated into the heaven and earth, becoming a kind of heaven and earth. With the injection of other laws, the heaven and earth law was filled. Although it wasn't perfect, it was extremely powerful. After that, these two types of laws began to fight in Zichun's abdomen. Zichun, who had turned into a black hole, had already absorbed all the power of the fifth domain. Then, his body began to emit light, surging with various kinds of aura. Sometimes it was extremely domineering, sometimes it was very gentle, sometimes it was extremely oppressive, and sometimes it was like the strongest of heaven and earth. This was the result of the two types of laws clashing, trying to devour each other. The peerlessly beautiful woman had already left. If she was lucky enough to see this scene, perhaps her expression wouldn't be as calm as before. With the death of the fifth domain, all means to restrain the woman also disappeared. The woman came out of the hall and walked toward the corridor outside the hall. Then, she saw some domains who were fighting desperately to advance. When the group of domain realm experts suddenly saw a woman, they were all stunned by her beautiful face. She didn't use any seduction techniques. Her appearance was the strongest seduction technique in the world. Therefore, these stunned fellows were all killed by the restriction attacks that were several times more powerful. However, before they died, their eyes were glazed over and filled with fanaticism. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere. Only then did a smile appear on the woman's face. She reached out her jade-like hand and slowly stroked her cheek. The confidence that she had almost lost earlier had returned. Only that guy doesn't know how to flirt. The woman laughed cheerfully. The world lost its color, and the brilliance of the sun and moon dimmed. At this moment, it was as if she was the only person in the world. On this day, a nameless Xing Qin shone brightly. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Tianwu continent, there seemed to be another bright Xing Qin between heaven and earth. The saintess of the sacred star, Ling Shuang, had awakened in the land of exile. Boom! With the pool as the center, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed. A violent force swept out. The realms spectating the battle, as well as the domains guarding the pool, were all swept away by the violent force. After Ling Shuang awakened, all life within a radius of 1,000 miles disappeared. The only one alive was Zichun. Ling Shuang had awakened, but her battle prowess had not recovered. Therefore, she returned to the main hall and began to refine the sacred light ball. Once her battle prowess was fully awakened, the Shuntian prefecture of the Jianwu continent would have another terrifying race that even the prefecture lord feared. It would still take a long time for Ling Shuang to fully awaken. As for the power in Zichun's body, it would also take a long time to determine who was better. Zichun's body was still glowing. From his body and surroundings, it was difficult to see the changes in time. It was as if time had returned to its original state. In the outside world, time passed by quickly. In the residence of the Shuntian prefecture lord, the chessboard was still there, but the two people playing it had disappeared. On the chessboard, the black horse that had intruded had changed and was slowly going into hibernation. The black chessboard, which was originally a dead end, was now active. Many of the moves that the white chessboard had set up gradually lost their effect. How is it? A middle-aged man with a resolute face stood above the ruins. He looked at the ruins and asked. Without a doubt, The world is about to have another expert. A folding fan appeared in the elegant middle-aged man's hand, and he waved it slightly. Can't you divine who it is? The middle-aged man asked again. It doesn't matter who it is. Prefecture Lord, you want to know the identity now. I'm afraid you're being too hasty. It's not good, the middle-aged man said lightly. All right. As soon as they finished speaking, the two figures disappeared. In the next moment, they were already beside the chessboard. Wonderful. What a wonderful move. With a single glance, the mansion master saw the changes on the chessboard. A large portion of the originally dead black chess pieces had come to life. The hibernating black horses surged with a pitch-black light, which had already drowned out a large portion of the white chess pieces. Congratulations, Prefecture Lord. The black horse is hibernating. This is a sign that it is about to turn into a dragon. The elegant middle-aged man was overjoyed when he saw the chessboard. The Prefecture Lord nodded and said, Not bad. My previous action was not in vain. There were 108 cities under the Shuntian Prefecture. All of them were waiting for the competition to begin. Many of them had already found out about the current situation in Huping City. It could be said that Huping City was extremely lucky. Once it participated in the competition, its ranking would definitely drop. At that moment, all the forces were calculating how to maximize their own benefits and how to divide the spots in Huping City. Just like that, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, the two forces only cared about fighting and devouring each other. Zichen's cultivation did not increase at all. After fighting for 10 years, neither of the two forces managed to devour the other. Instead, they were both injured and extremely weak. It could be seen that the foreign race's law was not weaker than the laws of the world. Chapter 1552. The Heaven and Earth Law and the Foreign Race Law had been fighting for 10 years. During these 10 years, both laws had consumed a lot of energy, but there was no clear winner. In the end, both sides suffered. At that moment, a third law appeared. This law was one of the top laws that had been easily devoured by the Heaven and Earth Law. However, for some reason, it broke away from the control of the Heaven and Earth Law. After breaking away, they gathered together and turned into the power of Yin and Yang. Then, the power of Yin and Yang transformed into a new law. This new law was the strongest law that Zichun had comprehended: destruction. The destruction law was unique in the world. It belonged to Zichun alone. When Zichun had comprehended this law, his original intention had been to destroy all the laws in the world. After the destruction law appeared, it rushed toward the weak foreign race law. A beam of light shot out from the destruction law as if it was performing the saber drawing technique. The light turned into a saber beam and slashed down, cutting the foreign race law in half. The foreign race law wanted to fuse again, but the destructive power in the beam of light had already seeped into it. Before fusing, it had to be expelled first. Perhaps it would be relatively easy to expel it when it was intact, but now that this power had become very weak, it was extremely difficult to expel it. The destruction law that Zichun had comprehended had a very strong offensive power. After one attack, several attacks appeared, directly cutting the foreign race law into pieces. After completely losing the initiative, the rule-breaker rushed forward like a vicious wolf and immediately devoured all of the alien laws. When the Heaven and Earth Law saw that the foreign race law was devoured in a few attacks, it was clearly frightened and turned to flee. However, this was Zichen's sealed abdomen. Where could it escape to? The destruction of the natural order quickly caught up, followed by another round of light slashing. Even the incomparably vast and magnanimous natural order of the world could not escape the fate of being scattered everywhere. This law was like the nemesis of all the laws in the world. It was also like a treasured saber that could cut through iron like mud. There was nothing it could not break. After the Heaven and Earth Law was cut apart, it was devoured by the destruction law that rushed forward. Whether it was the Heaven and Earth Law or the Foreign Race Law, they were all outsiders to Zichun. Only this destruction law truly belonged to Zichun. Relatively speaking, the destruction law that had been following Zichun had already gained intelligence. Therefore, it showed weakness at first and then attacked later. If the destruction law had shown its strong offensive power at the beginning, it would definitely be suppressed and devoured by the two powerful laws. After all, both laws were extraordinary. Now, there was only one law left in Zichen's body, the destruction law. However, there were two more rules in the destruction rule. As the two rules merged, the destruction rule also underwent some kind of transformation. The laws of the destruction law, the laws of the heaven and earth law of the destruction heaven and earth, his realm and body strength were also undergoing a transformation. Zichen's great creation of the great awakening of heaven-earth's great creation realm. Zichen would refine the world energy of the fifth stage domain and a quarter of the holy light ball's energy and integrate them into his body. Z was earth a heaven's heaven and earth heaven of the great heaven and earth of heaven and cultivation. Upon entering Huping City, one could see the tallest statue of Zichen in the city. His eyes were calm and wise, and his figure was imposing. Behind the statue was a palace dedicated to recording Zichen's achievements. Every day, cultivators came to visit and learn about Zichen's glorious deeds, especially what had happened in the prefecture realm, where a dozen people had dared to attack a 10,000-strong domain realm army. The cultivators who came to visit were all shocked. In particular, there were experts from other cities in the team that led the team. There were even 3 titled experts among them. This was what the cultivators of Huping City were most proud of. In the past, we were 108. But so what? Zichen, who was in 108, had become the leader of all the forces and experts. He led them to kill the enemy, and no one dared to disobey him. It had been decades since the prefecture realm closed. Zichen, who had not shown up all this time, had not been forgotten. Instead, he had become even more famous. Almost all the young people in the city saw Zichen as a role model. The families in the city were also grateful to Zichen. In particular, the disciples of the families who were lucky enough to follow Zichen into the prefecture realm were extremely grateful to Zichen. Although these disciples had died, they had brought great benefits to the families. There were many immortal king-level battle skill inheritances. With the support of these battle skills, the itinerant cultivators who had broken through to the domain realm were the first to consider joining those families. After decades of development, middle domain realm cultivators could be seen everywhere in Huping City. The major forces could summon hundreds or even thousands of domain realm cultivators with a casual call. The changes that had happened in just a few decades were naturally due to Zichen and the others who had entered the prefecture realm. However, the crowd had not seen Wu Xie and the others since they had met them decades ago. These people were still in seclusion, and they had been in seclusion for decades. City Lord Mu Feng arrived at Hunter's Castle early and sat in the hall. The tea in his cup had already turned cold, but he did not seem to notice it. He gently placed the cup to his lips, looking uneasy. Lord Wu arrived after hearing the news, and Mu Feng immediately stood up. In Huping City, Mu Feng's position as city lord was not as high as that of the elderly Lord Wu. This was because Hunter's Castle, which was controlled by the latter, carried the hopes of the entire city. Fortunately, Lord Wu was usually very easygoing. He did not care about who had a higher position. The two of them got along very well. "How is it?" City Lord Mu Feng asked when he saw Lord Wu enter. Lord Wu shook his head and said, "They are still in seclusion. No one has come out." Disappointment immediately appeared on Mu Feng's face. He then said, 50 years. They have been in seclusion for 50 years. I really don't know how much they have improved." Lord Wu said, "I am also looking forward to it. However, they have been in seclusion for so long. The closer they are to the end, the more critical it will be. It is best that we do not disturb them." Mu Feng nodded to show that he understood. Lord Wu asked curiously, "Has the time been set?" Mu Feng shook his head and said, "Not yet, but there is news that it will happen within a year." "Is the news reliable?" "It came from Shuntian City. There should be no problem." Lord Wu was stunned when he heard this. He then sighed and said, "It seems that they still care a lot about Zichen. It is a pity that Zichen has not appeared for 50 years. I am really looking forward to seeing Zichen appear in the arena and face off against his former subordinates." Mu Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Don't get your hopes up. My goal this time is not to fall too far in the rankings. Although those people are friends with Zichen, the main force in this competition is at the 6th domain realm. Our Huping City does not have any young people at the 6th domain realm. The only condition to participate in the competition was to be below the 7th domain realm. When the competition started, the main force would be at the 6th domain realm. There were even some existences at the peak of the 6th domain realm. This was the foundation of the big cities. Huping City had just been promoted, so this foundation was the only thing it lacked. Their only hope now was Wu Xie's group of 6. However, they did not know how much Wu Xie and the others had improved after being in seclusion for more than 50 years. Since he did not get the result he wanted, Mu Feng could only return to the City Lord Mansion first. 7 months later, news spread to Huping City that the competition would be held 1 year later. Every city had 5 slots, and 5 tokens were issued. Only 5 people could enter Shuntian Prefecture with the tokens. This meant that only 5 people could participate in the competition. After receiving the news, Mu Feng left the City Lord Mansion and headed to Hunter's Castle again. He had been going to Hunter's Castle frequently in the past 7 months. The time was right, but the few of them had not come out of seclusion. Mu Feng was obviously worried. Buzz. Just as he arrived at Hunter's Castle, Mu Feng sensed a wave of energy trembling. This trembling came from the place where Wu Xie and the others were in seclusion. Mu Feng guessed the reason for the trembling, and his face immediately lit up with joy. Obviously, someone had come out of seclusion among the few of them. The moment the trembling spread, the group of higher-ups instantly arrived outside the seclusion grounds. In front of them, 6 stone doors were tightly shut. This was the best cultivation room that Hunter's Castle could provide. Including Lord Wu, the group of higher-ups waited outside for half an hour before one of the stone doors slowly opened. The first person to walk out of the stone door was Shangwan Hong, who was out of everyone's expectations. Her body emitted a faint green glow, surging with vitality. Just as she walked out of the stone door and saw the group of people, a look of surprise immediately appeared in her eyes, before she quickly bowed towards the few higher-ups. A rare look of discomfort appeared in the eyes of the few higher-ups, because at least 3 or 4 of them were unable to sense the energy fluctuations around Shangwan Hong. This also meant that Shangwan Hong's realm had already surpassed theirs. 5th Heavenly Layer. After 50 years of seclusion, she has actually broken through to the 5th Heavenly Layer. This breakthrough speed is truly heaven-defying. After sensing Shangwan Hong's realm, Mu Feng and Lord Wu were extremely shocked. What? 5th Heavenly Layer? When the others heard this, they were immediately stunned. They had cultivated for their entire lives, yet had never stepped into the 5th Heavenly Layer. However, Shangwan Hong had advanced to this realm in just 50 years of seclusion. This comparison was truly infuriating. Shangwan Hong was the only one who had come out of seclusion, so the following matters regarding the grand competition could only be discussed with Shangwan Hong. After Mu Feng said that there were only 5 slots, they asked Shangwan Hong to consider which 5 people should be sent. Shangwan Hong practically didn't even think about it, before she said, Zichun, Wu Xie, Manshi, and Dong Qing. Mu Feng was stunned, before he reminded her, Zichun. But he hasn't returned yet. Shangwan Hong said, for this matter, the most suitable person is Zichun. When the grand competition begins, the entire Shuntian Prefecture should be discussing this matter. If Zichun is still alive, after hearing the news, he will definitely go and participate. Mu Feng and Lord Wu looked at each other, before they both nodded. Indeed, this kind of matter could only be participated by young people. They couldn't possibly send an old higher-up to participate. There was still a year before the start of the grand competition, and in the following year, they would wait for the others to come out of seclusion. Chapter 1553. Those who came back alive from the underworld had a huge amount of lucky points. Even though the old man had increased the price of the lucky points by 10 times, they were still able to buy a lot of good stuff. When Manshi and the rest left, the old man had personally given them some compensation. Therefore, during the process of seclusion, they were constantly stimulating their powerful bloodline and comprehending the inheritance that was truly suitable for them. It could be said that they were like higher life forms, stimulating their own potential. During the process, their realms would naturally increase. When Manshi finished his seclusion and walked out of the cultivation room, he was also at the 5th stage domain realm. A strong aura surged around him. In the past 50 years, His mountain spirit body had improved greatly. In the end, he had even comprehended his own mountain spirit law. 2 months later, Wu Xie and Dong Qing came out of seclusion one after another. As expected, both of them had broken through to the 5th stage domain realm. Wu Xie looked increasingly evil. His immortal body had been completely stimulated. Now, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill Wu Xie who had the immortal body. Dong Qing had become a true beast tamer. Her spiritual senses were as strong as the sea, surging and surging. She could completely defeat those of the same level. The 4 of them came out of seclusion, one after another, and gathered together. Surprisingly, their words were in agreement. The first place for the competition was Zichen's. No one could take it away. This was the only way they could hope to see Zichen return. Since their realms had increased by several levels, they were looking forward to meeting Zichen. As for the twins, they had not come out of seclusion yet. However, the 2 of them had obviously lost the qualification to participate in this competition. Because it was a grand competition, the array masters would not be given time to set up the array. Therefore, in a one-on-one battle, the array masters would be at a disadvantage. Shang Wanhong went home to accompany her parents. The other 3 were stabilizing their realms and familiarizing themselves with the combat power after breaking through. Soon, 2 months passed. There was still half a year before the grand competition. According to Mu Feng, he wanted everyone to head to the Shuntian prefecture in advance to familiarize themselves with the environment there. However, he was rejected by Wu Xie. According to Wu Xie, he didn't want to see those ugly faces so soon. There was still a month before the grand competition. Wu Xie's group of 4 took the 5 entry tokens and set off. In every major city of the Shuntian prefecture, there was a teleportation array. This teleportation array was only accessible to those in the domain realm. It led directly to various places in the 108 cities. However, not everyone could activate a teleportation array just because they wanted to. The prerequisite for teleportation was that both teleportation arrays had to be activated. In the entire Shuntian prefecture, only the number 1 city, Shuntian City, had a transmission array that led directly to the Shuntian prefecture. Therefore, the 4 people's first stop was Shuntian City. As the brilliance of the teleportation formation surged, the 4 people who were responsible for the entire Huping City disappeared. After appearing, the 4 of them arrived at the number 1 city of Shuntian Prefecture, Shuntian City. The spirit chi in this city was much denser than in Huping City. Occasionally, there would be sparkling and translucent rainbow-colored crystals floating in the sky above the city. Those were spirit chi crystals. There was an old man standing next to the teleportation array. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, the old man stepped forward and asked, "May I ask if you are here to participate in the competition?" Wu Xie took out the token in his hand and said politely, "Yes, senior. Where are we going next?" "Where are you from, young friend?" the old man asked again. "Huping City," Wu Xie said. There was a hint of surprise in the old man's eyes. He looked at the 4 of them again and said with a kind smile, "So, you are friends from Huping City. My young master specially told me that if you are from Huping City, you can look for him first." Wu Xie asked, "May I know who your young master is?" The old man said proudly, "Shunan Dao." "Oh, then please lead the way, senior." In the domain prefecture, Zichen had a very good relationship with several titled sovereigns. Wu Xie and the others were not bad either. It would be good to meet Shuntian Dao in Shuntian City. Under the old man's lead, Wu Xie and the other 3 people arrived at a magnificent castle. The castle was like a palace, solemn and dignified. Everywhere they passed, there was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Moreover, there were all domain realm experts stationed there. This castle was even bigger than the Hunter's Castle in Huping City. Manshur asked curiously, "What is this castle? Is it the Hunter's Castle?" The old man smiled and said, "Young friend, you are very humorous. How can this be the Hunter's Castle? This is just my young master's residence." When the 4 of them heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Shuntian Dao's residence alone was bigger than the Hunter's Castle in Huping City. The difference between the 2 was too great. When they arrived at the depths of the castle, the 4 people heard hearty laughter before they could enter a hall. The old man stood outside the hall and said respectfully, "Young master, the people from Huping City are here." "Oh, they are here." Shuntian Dao stopped laughing and came to the front of the hall. When he saw that there were only 4 people, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. In the end, he did not make it. However, Shuntian Dao quickly smiled and said, "We have been waiting for you for a long time. You are finally here. Come in quickly." The 4 people did not stand on ceremony and walked straight into the hall. The decorations in the hall were not luxurious. The furnishings inside looked simple and natural. When they arrived at the hall, there were other people sitting there and chatting. When the 4 of them arrived, the others also looked at them one after another, their eyes filled with undisguised curiosity. After all, the biggest beneficiary of the trip to the Manor Realm was Huping City. The city's ranking rose by dozens of places. During this time, many forces were not convinced and went to Shuntian Prefecture to reason. It was unreasonable for the city's ranking to rise by dozens of places. It was also at that time that they learned about what Huping City Zichun had done in the Manor Realm. They were shocked. After learning about the battle in the Nether Realm from others, everyone was in disbelief. That was because it was clearly an impossible mission, but Zichun had done it. The battle seemed to have no chance of winning, but not only did Zichun win, but he also minimized the losses. Apart from Zichun, the other people in Huping City were also very famous. Wuxia had vertical pupils and looked very evil. He followed behind Shuntian Dao. Manshur had a tall stature, and the contours of his muscles were obvious. He walked with steady steps, like a moving mountain. Shangguanhong and Dongqing were at the back of the group. Both of them had their own merits, and were equally matched in terms of looks and looks. While everyone was sizing up Wuxia and the other 3 people, the 4 of them also looked forward and immediately saw some familiar people. There was the fortune teller who was actually young but looked like a middle-aged man. There was Hidden Fog who did not look much younger than the fortune teller. There was Dark Mantle who wore a black robe and had a pair of blood-red eyes. There was Jean Qingqing who was wearing a golden robe and had a gorgeous appearance. Since Jean Qingqing was here, there was naturally the annoying Yiming. Apart from Yiming, the other familiar people immediately had joy on their faces when they saw the 4 of them. They all went up to greet them. The atmosphere, which was already lively, became even livelier because of the 4 of them. Seeing Jean Qingqing, who had always been serious, hug Shangguanhong and Dongqing with a smile at the moment, Yiming could not help but think of that person. He was furious. Subsequently, he said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, I didn't expect all of you to have improved so much in just a few decades. I really don't know what kind of *T luck you have." Wuxia glanced at Yiming. The latter's words were harsh, but there was clearly surprise in his eyes that could not be erased. He was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "I've made a great contribution in the manor world and gained a great advantage. Fortunately, my cultivation level has increased. If it weren't for the start of the battle, I really planned to break through to the 9th domain before coming out of closed-door cultivation." Wuxia had a regretful expression on his face as he spoke. How could Yiming believe what Wuxia said? There was disdain in his eyes immediately as he said in disdain, "You're boasting shamelessly. Do you think you're worthy of the 9th domain? There are 5 spots for the battle this time. Why are there only 4 people from Huping City here? Could it be that you can't find a 5th person? That's why the 4 of you are here to embarrass yourselves." Manshur glanced at Yiming and said in a low, muffled voice, "I'm the 5th person. Our first person, Zichun, isn't here yet." Yiming was stunned when he heard that. His expression changed, and he lost his composure as he said, "Didn't Zichun die long ago? Why is there a spot?" Yiming would definitely lose his composure when Zichun was mentioned because he had embarrassed himself too much in front of Zichun. Shangguanhong said coldly, "Even if you, Yiming, die 10 times, Zichun won't die even once." Yiming did not fall out with Shangguanhong in front of everyone. He merely smirked and said, "It's been so many years since we last met. Shangguanhong, you're still so infatuated. It's unfortunate that the person you're infatuated with is dead. You're still so devoted to a dead person. I really pity you." Shangguanhong glanced at Yiming in disdain, but she did not bother to talk to him anymore. Dongqing did not want to be outdone. He smiled softly and said, We firmly believe that Zi-chan isn't dead. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Oh yeah, didn't you say that you're going to marry Qingqing when we left the manor realm? Are you two married? Why are you standing so far away? Could it be that you think you're not good enough for Qingqing? Is that why you didn't dare to mention marriage because you're ashamed? That hit Yiming's sore spot. After he returned, he was really angry about what happened in the manor realm. He went to the Jin clan to propose marriage with 70% sincerity and 30% anger. He was very sincere when he went, but he did not see Jin Qingqing. According to the Jin clan, Jin Qingqing went into closed-door cultivation as soon as she returned. The Jin clan seemed to be dissatisfied with him as well. Their attitude was neither cold nor warm, which almost drove Yiming crazy. Yiming had almost become a joke in Golden Leaf City now. Dongqing, it's good that you and I know this. Why do you have to say it in front of so many people? Who is Yiming? How can he be good enough for Qingqing? Even if Qingqing is going to marry someone, she should marry someone as responsible as Zi-chan, Shang Wanheng mocked. Heaven calculating Dao, and the others laughed. Yiming was furious and wanted to attack immediately. Chapter 1554. Yiming's face turned pale from the two ladies' words. If he were to attack the two of them in front of so many people, Yiming would probably lose all of his dignity. Now, he finally knew what would happen if he offended women. There were a few strangers in the hall. They came from other cities that were ranked at the top, and they were all on level 5 domain. Since Shuntian Dao was there, Yiming shut his mouth sensibly. Otherwise, he would be humiliated if he continued to pester them. Later on, apart from Yiming, who was upset, the rest chatted happily. The servants served tea and snacks, and they chatted while eating. Halfway through, the fortune teller asked, "Has Zi-chan returned to Huping City?" The few of them shook their heads, and their expressions became unnatural. The fortune teller said in confusion, "That shouldn't be the case. My master did a divination for Zi-chan. He said that Zi-chan must be alive. Theoretically, he should have returned to Huping City a long time ago." Manshur looked at the fortune teller and asked, "Your master did the divination. Is it accurate?" The rest looked over almost instinctively when they heard Zi-chen's name. They could not help but shake their heads and laugh when they heard what Manshur said. The fortune teller said while forcing a smile, "My master is the previous fortune teller. He did the divination himself. Do you think it's accurate?" The people seemed to have taken a tranquilizer as soon as he said that. Yiming looked rather terrible. The previous fortune teller was almost like a living god. How could his words not count? Never had he thought that Manshur would shake his head again after thinking about it for a moment. Your divination skill isn't that great to begin with. Like disciple, like master. Of course, I don't believe you. However, I believe in Zi-chan and that soul jade slip. He must be alive. The people laughed out loud. The fortune teller smiled in an unconcerned manner. At night, Shuntian Dao hosted a banquet. The people from the top 5 cities who were participating in the competition this time were all there. There were over 20 of them. Unlike what the upper echelons of Huping City had guessed earlier, the cultivators who came this time, including those from Darkness City and Golden Leaf City, were all on level 5. They were not on level 6 as they had guessed earlier. Of course, even if they were at the 5th heavenly layer, their battle prowess was not any weaker than a 6th heavenly layer. After taking their seats, everyone looked at the 4 people from Huping Chung with astonishment on their faces. Their city was ranked at the top and had a strong foundation. It was not difficult for them to push Yiming, the fortune teller, and the rest to the 5th level. However, what did Huping City, which had just advanced, have? They were actually able to push all 4 of them to the 5th layer of heaven. This was very surprising. During this time, Wu Xia asked about the doubts in his heart. Why didn't they send some 6th heavenly layer cultivators? One had to know that although these top-ranked 5th heavenly layer cultivators were able to fight 6th heavenly layer cultivators, the 6th heavenly layer cultivators that were dispatched were naturally able to fight 7th heavenly layer cultivators. Furthermore, since these people were chosen to participate in the competition, they were naturally all experts. And this time, it was the gathering of the strongest under the 7th level of the entire Shuntian prefecture. This matter was still considered a secret to some of the other powers, but to the people present, it was not a big deal. The fortune teller said with a smile, The competition this time is a little different from the past. It's said that before the competition, there will be a small test. Some of the powers that received the news in advance have sent out fifth domain cultivators. Test? What test? Manshur moved his head closer and asked curiously. The fortune teller shook his head with a smile and said, I don't know at the moment. Manshur glared and said, You don't even know how to calculate. I'm not sure. It's said that there will be an opportunity. Manshur chuckled and said, It's good that there's an opportunity. The group stayed at Shuntian Dao's place for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, they met some familiar faces one after another. Their cities were ranked at the top, and they were all 5th domain cultivators. Clearly, they had all received the news. 3 days later, the group left the castle and prepared to head to the mysterious Shuntian Prefecture. Shuntian Prefecture was the most prosperous place in this area. It was also the paradise of all domain cultivators. Everyone, including Shuntian Dao, headed to Shuntian Prefecture. After the competition, the final winner would undoubtedly be famous in Shuntian Prefecture. Next, some experts would stay at Shuntian Prefecture. In the future, that would be the stage for them to display their skills. The people of Shuntian City opened the transportation array to Shuntian Prefecture for the group. When the group stepped into the array, under a ruin hundreds of millions of miles away from Shuntian Prefecture, a young man who had been in a deep sleep for decades slowly opened his eyes. The young man's eyes were lifeless when he opened them. After a while, he came back to his senses and his eyes flashed with a bright light. I'm not dead. His eyes flashed as he stood up and looked around. He was surrounded by an empty space. Where is this? He looked around but couldn't find any familiar scene. I killed a 5th domain cultivator in the end. I couldn't suppress the alien power in my body any longer, and it completely erupted. Did I survive another calamity? The young man turned around and saw the flashing dragon spike floating beside him. He put away the dragon spike and then remembered to sense the alien power in his body. When he used his spiritual perception, the young man was surprised to find that the enormous alien power in his body had completely disappeared. Why is the alien power in my body gone? My cultivation level. How is this possible? Immediately after, the young man was stunned when he sensed his own cultivation level. The peak of the 4th domain realm. My cultivation level has actually risen to the peak of the 4th domain realm. What exactly happened during this period? While he was puzzled, a world appeared behind the young man. It was a domain world with a radius of 60 miles. In this domain world, there was sunlight, the 5 elements, and surging vitality. If you added in some other life forms, this would be a real world. The young man was Zichon. He didn't know what had happened after he fainted, but based on his current senses, he knew that he had obtained a great opportunity. Not only had the alien power in his body completely disappeared, but it had also perfectly fused with his body and his domain world. When Zichun had been in the domain realm, he had felt a little awkward every time he opened his domain world. It was as if the laws in it had clashed with each other. However, this time, as the domain world behind Zichun opened, he could feel that all the powers could fuse together. As long as he used his spiritual perception, Zichun's perfect domain world would turn into a type of law, which was the destruction law. Although he didn't know how these laws had fused with the destruction law, he could feel that the destruction law had become increasingly powerful. Sensing the changes in his body, Zichun was no longer surprised. Instead, he calmed down and quietly sensed the changes in his body. After a while, Zichun opened his eyes. He was very satisfied with the changes. You're only at the peak of the 4th domain realm. Your cultivation level didn't increase that much. A cold but extremely pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Zichun immediately turned around and saw the woman who had almost killed him. She stood in the void, her white robes fluttering in the wind as she looked at Zichun indifferently. It's you. Zichun's expression changed slightly as he guessed something. He asked, Senior, you saved me? Senior, what a strange name. I remember that you've always called me an old witch. The woman's lips curled up slightly, her eyes filled with mockery. How could that be? Zichun's face was extremely thick. He said, Senior is as beautiful as a fairy. How could mere mortals like us casually judge you? Zichun had already recognized the reality. He was no match for this woman at all. Moreover, this woman was the mute woman after her transformation. Although she was no longer a true mute woman, her sea of consciousness still contained all of the mute woman's memories. This could be considered the mute woman's good fortune. There was no point for Zichun to be conflicted. Moreover, the reason why he could change so much was because of this woman. It could also be said that it was because of the mute woman. "Thank you, Senior." Zichun cupped his fists and thanked her sincerely. The woman didn't feel grateful. She coldly glanced at Zichun and asked, "Am I really that old?" Zichun was startled and looked up at her. She could be considered one of the most beautiful women Zichun had ever seen. To be honest, she wasn't old at all. Guessing that she was very concerned about this question, Zichun immediately explained, "Senior is a form of respect for the strong." "Forget about the form of respect." The woman lightly flicked her sleeve and said, "Now that you've broken through, you should leave." Zichun naturally wanted to leave. However, after a slight hesitation, he asked, "May I ask, what plans does Fairy have after this?" Ling Shuang was still very satisfied with this last-minute change in the way he addressed her as a fairy. She did not mind Zichun's little tricks and said calmly, "Don't worry, after I awaken, I will not kill the innocent. Furthermore, the strange races are not as bloodthirsty as you think. There are still many who do not have a choice." Zichun didn't say anything. This was the same as what he usually knew. When you're stronger, you'll naturally understand. All right, hurry up and leave. With a flash of brilliance, Zichun's figure disappeared into nothingness. After Zichun left, the woman no longer acted high and mighty. Instead, she forcefully stomped the air and angrily said, "How can this broken place compare to the sacred planet? If there's a way to leave, who would want to stay here?" When Zichun's figure returned to reality from nothingness, he found himself in a crowded place. As soon as he appeared, he heard the discussions around him. "The Shuntian Prefecture's domain tournament has finally begun. Yeah, I wonder which force will be the champion this time. Is there a need to guess? Of course, it's the first city, Shuntian City." "That's not necessarily true. I heard that last time, the fortune teller and Shuntian City were evenly matched. They were just a hair's breadth away from winning." Hearing these discussions, Zichun was startled. The domain tournament has begun. After inquiring about the details of the domain tournament and learning that all the forces had arrived at Shuntian Prefecture, Zichun sped up and rushed there. Chapter 1555. The Shuntian Prefecture's realm tournament was getting closer and closer. Even though Wu Xie had asked the people of Shuntian Dao to help spread the news, Zichun still hadn't shown up. In the past few days, Hu Pingqing, Shuntian Dao, Fortune Teller, Jin Qingqing, Hidden Mist, Dark Mantle, and more than a dozen other experts had gathered together. These experts had a good relationship with Zichun. Their cities were ranked at the top. It was Zichun who had led them to challenge the final Starry Sky City. There are still 3 days before the realm tournament, and there is still no news from Zichun. What will you do if Zichun doesn't show up in 3 days? A young man in blue asked. He was from Blue Flame City, which was ranked 8th. The 4 people who had been very confident in Zichun were obviously not confident at the moment. Wu Xie sighed. "Let's take one step at a time. There are still 3 days, right? Let's wait and see. If Zichun really doesn't show up, the 4 of you will really have to participate in the tournament." Dark Mantle said, "You should know how much the absence of one person will affect your battle strength." Out of concern among friends, the group was still very worried about the 4 people from Hu Pingqing participating in the tournament. It should be known that none of the participants were weak. The absence of one person would greatly affect the outcome of the tournament. Everyone wanted the 4 to return to Hu Pingqing to find one person. However, the 4 of them were very clear that there were no other special existences in Hu Pingqing, unless they went to Tiger God Mountain to borrow someone. However, there were only 3 days before the tournament. It would be too late even if they went now. Let's wait. Wu Xie, who couldn't speak of his bitterness, could only say so. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The realm tournament of Shuntian Prefecture began. At the very center of the Shuntian Prefecture, there was a huge square. There were many forbidden spaces in this square, and the square could be divided into many spaces. Usually, some of the regions that had conflicts would duel here, and the grand competition would also be held here. A restriction was activated. A high platform slowly rose from the center of the square. A middle-aged man with a cold and resolute face stood on the platform. His indifferent eyes swept across the hundreds of cultivators who had come to participate in the tournament. Outside the square stood other domain experts who had come to join in the fun. They looked at the people in the field. Some of their eyes were filled with envy, some with jealousy, and some looked at the crowd with disdain, as if they were watching children playing house. The participants in the arena didn't utter a single word. The surrounding domain realm experts started to discuss the middle-aged man when they saw him. That's Lord Emoling. I didn't expect Lord Emoling to be the one hosting the competition this time. Lord Emoling is an existence second only to the Shuntian Prefecture Lord. I didn't expect him to be the host of this competition. Emoling, the #1 guard under the Shuntian Prefecture's Prefecture Master. His cultivation level has long since reached the 9th domain realm. Usually, it's just a legend. I didn't expect to see him in person today. Among the sounds of discussion, there were very few discussions about the 108th city. Most of the discussions were about the middle-aged man named Emoling on the high platform. Compared to the cultivators participating in the competition, Missouri Ling was a real big shot. Not only was he the #1 bodyguard under the Shuntian Prefecture's lord, but he was also the #1 person in the Shuntian Prefecture's 9 domains. He had the title of being undefeatable. Only those existences in the domain realm could surpass Emoling. In the 108th city, it was obvious that many people had heard of Emoling's name. As the discussion spread, the cultivators who had come to participate in the competition raised their heads one by one. They looked curiously and reverently at the 9th layer domain realm expert, who had the title of being undefeated. Emoling gently raised his right hand. The discussions around him stopped abruptly. Emoling was expressionless. He said coldly, "In the past, the grand competition of domain realms was conducted by drawing lots. First, there would be a ranking battle between the cities to determine the ranking of the cities. After that, there would be a personal battle. However, there will be some slight changes this time." Many people in the audience looked startled. Obviously, these people had not heard the news in advance and had only brought along 6th domain realm experts. A few days ago, we accidentally discovered a chaotic small world. After we went in to investigate, we found that the things in the small world were very interesting. After we reported this matter to the Mansion Master, the Mansion Master said that the first battle will be held there. Later, everyone will be given a Jade token. There will be a small counter-restriction set in the Jade token. Your gains in the small world will be displayed on the Jade token. After you come out, you will be ranked according to the total of your gains on the counter. This was obviously different from the previous competitions. Everyone's expression changed. The domain realm experts in the distance were even more shocked when they heard this. Emoling continued, "In the small world, cultivators are not allowed to fight to the death. In addition to the Jade token, we will also give each of you a token. There is a teleportation array in the token. As long as you use your mind, the teleportation array will be activated and you will leave the small world. Of course, this is a last resort for everyone." After hearing Emoling's words, Manshur was curious about the small world. At the same time, he curled his lips. What did he mean by "discovered it a few days ago"? Who was he trying to lie to? He had probably discovered it a few years ago, and after a series of preparations, some of the more powerful forces had long known that such a thing would happen this time, which was why they had brought along cultivators of the 5th domain. At this moment, the demon commander had purposely said that he had only discovered it a few days ago, so that everyone could accept it. All right, everyone will come up to receive your Jade tokens. Although we can't see what happened in the small world, we will ask about it later. So, it's best that you don't kill each other. As soon as Emoling finished speaking, 2 people walked up to the high platform. One of them was responsible for giving out the Jade tokens, while the other was responsible for recording everyone's information. After that, the cultivators came up one by one. However, before they could do so, they needed to show their qualification tokens. There was a groove on the qualification token. The size of the groove was similar to the Jade token. The person holding the Jade token asked, Name? The cultivator said. Emotion. 2 words instantly appeared on the jade token. Then, the person embedded the jade token into the qualification token. Next, an indifferent voice sounded. The second cultivator came up and did the same as before. There were a total of 540 people in the 108 cities. However, Ziqian did not come, so there were only 539 people. The others came up one after another. The people from who Pingcheng waited anxiously. They were still hoping for a miracle. As if they had guessed the thoughts of Hu Pingcheng's group, the cultivators from Yamba Castle, who were not used to Hu Pingcheng's group, quickly came up. After receiving their jade tokens, they stood in the distance and sneered at the 4 people. If Hu Pingcheng only sent 4 people to participate, then their ranking would definitely drop greatly this time. This was because they had plenty of ways to make the 4 people gain nothing. As for the forces that were on good terms with Hu Pingcheng, they slowly came forward, intentionally stalling for time for the 4 people. Mo Ling's gaze swept around and finally landed on Hu Pingcheng's group. He naturally knew what these people were thinking. A smile appeared on his face, but he did not expose them. No one noticed that in another direction, there were 2 special existences looking in their direction. One of them was tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face was cold and resolute, and he looked like a stern general. The other person was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a refined scholar. The variable you mentioned is in this group, Shuntian Hall Master asked. There should be no mistake, but I can't tell who it is, the refined scholar said. No matter how much time was delayed, the jade tokens would eventually be distributed. Even though many people deliberately delayed, Hu Pingcheng's group of 4 still arrived. In the end, there were 5 spots left, but there were only 4 people. Mo Ling did not say anything. The other 2 people looked puzzled. Then, Wu Xie slowly went up to the stage, took his own jade token, and registered his city. In the distance, those people also saw some clues, and they were all very puzzled. Next was Manshur, then Dongqing, and finally Shangwan Hong. After Shangwan Hong took her jade token and registered, the person waved his hand and motioned for Shangwan Hong to leave. Wait, I have another qualification token here. As she spoke, Shangwan Hong took out another qualification token. There's only one for each person. Find another one, the person said indifferently. Shangwan Hong did not hesitate and took out another soul jade. The soul jade was incomplete, and there was a crack in it. The soul power in it flowed slowly and jerkily. She immediately crushed the soul jade, and the moment the soul power floated out, she forcefully injected it into the qualification token. She raised the token again and said, "There's another soul remembrance in here. Will this do?" The person was startled, and he looked back at Mo Ling with a troubled expression. Hu Pingcheng has 5 tokens, and this is our 5th person, Shangwan Hong said to Mo Ling. She was not afraid in front of the top person in the 9th domain. Mo Ling looked at Shangwan Hong and smiled faintly. Just as Shangwan Hong thought he was going to agree, he shook his head and said, "No." Shangwan Hong panicked. "Why not? There's soul power in the token. I'm the person in charge here. If I say no, it means no." Mo Ling's smile did not fade, and he said, "Unless that person comes personally, I won't approve of you as the 5th person." Shangwan Hong's expression changed drastically, and the other 3 people's expressions were also very ugly. As for the others, some were gloating, some were laughing secretly, and some were shaking their heads and sighing. "You're going too far." Shangwan Hong was about to cry. This was her last resort. "You don't have enough people, but I'm still allowing you to participate. I'm already very tolerant." Mo Ling's smile did not fade. Just as Shangwan Hong was at a loss, the token in her hand suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Chapter 1556. Zichun had arrived at the Shuntian prefecture long ago, but unfortunately, he was stopped at the main entrance. The reason was that Zichun did not have a prefecture token to enter or leave the city. It was said that to enter and exit the huge city of the Shuntian prefecture, one must have a prefecture token, and this prefecture token could only be obtained in the Shuntian prefecture. Zichun intended to reveal his cultivation, but was despised by the guard. In this Shuntian prefecture, without a strong strength, It was impossible to enjoy special treatment. The other party pointed to the long line and said, "Do you see that? Those are all waiting to enter the Shuntian prefecture. They all have to line up obediently to apply for the prefecture token." Seeing the line of more than 100 people, Zichun was speechless. However, when he heard that the large competition was about to begin today, he was also very anxious. And these people were obviously here to join in the fun. There was no shortcut at all. Just as Zichun had no choice but to obediently line up to apply for the prefecture token, he suddenly felt a familiar aura coming from the city. With a thought, he sensed that the familiar aura was rapidly approaching. Zichun grabbed the token that flew over from the Shuntian prefecture with a slightly astonished expression. The domain realm cultivators who were going in and out of the gate also saw the token that flew out, and all of them curiously sized up Zichun. To be able to make a token fly out of the Shuntian prefecture, everyone was guessing Zichun's identity in their hearts. Zichun took the token and looked at it carefully, but he could not see anything special about it. There was only a trace of his soul aura within it. Why would a token with my soul aura appear in the city? Regarding this, Zichun was very puzzled. Zichun walked back to the guard who had blocked the way earlier, handed over the token in his hand, and asked, "Is this a prefecture token?" The other party took it and looked at it carefully. He shook his head and said with certainty, "No, it's not a prefecture token, but it flew out from inside. Can I go in?" Zichun took the token and asked again. The guard's eyes were filled with doubt. He clearly did not recognize what kind of token this was, nor did he know if Zichun had the qualifications to enter. Helpless, he could only look for the leader of the guards. When the latter heard about Zichun's special situation, he immediately rushed over. After carefully examining the token several times, he shook his head. "You can't enter," Zichun said. "I don't know," said the guard leader. This kind of domain realm battle qualification token only appeared once every many years, and each time, the quantity was extremely limited. There were less than 10 pieces in each city, and only the people involved and the upper echelons could see them. They had always lived in Shuntian prefecture, so how could they possibly recognize the battle medallion? Usually, cultivators who had a battle token would directly appear in Shuntian prefecture. In a situation like Zichun's, this was the first time in history. Naturally, they would not think about the battle token. A single token stumped all the guards. Everyone shook their heads. The curiosity in the eyes of the other realms grew as they tried to guess what kind of token it was. Zichun was speechless. It was fine if the other party didn't recognize the token and let him go, but they didn't let him go even if they didn't recognize it. At this moment, Zichun heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Immediately after, he sensed a familiar aura. Zichun, following a surprised and excited cry, Zichun saw a beautiful figure flying out of the city. Swoosh! The beautiful figure arrived in front of Zichun and hugged Zichun. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, another green light flashed out and rushed to Zichun's side, hugging Zichun from the other side. In the blink of an eye, the young man who didn't have the qualifications to enter Shuntian prefecture started hugging left and right. However, it wasn't over yet. Following that, the sound of something tearing through the air continued to ring out, and one figure after another appeared. Each of these figures emitted a powerful aura. As many auras appeared, the space around the city gate began to tremble. Some of the cultivators who were only at the second or third heavenly layer felt extremely oppressed. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed instantly. When they looked at the figure who was hugging left and right again, their eyes were filled with intense fear. These people had obviously come for him. The auras surging around them were too powerful. "Haha, Zichun, I knew you weren't dead." Shuntian Dao was the first to laugh. "My divination was right. Zichun, you really came." The fortune teller also laughed. "Have you divined before?" Manshur questioned, but he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. "Why are all of you here?" Zichun looked at the people who had arrived. He couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. After a momentary loss of composure, Dongqing and Shangguan Hong's emotions returned to normal. Speaking of which, the two women had been separated by life and death so many times in the manor realm that they no longer suppressed their feelings. When the people around them heard the discussion and were guessing who Zichun was, they saw that Zichun, who had let go of the beauty, began to hug the others. The cultivators who were emitting powerful auras all looked excited. They seemed to be his friends. In addition to their excitement, they also noticed that a few of them looked reserved and respectful. In the end, the guy called Zichun hugged an outrageously beautiful woman in a golden dress. Beside the woman was a young man. The young man had a disgusted look on his face. Zichun looked at Yiming and asked with a smile, "You guys aren't married, right?" Yiming's expression immediately turned grave. Zichun laughed and joked, "That's great. I still have a chance." Yiming's eyes were spitting fire. Jin Qingsheng looked shy, which was rare. "Why are all of you here? Aren't you going to participate in the competition?" Zichun turned around and asked the crowd in confusion. "We're going to participate, but we're missing one person," Shuntian Dao said with a smile. "One person is missing." Zichun was stunned when he heard that, then he said in hindsight, "Could it be that this token has something to do with the competition?" Next to him, Dark Screen nodded and said, "This is the qualification token for the competition. There are 5 people in each city. You're the 5th person in Huping City." Next to him, Shangwan Hong corrected, "You're the 1st person." More and more cultivators gathered at the entrance as the crowd appeared. Hearing that these people were here to participate in the competition, all of them looked envious. Clearly, these people who could participate in the competition here were all geniuses. No matter the result of the competition, these people would definitely achieve great things in the future. This was truly a gathering of geniuses. Zichun was not famous in Shuntian Prefecture. However, in the 108 cities under Shuntian Prefecture, Zichun's name was extremely famous in Huping City. Any organization that paid attention to the prefecture realm would know that there was a cultivator named Zichun in Huping City who had obtained a great opportunity in the prefecture realm. Is that him? The prefecture lord, who had been paying attention to the square, suddenly looked outside the city when he saw this scene. He saw the black-robed young man. The scholarly man was silent, but there was a rare hint of seriousness in his expression. The prefecture lord nodded without saying anything. The two of them sized up Zichun and watched as the geniuses gathered in front of Zichun. Apart from the excitement of meeting friends, these people all had looks of admiration on their faces. "I'm suddenly curious about what happened in the prefecture realm," Shuntian Prefecture Lord said. "You should have been curious a long time ago," the scholarly man said. The scholarly cultivator said, "He's the reason why the Manor Realm forcefully raised a city's ranking by 20 places against the rules." "Oh, there's such a thing? Why didn't I know about it?" Shuntian Prefecture Lord asked curiously. The scholarly man smiled but did not say anything. "All right, now is not the time to reminisce. The other side is still waiting. If they get angry and disqualify us, we will lose more than we gain." Wu Xia interrupted everyone's reminiscing. They had not been in a hurry earlier because Zichun had not come. Now that Zichun was here, they were full of confidence about their upcoming trip to the small world. That was why they were anxious. When the guard learned of Zichun's identity before entering the city, he tactfully did not continue to stop them. When the group returned to the square again, Zichun, who had appeared, undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. It was obvious that the token had flown away because of him. Soon after, many experts left. Even the favorites to win the championship, Shuntian Dao and Fortune Teller, left happily. When they saw Zichun, everyone sized him up carefully. Under the gaze of the demon token, Zichun walked up to the high platform, took out the token and said, "Zichun from Huping City." Although they had already guessed it, the expressions of the other domain realm cultivators changed when they heard it. It turned out that he was Zichun. Among those of the same level, Zichun had defeated Shuntian Dao and Fortune Teller. He had obtained great fortune in the prefectural realm. He was the main reason why Huping City's ranking had risen to more than 60 places. Now, he was exuding the aura of a peak 4th stage domain realm. Although Zichun's cultivation level was obviously the lowest among the contestants, no one dared to underestimate him. Demon Token looked at Zichun with a rare smile of appreciation. He stepped forward and patted Zichun on the shoulder. "You are Zichun. Kid, I heard that you did something amazing in the prefectural realm." Zichun replied modestly, "Sir, you flatter me. I just did my duty. It's really nothing amazing." Demon Token laughed heartily. "Haha, what a good duty. I like that. Kid, you are my type. I hope you can do your duty this time. Envy and jealousy appeared on the faces of the onlookers who had looked down on the contestants from afar when they heard Demon Token's words. Obviously, to be so highly regarded by Mo Ling, no matter what happened next, the young man named Zichun would be able to do well in Shuntian Prefecture. If he was lucky enough to become one of Mo Ling's direct subordinates, then his future would be limitless. It was rumored that Demon Token had the highest chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm and becoming the next prefectural master. As for his direct subordinates, their futures were naturally limitless. As the contestants returned to their positions, a small world opened in front of the high platform. The tokens on the contestants' bodies started to glow. Then, the teams disappeared one by one. The 5 tokens were connected to each other. When they appeared in the small world, each team would stay together. Chapter 1557. The small world was already connected to the restriction on the square. As the restriction opened, a beam of light rushed out of the small world and enveloped the 540 cultivators present. When the light disappeared, the cultivators disappeared as well. It was your idea to open this small world. Why did you suddenly decide to attack? The mansion master, who had been watching the crowd disappear, asked. The elegant middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "It's better to investigate the situation while the variables are still active." The mansion master was puzzled. Aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy by doing this again and again? A mere 4th-stage domain cultivator is like an ant struggling to survive. Who cares? That makes sense. In their eyes, a 4th domain was indeed an existence that was akin to an ant. All the cultivators who participated in the competition entered the small world. There was nothing else to watch, so everyone prepared to leave. It was obvious that this grand competition was not as interesting as before because they could not see anything at all. The 9-meter-tall platform did not disappear, and Mo Ling did not leave either. He waved his sleeve in the air. Immediately after, exclamations came from all around. A huge light screen appeared in the sky, and 540 cultivators appeared in 108 positions on the light screen. What's going on? Didn't he say that there was no way to investigate? Lord Mo Ling said it himself. How can we see those people now? For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. When they turned around and saw Mo Ling with a smile on his face, they realized that this was also a test. 108 cities, 540 cultivators. They were being monitored from every angle. Their every move was being watched by the people of the world. The moment the light screen appeared in Shuntian Prefecture, 108 huge light screens also appeared in the 108 cities under Shuntian Prefecture's jurisdiction. This light screen appeared above the center of the city. It was very large, and not only could everyone in the city see it, but some cultivators who could not enter the city could also see it from outside the city. Everyone knew that this was the start of the grand competition. However, the light screen above each city only showed the 5 people in their own city, unlike the one in Shuntian Prefecture that showed all directions. Look, what's that? In Huping City, a person exclaimed after seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky. Aren't those people from our city? That's Zichun. Zichun, it's Zichun. Zichun is back. Exclamations kept ringing out in the city like waves. Hearing that the hero Zichun had appeared, almost all the cultivators from the various organizations in the city appeared. They gathered in Huping City and looked up at the black-robed young man on the screen. Ling Xing spat out the tea in his mouth onto Lord Wu's face, but he didn't notice it at all. Instead, he turned around and stared at the newcomer, asking, "Are you sure it's Zichen? You're not mistaken." Lord Wu couldn't be bothered to wipe the water off his face. He hurriedly asked, "Did you see it clearly? That was really Zichen." The man bowed again and said respectfully, "Of course, there's no mistake. Besides Zichun, there's also Wu Xie, Manshur, Shangguanhong, and Miss Dongqing." After the report, when the man raised his head again, he discovered that there was no one there. The 2 of them appeared outside Hunter's castle in a flash. They saw the familiar figure as soon as they raised their heads. They rubbed their eyes and looked at it carefully several times. Even with their composure, they could not help but cheer along with the wave-like sounds. The upper echelons who came later all became extremely excited when they saw Zichun. With Zichen's appearance, even if Huping City's ranking fell this time, it definitely wouldn't fall too badly. Meanwhile, Huping City's ranking could be considered to have been preserved. Afterwards, it would have to be accumulated from generation to generation. In the screen, the 5 of them appeared on a mountain. Zichen's voice rang out as well. Send the Aurora Pegasus to investigate the surroundings. Dongqing nodded, and the Aurora Pegasus turned into a stream and left. What happened back then? Where have you been all these years? Shangguanhong asked urgently. The other 3 also looked at Zichen. Zichen sighed and said, that world collapsed at that time, but the 4 of us are still alive. That guy died after the world collapsed. The 4 of us gathered together to resist the destructive power surging in the void. In the end, the 3 big brothers sacrificed themselves and forcefully opened a passage for me. I entered the passage, and after that, I've been recuperating. During this time, Zichen paused for a moment to omit the rest of the story. This was because what he had done was not trivial, and he was afraid that the other party would find out. To prevent the others from probing further, Zichen changed the topic and asked, by the way, aren't we participating in the competition? Why are we here? What is this place? Shangguanhong explained it to Zichen. The group of Huping City cultivators could hear their conversation. They had already stopped cheering and were quietly listening to the conversation between the 5 of them. This was the first time many of the cultivators heard Zichen's voice, so they were extremely excited. The group of people who had entered the small world did not know that they were being watched by billions of cultivators in the entire Manor realm. This kind of competition is quite interesting. After hearing the rules, Zichen chuckled and said, this way, everyone will have a lot more chances. If we're lucky enough, our cities might even rank higher. That's true, but it won't be that easy. Beside him, Wu Xia pursed his lips and said, the demon edict only said that we can't fight to the death, but it didn't say that we can't fight. Everyone might be well behaved now, but in the future, I'm afraid that there will be civil wars one after another. The people of Huping City did not know who the demon edict was, so they were not surprised when they heard what Wu Xia said. However, in the Shuntian prefecture, many cultivators instinctively looked at the demon edict on the high platform when they heard his name being called. Looking at the demon edict with a faint smile, all of them secretly prayed for that blabbermouth guy. The Aurora Pegasus turned into a stream of light and returned, reporting that there were no abnormalities. Since there were no abnormalities here, Zichen and the others did not stay any longer and continued on their way. While Zichen and the others were investigating the small world, the other forces were doing the same. During this time, the cultivators of 10,000 Origin City, whose cities had dropped in ranking, were moving forward. One of them said coldly, didn't they say that Zichen died a long time ago? I didn't expect him to appear again. So what? This time, I guarantee that he won't be able to return, said another person beside him. I'm afraid that won't work. If there's any danger, he'll crush the life escape token, said a third person. The first person said, even if we can't kill him, we'll make Huping City's ranking drop greatly this time. If that doesn't work, we'll contact other forces. After all, we're not the only force that wants a share of the pie in Huping City. The leader, who had been silent all this while, said indifferently, all right, stop talking. The most important thing now is to find out if there's anything strange about this place. Apart from the cultivators of 10,000 Origin City who mentioned Huping City and Zichen's name, many other forces mentioned Zichen's name. During this time, many people did not suppress their dissatisfaction and killing intent towards Huping City. This was equivalent to spying on the other party's secrets and gossip. This made all the cultivators extremely curious. During this time, some merchants even built a platform on their roofs for the cultivators who liked to gossip to drink and watch. Finally, a force was attacked. It was a strange-looking mutated beast whose combat power was almost equivalent to the third domain realm. However, it was still able to launch several attacks against a fifth domain realm human. Puffed! As the mutated beast was killed, a ball of light floated out of the corpse. The word 1 appeared on the qualification token of the cultivator who killed the mutated beast. Only 1 point. After killing an existence that was much stronger than an ordinary third domain realm human, the counter actually only increased by 1 point. This made the cultivator extremely depressed. As the forces went deeper, more and more battles broke out. Then, the cultivators who wanted to gossip saw the powerful combat power of the 540 cultivators participating in the competition. They were indeed special existences in the various cities. Their combat power was very strong. Among them, the most eye-catching forces were naturally the forces ranked at the top. They were also at the 5th domain, but they were almost instantly killed by the 3rd domain mutated beasts. Boom! The ground shook as the mutated beasts attacked with great momentum. Zichen's group of 5, who were encountering mutated beasts for the first time, was very lucky to encounter a group of mutated beasts. Looking at the mutated beasts rapidly approaching from afar, Manshur smiled good-naturedly and said, "Why do I feel like I'm seeing a mutated beast's mount?" Wu Xie, who was beside him, said, "Yes, the appearance of those mutated beasts back then was just like this." The 2 women beside him did not speak, and their expressions gradually became solemn. These mutated beasts were indeed very similar to the mutated beasts of the Nether Realm, but the latter was obviously much stronger. "Your senses are not wrong, because they are indeed mutated beasts," Zichen said with a cold smile as he looked at the mutated beasts. "What? They are all mutated beasts?" The 4 of them were obviously stunned. Zichen said with certainty, "My senses are not wrong. They have the power of mutated beasts in their bodies. They are mutated beasts of the mutated beasts. Kill. Don't let a single one of them go." At that moment, Zichen suddenly remembered Emoling's words. He hoped that he would do his best to fulfill his responsibility. Zichen had some doubts at that time, but now he understood. This small world was probably another world created by the mutated beasts. The mutated beasts that Zichen mentioned had caused a commotion in the outside world. Those who had entered the domain realm more or less knew about the existence of the mutated beasts. This was a cruel and bloodthirsty race. Their only purpose in appearing in the Zhanwu continent was to kill, as if they wanted to exterminate all living things in the world. They looked at the high platform again. Standing there, Imo Ling's gaze fell on Hu Pingqing's group of 5, but he did not say a word. Zichen's group of 5 rushed up and began to launch fierce attacks on the large group of mutated beasts of the mutated beasts. The 5 of them all had extraordinary combat strength and also had the means to kill instantly. Zichen, Manshur, and Wu Xia all killed one mutated beast at a time. Chapter 1558. The ground trembled as the exotic beasts charged forward. Their eyes were filled with madness. Their 4 claws clawed at the ground, scooping up large chunks of soil. As the soil churned, the exotic beasts surged forward like a flood. Zichen took the lead and charged toward the army of exotic beasts. His body emitted lightning as he displayed his Thunder King physique, which had reached the limit of 4 stars. His figure swept out and punched out. Dazzling lightning flashed between heaven and earth. The most ferocious exotic beast in the lead had its head smashed by Zichen's punch. Even though its head was smashed, its momentum didn't decrease. It slammed into the ground, causing the earth to shake as a huge gully appeared. The exotic beast's corpse drew a gully of more than 10 meters before it stopped. After killing an exotic beast, Zichen's figure flashed as he charged into the group of exotic beasts. The other exotic beasts didn't stop as they charged forward crazily. With another punch, Zichen killed another exotic beast. His figure flashed and disappeared again. At this moment, Zichen displayed his extreme speed and powerful strength, easily killing the exotic beasts. At the same time, the group of exotic beasts couldn't get close to him. Manshur's body emitted a dark light. He was like a moving mountain as he charged toward the exotic beasts. With every step he took, the entire world would tremble. With a series of bangs, the exotic beasts were sent flying by Manshur. Wu Xie followed closely behind, taking the opportunity to kill the exotic beasts that had lost their balance but didn't die. He killed one with a single strike. Swoosh, swoosh. Light streaked across the sky in front of Dongqing, charging toward the exotic beasts like bolts of lightning. As a beast tamer, Dongqing used his spiritual sense to attack. His spiritual sense entered the minds of the exotic beasts and destroyed their souls. The exotic beasts that had leaped into the air to launch an attack lost their aim when they landed on the ground due to the lack of vitality. They fell in other directions, some even crashing into each other. Shangguanhong stood in the air, emitting a bright green light. She stretched out her jade-like hand and swept it forward. Green dots of light fell toward the exotic beasts like seeds of life. The green light landed on the exotic beast's body and entered its body. After that, the powerful life force within the exotic beast's body rapidly weakened. The seed did not grow into a giant tree. After the strange beast's life force was completely exhausted, the green light spot, which had grown several times in size, floated out and headed straight for Shangguanhong. She put it away again. As soon as the battle began, the strange beasts died one after another. In a short period of time, corpses were strewn all over the place. The powerful strength displayed by Hu Pingcheng's five-man group also caused a sensation in Shuntian Prefecture. A quarter of an hour later, the charging beasts were all annihilated. Lines of points began to appear on the five people's tokens. There were at least a few hundred points. Among the 108 teams, Zichen's team was the first to encounter a group of exotic beasts, and their harvest was also the greatest. While Manshur and Wu Xie were cleaning up the battlefield, Zichen's eyes suddenly flashed, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. After flashing a few times like this, Zichen stood in the air and punched the ground. The air shook, and a lightning-like fist of lightning slammed into the ground with a loud bang. Boom! The ground shook, and the sound traveled over 10 kilometers. The fist of light blasted a huge crater in the ground, and at the bottom of the crater, a mournful roar rang out. Zichen's figure flashed, and he entered the crater. A moment later, he rushed out with a beast corpse in his hand. This was an exotic beast with a fourth-layer battle prowess. It could be considered the leader of the group of exotic beasts from before, but it had been hiding underground and had not launched an attack. With a swipe of his hand, the beast corpse's head was split open, and a glowing diamond-shaped crystal appeared. This is it. Zichen picked up the crystal and examined it. Earlier, he had been able to detect the other party's tracks precisely because he had sensed the existence of this diamond-shaped crystal. This crystal did not belong to the exotic beast itself. It was forcibly implanted by an external force. Using his spiritual sense to sense the crystal, Zichen actually saw a route that looked like a map. Manshur and the others came later. When they saw the diamond-shaped crystal in Zichen's hand, they asked curiously, "What is this?" "Take a look." Zichen handed the crystal to Manshur. The latter took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Immediately, his eyes widened and he said, "There's a map route in here." Then, Manshur handed the crystal to the others. When they found out the route, their expressions changed slightly. Why is there such a thing in its body? Shang Guanhong's eyes were filled with confusion. These guys are stupid and stupid. They don't know anything other than fighting. It must be the work of the exotic beasts. As for this route, it should be their patrol route, Manshur said casually. The others looked at Zichen, habitually waiting for him to make a decision. Zichen said, "No matter what it is, since we found it, we have to go and take a look." Then, they followed the map's guidance and headed to the last marked place. Just as Zichen discovered the rhombus-shaped crystal, the other factions also encountered the horde of exotic beasts, and a series of intense battles broke out. Then, they found the leader of the exotic beasts. After killing it, they obtained the same diamond-shaped crystal from its body. Just like the one Zichen obtained, there was a route in each of these diamond-shaped crystals. Therefore, the group of forces headed to the place marked on the map in the diamond-shaped crystal. While they were moving forward, Shangguanhong suddenly pointed at a certain place and said, "Look, what is that?" The others turned their heads and saw a half-naked black object. Manshur dashed over and dug the object out of the ground. His expression immediately changed. "It's a broken weapon. This weapon should be quite old. The spiritual power in it had been lost, and the surface was rusty. It could be considered a piece of junk." After carefully examining the weapon, Zichen said in a low voice, "This is a weapon used by humans. They died less than 500 years ago." "What?" Hearing Zichen's words, The others were shocked. Wuxia asked, "Are you sure?" Zichen explained. The exotic beasts were all experts. The weapons they used had special abilities that made it almost impossible for them to corrode. Look here, it was obviously broken by force. Moreover, it was broken by a beast's claw. The quality of this weapon was not high before. At best, it was a domain weapon used by the first or second layer of the domain realm. After the spirit in it was broken, it would become like this in a few hundred years. Could it be that someone accidentally entered this place and was killed by the exotic beasts here? Manshur said, "Let's look around and find out." The 5 of them spread out and searched for other things that might appear. After a while, the 5 of them gathered again. Each of them had a broken domain weapon in their hands. After seeing the broken pieces of the weapons, Wuxia said, "It seems that there was more than one person who came here. Perhaps a group of adventurers accidentally discovered this place, but all of them died here." Zichen did not jump to conclusions. There were still many things he did not understand. The group continued to move forward. Naturally, they would find some broken weapons along the way. For hours later, the group arrived at the place recorded on the rhombus-shaped crystal. It was a huge open area. The smell of exotic beasts lingered in the air. Obviously, they had been here all this time. "There's nothing here," Wuxia said, looking at the empty area in front of him. Zichen held the rhombus-shaped crystal and walked forward. The others behind him looked on in confusion. After walking for about 300 meters, Zichen seemed to have triggered a restriction. His figure disappeared without a trace. "There's nothing here." The few of them were startled. After exchanging glances, Manshur flew forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where Zichen disappeared. He continued to move forward, but he did not find anything. Manshur walked back and forth in the place where Zichen disappeared, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. In the outside world, the cultivators from Shuntian Prefecture and Huping City also noticed this scene. They also had strange expressions on their faces. It was obvious that it was a very advanced restriction, and the rhombus-shaped crystal was the key to triggering it. Boom! A surge of energy suddenly surged out from beside Manshur. Manshur was shocked and instinctively retreated. Wherever the energy passed, the space in front of him shattered like a mirror. The illusory scene disappeared, and the real scene appeared. Zichen's figure reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The power around him slowly retracted. It was him who had broken the restriction. When they looked in front of Zichen, they were all stunned. 10 meters away from Zichen, the ground was covered with corpses. Some of the corpses still had flesh and blood, while others only had skeletons left. As far as the eye could see, there were no less than 100 corpses. These 100 corpses formed a huge circle in front of them. Wisps of energy floated out from their corpses. These wisps of energy seemed to be attracted by something, and they went straight to the huge circle. In the center of the circle, there was a pool of clear liquid. How could this be? Walking in front of Zichen, the 4 of them looked at the incomplete corpses at close range. Their faces were filled with shock. That liquid is the remaining energy of these dead people. Could it be that's the source of their energy? After feeling the pure energy from the clear liquid, Manshur's expression changed. He lost his composure and asked. After the restriction was broken, the air flowed again. Some of the eerie white bones turned into ashes when they came in contact with the air and disappeared. The energy of the corpses of experts was completely exhausted and turned into ashes. It would take more than 1,000 years for this to happen. There were too many corpses here, and they were divided into different stages. Some of the corpses were still intact, and it seemed that they were only 200 years old. Could it be that this is also a training ground? The 4 of them couldn't help but guess. In the outside world, after Zichen broke the restriction, the scene here was completely magnified. Seeing so many corpses, there was an uproar. The surroundings were in an uproar. Mo Ling silently looked at the magnified image. His indifferent eyes seemed to have become colder. Then, the uproar turned into exclamations of surprise. As Zichen and the others approached the crystal, the other forces also arrived one after another. It was completely different from what they had imagined. All the rhombus-shaped crystals were independent and could lead to a place that belonged to them. Chapter 1559. When the restriction was broken, the first thing everyone saw was the corpses that formed a circle. Then, they saw the source of power in the middle of the corpses. After a rough calculation, they found that more than 100,000 domain realm cultivators had died. Using more than 100,000 domain realm cultivators' corpses to create one source of power after another. How extravagant! There must be some kind of large-scale conversion array under the area covered by the corpses. The source of power is the purest power in the world. It can be absorbed without refining. Normally, the source of power is calculated in droplets. I didn't expect a small pool to appear. These people are really lucky. Yes, the source of power can help to improve one's strength. These people are really lucky. After the shock, only envy was left in everyone's eyes. This was because the source of power was really good stuff. After more than 100,000 domain realm cultivators died, there were more than 100 pools of power formed by the source of power. The people outside were envious. Take these things away first. Zichen's gaze fell on the source of power with a calm expression. We have to take them away quickly. The plundering array below is too powerful. I just stood there for a while, and I feel that the power in my body is somewhat unstable. Manchu retreated. Shang Guanhong went forward to take the source of power, while Zichun shot out a ray of power light. The light fell on the corpses, and in the next moment, the corpses turned into ashes. This could be considered as dust to dust and dust to dust. All of you, back off. I'm going to destroy the array below. Zichen gestured for the others to back off quickly, while he soared into the sky. A sheathed black saber appeared in his hand. When the black saber was unsheathed, rays of saber light swept in all directions. The saber light pierced deep into the ground, and in the next moment, the ground shook with a destructive sound. The underground array was destroyed by Zichen's saber. This place might have something to do with the alien race, so Zichen would not leave the array, and naturally, the source of power would not be left behind. Are we going to go deeper now? After destroying the array, Zichen walked over. Manchu asked. No, let's go to the periphery, Zichen said. We just came in from the periphery. Why are we going to the periphery again? They were puzzled. There should be more similar formations in the periphery. Let's go look for them. This place was very similar to the holy burial ground that Zichen had entered back in the Martial Heaven continent. The people who died there would lose all their blood, and their vitality would be absorbed by the underground formation. After that, the formation would transform them and gather them in a certain place. Back then, the two demon sovereigns had relied on the life force to become extremely powerful. This place was clearly similar to the holy burial ground, but it was not as grand as the holy burial ground. There was only a small portion of the array formation here. The dead human cultivators needed to be brought here by the strange beasts, and then led into the array formation by the strange beasts. While Zichun was destroying the formation, Shun Tiandao, Destiny Teller, Dark Mantle, Hidden Mist, and the others also decisively destroyed the underground formation in several other locations. Although they didn't know who set up the formation, this kind of behavior that didn't even let go of the corpse was really against human nature. If someone tried to destroy it, there would naturally be others willing to protect it. Yiming from Golden Leaf City also discovered this place. He didn't care about the other four's feelings and immediately flashed into the source of power, beginning to absorb the power within. Seeing this, the four of them didn't say anything. Beside Jin Qingqing, a person from the Jin family glanced at Jin Qingqing. The latter frowned slightly and slowly shook her head. After Yiming finished absorbing this source of power, he opened his eyes in satisfaction and smiled. This source of power is indeed extremely pure. A cultivator from the Yi family said, Of course, this has been transformed by a complicated formation. Yiming's eyes lit up and asked, Can you remember this formation? The cultivator from the Yi family was stunned. Remember this formation for what? Idiot, of course it's to build a new one. Shuntian Prefecture doesn't have much, but we have a lot of people. If we get this formation and use it, how can our realm not improve quickly? With the help of the endless source of power, our realm will increase greatly. Sooner or later, we will surpass Shuntian City and become the first city in Shuntian Prefecture. Yi Ming said proudly. Hearing this, Jin Qingqing couldn't be bothered with him and turned to leave. The cultivator from the Jin family glanced at Yiming and turned to leave with Jin Qingqing. Humph, a woman's heart. Those who want to achieve great things shouldn't care about small things. Yiming looked at Jin Qingqing, who left, and snorted coldly. What about these corpses? Yiming walked out of the empty circle and asked the cultivator just now. Yiming glanced at the corpses in disdain and said coldly, "They don't deserve to be called my comrade. Just leave the corpses here. The next time we come, there might be a new source of power. Oh right, there might be a second source of power here. Let's go look for it again." Yiming, who was walking forward, couldn't help but laugh. If we can find more of these things, my realm can be improved again. Yiming's words were not suppressed. The cultivators from Shuntian Prefecture heard it, and all the cultivators in Golden Leaf City also saw and heard it. For a moment, many people's expressions changed. Many cultivators in Golden Leaf City only felt disappointed. However, in Shuntian Prefecture, because there were 107 other forces competing with each other, Yiming's actions were even more disappointing. Now, everyone finally understood Mo Ling's painstaking efforts. Obviously, they thought very highly of these people, but they didn't know their character. They didn't tell them before so that they could act according to their wishes. Undoubtedly, Yiming's actions were extremely disappointing. He could only stay in Golden Leaf City for the rest of his life. At the same time, many forces made the same choice as Yiming in Golden Leaf City. Such people were no longer worthy of Shuntian Prefecture's attention. Everything was as Zichun had guessed. There were still many sources of power here. As they had not refined and were only searching, the 5 of them were the fastest. They used the shortest amount of time to find the 5 sources of power. After collecting them, Zichun did not hesitate to destroy the 5 formations, and then let the human corpses return to the earth. The source of power is a good thing. You guys refine it here first, but be careful. I'll go to other places to see if there are other gains. After putting down a source of power that had just been collected, Zichun was ready to leave. I'll go with you, Manshur said as he stood up. No, I can do it alone. This thing has harmed many people. Although it's now ours, it's still a scourge. We should find it as soon as possible and destroy it. After saying that, Zichun left. Hu Pingqing's group of 5 was the first to find the source of power. In addition, Zichun decisively destroyed the formations and dealt with the corpses. Therefore, many people in Shuntian Prefecture were paying attention to Zichun's group of 5. Looking at Zichun, the leader, and then looking at Yiming from Golden Leaf City, many people shook their heads. Putting aside the strength of the two, the difference in character was too big. Zichun flew at an extremely fast speed, and during this time, the number on the counter kept increasing. Apart from that, Zichun also found 2 other sources of power. In total, the 5 of them found 8 sources of power. The other forces had also discovered that there were several hundred sources of power in total. Moreover, nearly 1,000,000 domain realm cultivators had died in the past few thousand years. 1,000,000 domain realm cultivators had been killed just like that, but there was no news of their disappearance. While the crowd was in an uproar, they were also trying to recall when a large number of domain realm cultivators had disappeared. However, in the past thousands of years, many places for domain realm cultivators to explore had appeared, so they really could not remember. In the peripheral area, all the forces had gained a lot and obtained a lot of points. During this period, no one had died. It could be seen that the cultivators who came to participate in the competition this time were all extraordinary. Roar. With a roar, Zichun once again encountered a 4th stage mutated beast. Each of the 4th-level exotic beasts that he had killed earlier had a crystal in their body. With a powerful blow, the earth trembled. The exotic beast was directly cut in half by Zichun. However, there was nothing else except that the counter on the token increased by 10 points. Just as Zichun was puzzled, a gust of wind surged in the forest, and a powerful aura approached from afar. Zichun turned around and saw an exotic beast the size of a small mountain. The exotic beast's aura was equivalent to a 5th-level domain realm cultivator, and its pair of cold eyes stared at Zichun. Zichun turned back to look at the big guy, and the latter raised its claws. Swoosh! Zichun's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. As soon as his figure disappeared, A deep claw print was left on the spot where he had been standing. It was deeply imprinted into the ground, and the sound of the earth shaking and mountains shaking could be heard. After dodging the attack, Zichun flashed and appeared beside the exotic beast. He clenched his fist and punched at the exotic beast. Bang! The exotic beast's tail swept towards Zichun, knocking him back in the air. The fifth-level exotic beast's reaction was very fast, and its attack was extremely sharp. Its physical body was also very strong. Zichun did not gain any advantage in the continuous attack. Thunder King's meteorite fist. A loud roar resounded between heaven and earth. A fist radiance that looked like a meteorite appeared in the void and attacked the fifth-level exotic beast with great power. Boom! The ancient trees in the forest instantly exploded, and a ripple of energy spread out. Everything in its path was turned into dust. The fifth-level exotic beast's huge body flew backward. This attack directly broke the exotic beast's defense, but it did not kill it. The exotic beast's eyes were filled with fear. If it had not dodged the fatal attack at the critical moment, it would have died. However, the exotic beast had just escaped a few hundred meters when a bright blade light appeared behind it. The blade light approached from afar and swept past the exotic beast in an instant. Puff! This powerful exotic beast was cut in half by Zichun's blade. Chapter 1560. Zichun picked up the diamond-shaped crystal and sized it up. This crystal was larger than the others. When he probed it with his spiritual senses, he found a route engraved on it. However, the end of the route was broken, like a fragment that needed to be pieced together. It was not complete. Zichun was a little confused. He began to return to the place where the four of them were refining the sources of power. As for Zichun himself, he threw all the power contained in the two sources of power into his own world. In Zichun's domain world, there was a pool formed by the sources of power. In the center of the pool, a void tree took root in the void. Its roots extended to the source of power and began to absorb and refine the power. Seeing the four of them, Zichun showed the diamond-shaped fragment to them. Seeing the broken route, the four of them naturally did not understand. After refining the sources of power, the five of them decided to go to the place where the diamond-shaped crystal pointed. Because they had refined many sources of power, Zichun's advantage was slowly slipping away. This was a dense forest. Thousands of miles away from the forest, at the end of the forest, a faction had appeared. There were 5 people in this force, led by a young leader in armor. He suddenly stopped and took out a rather large diamond-shaped crystal. Looking ahead, he said in surprise, "Why is there no path?" The others were startled and went forward to check. Sure enough, the route on the diamond-shaped crystal stopped here. Is there another restriction? After that, the 5 of them looked around for any suspicious places. However, after searching for 15 minutes, they found nothing. Just as the 5 of them were about to leave in disappointment, they saw another team coming out of the forest. When the two sides met, they were wary of each other. Both sides had the same number of people and were at the 6th heaven of the domain realm. However, the leader of the later force was a small realm lower than the leader of the opposite force. They stopped far away, and the leader held a diamond-shaped crystal of the same size in his hand. After seeing the 5 people in front of him, he put away the diamond-shaped crystal vigilantly and stared at the 5 people in front of him. The two forces stared at each other without saying a word. The silence was broken by the other forces. The leader cupped his fists and said, "I am Yinji from Yamba Castle. May I ask where you are from?" Yamba Castle had been killed by the people of Huping City in the prefecture world, and its ranking had dropped by 10 places. "Oh, so you're from Yamba Castle. We're from Huayuan City. I'm Wu Chengda." The leader of Huayuan City cupped his fists and replied. Huayuan City was ranked 58th among the 108 cities in Shuntian Prefecture, much higher than Yamba Castle. However, Wu Chengda's tone was very polite. "Since you came first, friend, we'll go by first come, first served. Friend, please go ahead. I'll take my leave now." Flamepole once again clasped his hands in salute, then turned to leave. "Wait." Wu Chengda waved his hand. "What? Could it be that the few of you want to fight?" Yin Ji's gaze instantly turned cold. The auras of the other four surged as they prepared for battle. Both sides were at sixth-stage domain, so there was not much difference between their realms. If they really fought, no one would be afraid of the other. Obviously, everyone had grasped the loophole in Emoling's words. As long as they did not fight to the death, they could still fight and rob each other. Brother Yin, you've misunderstood. I have a doubt in my mind, and I'd like to ask you to verify it. Wu Chengde walked forward, waving his hand to signal the other four not to follow him. What do you want to ask, Brother Wu? Surprise flashed in Yinji's eyes, and his expression softened. Brother Yin, may I ask if your rhombus-shaped crystal was cut off here? Wu Chengde asked directly. Yinji looked at Wu Chengde, who smiled faintly without any malice. After pondering for a moment, Yinji nodded and said, "That's right. The route was forcefully stopped here." As I expected. Wu Chengde heaved a sigh of relief. What do you mean? Yinji did not understand. If I'm not wrong, the diamond-shaped crystal in our hands should be a part of the route. Only when we put them together will we have the complete route. Wu Chengde did not hide anything. Yinji immediately understood. He had encountered such a situation before, so he was not surprised. He then asked, "If that's the case, Brother Wu, if you trust me, can you take out the crystals and compare them?" Wu Chengde naturally would not refuse. Two diamond-shaped crystals of the same size could be put together. However, there were only two of them, so there was nothing to see. The two of them put away the crystals. Yinji said, "Now we can only wait patiently." That's right. I just hope they can come soon. Without any conflict of interest, the two forces had become partners. Therefore, the atmosphere between them was less tense, and they chatted happily. An hour later, the third force arrived. The third force was also vigilant when they first arrived. However, after Wu Chengde took the initiative to express his goodwill and compared the diamond-shaped crystals, the three forces gradually became familiar with each other and waited quietly for the others to arrive. They had gathered 3 diamond-shaped crystals, but they were still not complete. According to the empty space, there should be 2 more crystals. This time, they waited for a full 2 hours before the carrier of the 4th crystal arrived. The other party was the 51st ranked force, Chili City. The 4 forces gathered, and after greeting each other, they began to put the diamond-shaped crystals together. The front and back were the same size, and only the last crystal was left to complete the map. Among the 4 forces, Chili City was undoubtedly ranked the highest. The leader, Li Luo, looked at the others with a hint of arrogance. However, if they were to fight, no one was afraid of each other. This was because the people who came were all at the 6th stage domain realm. They were the strongest under the rules of the competition. I wonder which force got the last crystal. It's been so long since they came. I'm not sure if they got it or not. Everyone chatted, and the content was all about the crystals. As for other things, they did not mention a single word. However, when Li Luo arrived, his expression was full of arrogance. He went straight to Yamba Castle's sore spot. I heard that Yamba Castle's ranking in the domain realm dropped by 10 places because of Hu Pingqing, who was at the end of the 10,000 years. I wonder if it's true. This was a humiliation to Yamba Castle. Mentioning it again was equivalent to slapping them in the face. However, Yinji did not look unhappy. He just smiled faintly and admitted, "That's right. We were careless back then and suffered quite a bit." Just as everyone was surprised by Yinji's honesty, Yinji changed the topic and said coldly, "However, this time, we will not be careless. Those 5 from Hu Pingqing will definitely pay the price." Wu Chengde kindly reminded him, "I heard that Zichun can even suppress those titled. The 4 people beside him are not weak either. If they really fight, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with them." Yinji smiled and said nonchalantly, "If we were at the same level, I would turn around and leave when I see the people from Hu Pingqing. However, what level are they at now? The highest is only level 5. There's nothing to be afraid of." Li Luo said coldly with an arrogant expression, "If we meet, I'd like to see what the genius leader of the 108 cities is capable of. I wonder if he's as boastful as the outside world says." Just like that, the 4 forces began to talk about Hu Pingqing. There was no respect in their words at all. Back then, Zichun had led 98 people. Hu Pingqing had 6 people. Apart from that, There were also several people from the other cities that were ranked at the top. Therefore, the leaders of the 108 cities that were mentioned by the outside world were not specific. This was because many forces were not qualified to participate. Coincidentally, none of the 4 forces present had chosen an expert. Therefore, they didn't believe the rumors that came after. After waiting for a very, very long time, the 5th force finally arrived. The people from the 5th force walked out of the dense forest. As the 4 forces turned around, they were all stunned when they saw the people who had arrived. Back then, at the plaza outside Shuntian Prefecture, the 5 people from who Pingqing had received a lot of attention. At this moment, when they saw the 5th force, they recognized the 5 people at a glance. Coincidentally, they were the 5 people that they had been talking about earlier. There are so many people. Are they waiting for us? Manshur exclaimed when he saw the 4 forces in front of him. Zichen's gaze swept across the 20 people one by one. He said indifferently, to be precise, they should be waiting for our diamond-shaped crystal. As he spoke, Zichen took out the crystal. He did not suppress his words. Everyone from the 4 forces heard him. Wu Chengde smiled and praised, as expected of Zichen. You're really smart. That's right. We're waiting for the 5th force, and we're also waiting for the crystal. When the 5 pieces of crystal are put together, the real map will appear. Zichen nodded and walked forward. Manshur and the other 3 prepared to follow him. Zichen waved his hand and signaled them to stop. Seeing Zichen walk forward alone, the leaders of the 4 forces also walked forward. During this time, the 2 sides did not talk. Zichen, who was walking forward, seemed to have sprained his ankle. His body swayed slightly. 3 of the 4 people's eyes flashed. They seemed a little nervous. I'm the only one missing. I think everyone has already discussed how to distribute it. Zichen was a little uncomfortable with the silent atmosphere. He took the initiative to speak. It's not really a discussion. It's just a gentleman's agreement. Each of us will take a share, said Li Kue. Gentleman. Not bad. I like this name. Moreover, the distribution is reasonable. Zichen smiled. His smile was somewhat meaningful. After a short conversation, Zichen walked together with the 4 people. The 5 people did not talk nonsense. They took out 5 pieces of crystal and put them together. The 5 pieces of crystal successfully combined, bursting out a dazzling light. The crystal slowly floated in the air, and the broken map began to connect. The crystal stones were real, and the roadmap would be completed soon. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. A cold light flashed in Yanji's eyes. He took the opportunity to attack Zichen's glabella. Puff. Zichen's glabella was pierced, and his body fell backward. Chapter 1561. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When the 4 of them arrived, there was no verbal communication, but they had a clear division of labor. Yanji launched an attack, and Zichen was pierced between his eyebrows. Li Ruo went to snatch Zichen's diamond-shaped crystal, while the other 3 went to get their own diamond-shaped crystals. During this time, they didn't communicate with words, but it was important to remember that apart from words, they also had spiritual thoughts. Huping City. I didn't expect it to really be Huping City. This was the first spiritual thought that sounded after Zichen's group of 5 appeared. It came from Wu Chengde. It's fate that we met. Everyone, I'm very interested in Huping City's ranking. What do you think? Yanji sent out a second spiritual thought. We don't care about Huping City's ranking. Don't ruin things. We'll talk about it after we gather the crystals, Li Ruo said coldly. This was the third one. The crystals are of course the most important. We still need to discuss this matter with everyone. After all, we should have suffered some losses in taking down Huping City's people. We need everyone to work together. You're quite the schemer. You want us to be your hired thugs. Li Ruo sneered. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't want Huping City's share. I only want the ranking. After a short exchange of words, the 4 forces finished their discussion. Then, Yanji volunteered to be the first to attack. The cultivators from Huping City and Shuntian Prefecture exclaimed when they saw Zichen fall after a sneak attack. A gentleman's agreement? What nonsense. What a bunch of despicable and shameless villains. 6th stage against 4th stage, and they even used a sneak attack. This Zichen is probably dead. What kind of world is this? That Zichen actually foolishly believed in a gentleman's agreement. He deserved to be sneak attacked. For a moment, all kinds of voices were heard. Seeing this, Imo Ling curled his lips and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Now that I think about it, it's quite interesting. Beside the prefecture master, the elegant middle-aged man who had been watching this scene chuckled. The curses that resounded in Shuntian Prefecture and Huping City stopped abruptly. Then, an even louder cry rang out. On the screen, Yanji of Yamba Castle's head suddenly left his body. His sneer and complacent expression instantly froze. He had only managed to grab the crystal that belonged to him, but in the next moment, he felt himself flying up, and then he saw a very familiar headless corpse spurting out blood. While he was still in shock, he saw a figure that should have fallen behind the headless corpse. The figure was holding a saber in his hand, a saber that flickered with a cold light. Damn it, it's Zichen, he cursed angrily, but could only watch as Zichen took the crystal that belonged to him from his hand. Swoosh. Afterward, a dazzling light flashed. In the instant that Yanji lost consciousness, the medallion on his body exploded, and he was forcibly teleported to the outside world. His entry token fell out, and there were 200 luck points in it. This scene also happened very quickly, so quickly that it was inconceivable. While the three of them were slightly stunned, Zichen took the crystal and retreated smoothly. He then regrouped with Manshur and the others. One must always be vigilant against others. This was Zichen's style all along. Zichen, who was used to deceiving and deceiving each other, would not believe in a gentleman's agreement. Moreover, Zichen had only just learned of Yanji's identity. While the few of them were moving forward, Dongqing did not stay idle. She pointed out the identities of the four forces one by one. This was information that she had deliberately collected some time ago. Back then, she had already given up hope that Zichen would come. She only hoped to know the enemy as well as herself. Previously, when Zichen sprained his ankle, he had borrowed the power of his doppelganger to come up with a scheme within a scheme. This sudden change caused the people in the outside world to be incomparably stunned. Then, there was an earth-shattering shout. This scheme within a scheme had come at a wonderful time. Yamba Castle's 5 people had already lost one of their own. As expected of Zichen. What a good scheme. When the 3 leaders came to their senses, their expressions instantly turned ugly. Rays of light flashed. Zichen's group was immediately surrounded by others. Among them, 4 cultivators from Yamba Castle looked at Zichen with eyes full of anger. They wanted nothing more than to tear Zichen to pieces. Yanji had not died at the critical moment and disappeared from this world. This meant that he had lost the opportunity to fight for a higher ranking. Now, with only 4 people left, if they encountered any of the 5 forces, they would be in danger of being completely annihilated. It could be said that Zichen's attack just now had completely destroyed Yamba Castle's future. The people of Yamba Castle, who had been unable to contain their excitement, saw Yanji teleport away through the light screen. The huge city immediately fell into a deathly silence. After a few breaths of time, angry curses began to ring out. The reason for everyone's curses was actually Zichen's treacherous and cunning. In the small world, Zichen had succeeded in his scheme. Li Ming's expression was very ugly. He stared at Zichen and said coldly, "Zichen, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the crystal. I can still give you a chance to escape unscathed. Otherwise, all of you can leave." The other 2 leaders' expressions were also very ugly. Zichen looked at the 3 leaders and said calmly, "You are indeed people who will do anything to achieve your goals. The 4 of you schemed against me, and you even launched a sneak attack. Although I, Zichen, am an ordinary fighter and my realm is not high, if you succeed in your scheme, then not only will I lose face, but I will also lose face for Huping Castle. Are you going to fight to the end? 5 against 19. How confident are you?" Li Ming smiled coldly. Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not even 10% confident." Li Ming smiled proudly and said, "Then you know what's good for you. What are you going to give up?" When the proud Li Ming saw Zichen suddenly take out the token that represented giving up, a hint of mockery appeared on his face again. Zichen smiled gently and said calmly, "Indeed, I'm not even 10% confident. But as I said earlier, I really can't afford to lose face like this. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Zichun raised his hand and threw out the teleportation medallion. There was a hint of determination in his calm eyes as he said in a clear voice, "For my face, for Hu Ping City's face, even though I know there is no chance of victory, I still have to fight. I have decided to use my life to protect my dignity. Do you dare to fight to the death? Do you dare to fight to the death?" Zichen's sonorous and forceful words reverberated through Shuntian Prefecture and Huping Castle. For a moment, everyone's blood boiled as they cheered loudly. In Huping Castle, Lord Wu, Ling Xing, and the others were already in tears. Zichen had done this for Huping Castle again. Clap, 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 clap. Another 4 sounds came from the light screen. It was the 2 men and 2 women behind Zichun who threw out the teleportation tokens in their hands. Their gazes were as firm as Zichen's. There was only one sentence in their firm gazes. "Do you dare to fight to the death?" The 19 people in the surroundings were all dumbfounded by this scene. It was clearly just a battle without killing anyone. How did it become a battle to the death? However, they were not fools. In such a favorable situation, who would be foolish enough to fight to the death? Li Ming coldly snorted and said, "Zichun, don't waste your time. Right now, our chances of victory are greater. Why should we fight to the death with you? It's fine if you seek your own death and don't leave yourself a chance of survival. However, we reserve the right to use the teleportation tokens." Without a doubt, Li Ming's words caused a huge uproar in Shuntian Prefecture. This guy with no balls and no balls is even inferior to a woman. Which city is this guy from? He's really shameless. He even dares to fight to the death with a woman, but they don't. Not only is he despicable and shameless, but he's also a coward. While the crowd was cursing, some of the more rational people kept nodding their heads. They were very appreciative of Li Ming's actions. Hu Pingqing's group of 5 already had no way out. They were like cornered dogs jumping over a wall. Why should they cut off their own path of retreat? Zichen smiled proudly and said, "This is our attitude. As for whether you participate or not, it doesn't matter. I just want to tell you that the reason why that guy from Embark Castle didn't die wasn't because he was lucky. It was because I acted appropriately and didn't take their lives. If we fight later, our lives will be up to fate. However, at the same time, we will kill because the environment doesn't allow us to hold back." Everyone's expression changed. Li Ming said disdainfully, "You dare to boast that you can kill people? The reason Yanji left was because of your sneak attack." Zichen shook his head and said, "It's useless to say more. Right now, you are Zichen's mortal enemies. You can either leave the crystal and retreat, kill us, or be killed by us." Arrogant. Die. Li Ming sneered and rushed towards Zichen. The aura of the peak of the 6th layer surged. The power of the domain world surrounded his body. A powerful pressure swept towards Zichen. Zichen's body glowed. The peak of the 4-star Thunder King physique was displayed. At the same time, the perfect domain world protected his body. His eyes were cold and murderous as he rushed toward Li Ming. In the process, Zichen didn't attack. He just rushed forward. In Li Ming's eyes, this scene was purely suicidal. Zichen's reputation in the 108 cities of Shuntian Prefecture was too great. It made Li Ming very jealous. Today, he had a chance to kill Zichen. Naturally, he wouldn't show mercy. A sword appeared in his hand. The weapon spirit appeared in the sword, and the power of the long sword increased by several times. Then, the power of the peak of the 6th layer was injected into the long sword. The sound of the sword rang out. Li Ming held the sword and stabbed towards Zichen's heart. His eyes became cold. The corners of his mouth curled up. A sinister smile gradually spread. Puff. The longsword hit Zichen. A huge resistance appeared, but the longsword still slowly broke through Zichen's defense and pierced Zichen's body. However, this attack didn't hit Zichen's heart. Instead, it was 3 inches away. Zichen's defense was surprisingly strong. This surprised Li Ming. Then, Li Ming saw a shining saber light appear in front of him. This saber light was very bright but not dazzling. He could see that there were a total of 4 saber lights. The first saber light fell on him and affected his defense. The strength of the attack made his expression change. The second saber light appeared and directly broke his defense. Li Ming was shocked. Chapter 1562. Zichun was now at the peak of the 4th tier. His sword-drawing technique could split one slash into 36 slashes, which could also be fused into 4 slashes. Even Domineering Blade was moved when he saw this fusion of saber techniques. Zichun took Li Ming's attack without dodging. Then, he performed the sword-drawing technique. This was the strongest sword-drawing technique Zichun could perform at the moment. For slashes, the first slash reduced Li Ming's defense to the lowest level. The second slash broke through his defense. Just as Li Ming was in shock, the third slash appeared and swept past Li Ming's neck. Puffed, Li Ming's head left his body. The fourth slash landed on Li Ming's head. The slash cut open Li Ming's head and killed his life force. Swoosh. The protection token on Li Ming's body activated. The teleportation array lit up and disappeared with Li Ming's body and the 2 halves of his head. Although the teleportation went smoothly, no one could guarantee that Li Ming would still be alive after being teleported to the other side. A peak 6th tier versus a peak 4th tier. Who would have thought that Li Ming's fate would be unknown after just one strike? The other two were also shocked by such combat strength. Zichun turned around and looked at the 2 leaders. His eyes were slightly red. He looked like he had lost his mind and become crazy. Li Ming's long sword was still in his body. Blood flowed out of the wound and dripped to the ground. Zichun did not have time to pull out his sword. He immediately charged at Wu Chengde. Time was of the essence. If he did not end the battle quickly, Manshur and the other 3 might really die. However, it was obviously better for the 4 of them to stay together. Shang Guanhong was wrapped in green light. Her body instantly rose into the air. Like a fairy scattering flowers, she waved her hand and scattered a large number of green light spots. The green light spots floated to the ground. The earth began to shake. Saplings emitting green light broke through the ground and grew at a crazy speed. In one breath, they were already 10 meters tall. After 2 breaths, they were more than 50 meters tall. After 3 breaths, they had become towering ancient trees. These ancient trees were emitting green light all over. Then, pairs of green eyes opened. In less than 4 breaths, the ancient trees were alive. As soon as the 4th breath arrived, the tree branches began to twist like spirit snakes and attack the other realms. In just 4 breaths of time, Shang Guanhong had actually created a team of tree spirits. In Huping City, when Shang Guanhong's parents saw this scene, their faces were filled with pride. Dong Qing stood in the center, surrounded by tree spirits. A green light appeared on her hand. Her long and slender jade-like fingers were like little green fairies, jumping happily. As the seal landed, Dong Qing's jade-like finger tapped on the spot between her brows as she softly shouted, "Annihilation Spirit." Streaks of cyan lightning flashed from between Dong Qing's eyebrows, passed through the gaps between the ancient tree spirits, and headed for the sea of consciousness of those domains. This was an area of effect attack. As soon as the words entered the minds of the domain realm cultivators, their faces instantly turned pale and their bodies slowed down. Pu, Dong Qing, who did not manage to kill the enemy, suffered a backlash and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Die! A loud shout rang out as the figures of the domain realm cultivators slowed down. Manshur, who had transformed into a giant, suddenly emitted an earthen yellow glow. This glow shot out from Manshur's body and landed on the bodies of the domain realm cultivators, trapping them like cages. Manshur took the opportunity to punch out. Boom! There was a loud tremor as a yellow cage exploded. Even the 6th-stage domain realm cultivator inside exploded. Boom! Manshur swung his fists left and right, and another fist landed. Another cage, along with the cultivator, shattered. Then, Manshur lifted his foot and stomped forward. A cultivator who had broken through the yellow cage was stomped to the ground by Manshur. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Manshur stomped on another domain realm cultivator, causing him to cough up blood. However, the domain realm cultivator was lucky enough to break through Manshur's attack range. He did not attack again. Instead, he crushed the token and was taken away by the teleportation array, with a horrified expression on his face. Although the ranking of a city was important, at this moment, it was clear that one's life was more important. The three of them coordinated their attacks. They could both attack and defend, and they were very lethal. On the other side, Wu Xie was also fighting alone. He relied on his immortal body. His fighting style was the same as Zichen's, which was exchanging lives for lives. However, he was exchanging lives more leisurely and carefree. Boom! A powerful sixth-stage attack landed on Wu Xie's body, causing his body to explode instantly. However, before that cultivator could sneer, Wu Xie, who had recondensed his body, smashed his body apart. The cultivator obviously did not have Wu Xie's means. His exploded body was taken away by the teleportation array. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The Thunder King's meteorite fist broke through Wu Chengda's powerful attack. Under Wu Chengda's shocked expression, Zichen arrived in front of him. Biffed! This time, Zichen did not draw his saber. Instead, he switched to another weapon. This weapon broke Wu Chengda's defense with one strike. Zichen's body emitted a dazzling light. The light was so dazzling that the people around could not help but close their eyes. Zichen did this deliberately to prevent others from seeing Dragon Thrust's unique ability to ignore defense. However, by a stroke of luck, Zichen's actions confused many people in the Shuntian prefecture. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the huge Shuntian prefecture fell on the life-and-death battle between the 5 people from Hu Pingqing. On the huge light screen, Zichen's battle was all projected. The entire Shuntian prefecture was dead silent. No one spoke. Everyone was looking up at the figure that looked like the god of death. The difference between a 4th stage and a 6th stage was 2 whole realms. In the eyes of the world, this was the difference between heaven and earth. However, in front of Zichen, a 4th stage cultivator killed a 6th stage cultivator with one strike. Even as spectators, they could see that Li Luo, who had an arrogant expression on his face and words, was not going to survive. Zichen's attack was too fast. It was faster than the reaction of the teleportation token, so Li Luo's vitality was immediately extinguished. Just as Zichen had said, if he had not killed Luo Yunyang, what would have been waiting for him would have been a counterattack. First, Li Luo had died. A moment later, Zichen had rushed toward Wu Chengda and fought someone 2 realms above him. In the eyes of the shocked crowd, Wu Chengda, who was prepared and no longer careless, should have been able to inflict a certain amount of damage on Zichen. However, who would have thought that Wu Chengda would die even faster than Li Luo? Zichen's body emitted a dazzling light. The light was still dazzling even through the light screen. So many people in Shuntian Prefecture could not see clearly what was happening on the battlefield. However, when the dazzling light around Zichen dissipated, Wu Chengda, who had collapsed with a bloody hole in his chest, had clearly lost his vitality. The teleportation token, which had been activated late, left with Wu Chengda's body. Only 2 things were left on the scene. One was Wu Chengda's qualification token, which had counting points on it, and the other was Wu Chengda's diamond-shaped crystal. These 2 things could not be used to leave through the teleportation array. Zichen, who still had Li Luo's sword in his chest, walked toward the last leader with a long sword dripping with blood. Zichen, who had a ferocious expression and was covered in blood, looked like a demon at this moment. This battle had happened very quickly and ended very quickly as well. The battle had ended in only 20 breaths of time. During this 20 breaths of battle, Zichen had killed 2 leaders, seriously injured one, and killed 3 6th-stage domain realms. Zichen, who had a brilliant battle record, was also seriously injured after 20 breaths of time. The other 4 people were also seriously injured. Around the 5 of them, none of the 20 people from before had been seen. On the ground, there were only 20 qualification tokens and 4 diamond-shaped crystals emitting light. When the battle ended, Shuntian Prefecture, Huping City, and the cities where the 4 forces were located were all dead silent. For example, in the cities where the 4 forces were, many cultivators' faces were filled with disbelief. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe that this battle, which they could see with a single glance and had such a huge disparity in strength, had ended so quickly. However, the battle had indeed ended, and they were still the ones who had lost. This also meant that the battle for the ranking of the cities had ended. The four forces were the first to be expelled, so it was an ironclad fact that their ranking had dropped. This ending was hard for people to accept. The seriously injured Zichan staggered forward to collect the tokens and then turned back to pick up the teleportation tokens of the 5 people. He muttered, "It seems that I'm only suitable for life and death battles." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichan's vision turned black and he fell backward. Swoosh! A domain realm appeared and shrouded Zichan. As the domain realm was concealed, the 5 people in Huping City disappeared. There was no one left on the light screen. Yin Ji, who was sent back by Zichan, was furious and unwilling. He stayed in a mysterious space and kept cursing Zichan. He thought that Zichan was too sinister. His perfect plan had been broken, and he had suffered a great loss. "I'm waiting for you to be sent back too," Yin Ji shouted toward the sky. In less than a minute, a light appeared in this mysterious space. Yin Ji knew that someone had been sent out. He sneered, thinking that it must be one of the 5 people in Huping City. However, he was disappointed. It was not Zichan who was sent back, but a headless corpse. In the next moment, 2 halves of a head appeared. Yin Ji was shocked when he saw the other's face. It was Li Lu. He did not like Li Lu's way of doing things, but he was still an ally, so he was ready to go and check. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he appeared, a huge amount of vitality was injected into this world, which allowed him to recover quickly. However, why was there no vitality in Li Lu, who was also heavily injured? Yin Ji, who did not sense Li Lu's vitality, was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief because there was no vitality in Li Lu's body. He was dead. Dead? Who killed him? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the teleportation array in this space lit up again. Then, one corpse after another was teleported out. When he saw Wu Qingda's body and his subordinate's body, Yin Ji's face was filled with shock. He did not dare to believe that there was no trace of the people in Huping City, but he could not help but guess what had happened. The last leader appeared. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, he pointed at Yin Ji and said with a trembling voice, "Yin Ji, you've caused us so much trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader fainted. Yin Ji, on the other hand, could not take it anymore. His vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 1563. The first battle of the 108 cities started in Huping City. 1 force fought against 4 forces, and the battle ended in just 20 breaths. Huping City, which should have been defeated, won completely. The entire Shuntian prefecture was shocked by this result. Standing on the high platform, Mo Ling, who had been watching this battle, smiled and murmured, "That's what a hot-blooded man should do." He had never praised battles that were more powerful. After all, which powerhouse didn't crawl out of a pile of corpses? This was because only a battle of life and death could stimulate a cultivator's potential to the greatest extent. The higher the realm, the greater the responsibility. In such a battle of life and death, what was the point of competing? For example, in this battle, Huping City's 5 people would definitely lose if it was a pure battle. However, in a battle of life and death, the 5 of them won completely. There were too many problems to consider. Although they won completely, Zichan's group also paid a big price and hid in their own domain to heal their injuries. Some of the other forces in the small world obeyed the gentleman's agreement, while others, like the 4 forces, chose to fight after seeing the diamond-shaped crystals successfully assembled. Zichan, who was seriously injured, took a full 7 days to recover, and the other 4 gradually recovered from their injuries. Zichan's group reappeared in the small world. When the cultivators of Shuntian Prefecture and Huping City saw them, they cheered loudly. Zichan took out 5 diamond-shaped crystals. After they were assembled, they slowly floated in the air and emitted a gorgeous light. A complete road map gradually appeared. Memorizing the route, Zichan put away the crystals, and the 5 of them went to the place indicated by the road map. The place they were going to was hundreds of miles away from here, and they couldn't find it without the road map. When they arrived at the destination, Zichan took out the assembled crystals and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. Everyone in the outside world was curious about what was inside, but so far, no one had seen it because no one had forcibly opened those restrictions. Even if someone broke the restrictions and destroyed the array later, it would become empty. However, judging from the expressions of the others, it should be something not inferior to the source of power. Boom! Energy surged and the restrictions were broken, and Zichen's figure appeared. As their gazes swept past Zichen, the four of them saw some crystalline fragments in front of them. Those were solidified sources of power, and their value was much greater than the previous sources of power. Although the people in the outside world already had their guesses, when they saw so many fragments of the solidified source of power, they couldn't help but gasp. Looking at the scene before them, the four of them were very puzzled. There are no corpses, so how can there be so many solidified energy sources? Zichen said faintly, the previous array formation was connected to this place and became a transition. But Wuxia looked at the solidified source of power, then looked at Zichen and asked, but what? Zichen said, each of these solidified sources of power contains traces of the power of thunder. Zichen said. Manshur picked up a fragment and did not sense anything strange. He then asked, is there the power of thunder? Zichen said, the power of thunder is very weak. Only the people of the Thunder clan can sense it. There is nothing strange about that. Perhaps there were people of the Thunder clan among the cultivators who died earlier. Manshur obviously did not care about the power of thunder. Instead, he looked at the solidified sources of power and said, these are good things. Quickly divide and refine them. Who knows, you might be able to make a breakthrough in your strength. Zichen nodded and said, okay, divide them immediately and refine them to make a breakthrough. In fact, Zichen's group of 5 was not weak at all. However, they had to face 4 forces in the first battle. This gave them the illusion that their cultivation level was low and their combat strength was weak. That was why Manshur was anxious to make a breakthrough. There was a pool full of fragments of the source of power. Zichen waved his hand and divided the source of power into 5 parts. Without a doubt, he took the least. Before the others could look at him in confusion, Zichen said, I am already close to a breakthrough. It would be a waste to take more. The other 4 did not say anything. They just silently collected the fragments of power. In the outside world, when the people heard this, they exclaimed, Hu Pingqing is a good leader. After collecting the fragments of the source of power, Zichen wielded his saber again and destroyed the formation. Because they had spent several days recovering from their injuries, and now they had to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough, Zichen and the others' progress was undoubtedly slower than the others. While they were in seclusion, the other forces had already begun to explore deeper. In the outside world, a small screen of light suddenly appeared next to the Shuntian Prefecture's giant screen. On the screen, a message about points appeared. Destiny City, 10,075 points. The words appeared at the top of the list, meaning that Destiny City was currently ranked first. Only Destiny City was on the list, which made the others feel very strange. But then, Hidden Fog City's name appeared. With 11,000 points, the 5 of them squeezed out the first place of Destiny City. Destiny City was ranked second, and Hidden Fog City was temporarily ranked first. Now that there were 2 cities on the list, people couldn't help but wonder if the 5 of them had a total of more than 10,000 points to be on the list. Soon after, Darkness City, with more than 10,000 points, appeared in third place. They were still fighting, and the numbers on the screen were still jumping from 100 to the next. The number of people on the list was also changing. The 4th city to appear was Shuntian City. As expected of the number 1 city, they squeezed out the other 2 cities at the rate of almost 1,000 points to take second place. Then, with a gap of 600 points, they followed closely behind Destiny City. If the 5 from Destiny City were to give up even a little, Shuntian City would immediately catch up. Then, Goldleaf City, Blue Flame City, and some other cities with higher rankings appeared on the list. Everyone's total points reached 10,000, and they were on the list one after another. However, the top 10 spots were firmly occupied by the top 10 cities. From another perspective, it was enough to see how powerful the top 10 teams were. A number would appear next to the screen of each city on the list. It represented the city's ranking. For example, Destiny City's number was 1. Shuntian City's number was 2. As for the cities that weren't on the list, there were no numbers next to the screen. For example, Huping City with less than 10,000 points, and the cities that had already been disqualified. As time passed, Zichen's group of 5 were still in closed-door cultivation. Apart from the 10 eliminated factions, 97 of the 98 cities had already made it on the list. Huping City, which the other cultivators of Shuntian Prefecture had high hopes for, had less than 10,000 points. Destiny City, which had the highest number, had more than 30,000 points. Zichun was already at peak 4th level, only one step away from 5th level. It could be said that the fragments of the source of power had only allowed Zichun to break through ahead of time, but it had still taken Zichun a full 10 days. Zichun emerged from closed-door cultivation 10 days later, a powerful aura of 5th level surging around him. He'd used up all of his source of power and fragments for this breakthrough, as well as many fragments of his realm. This had nearly doubled the size of his realm. As his realm grew, so did the strength of Zichen's soul and physical body. From the peak of the 4th level to the early stage of the 5th level, it might seem like a small breakthrough, but Zichen's battle strength had increased tenfold. Now, if Zichen were to encounter the 4 forces again, it would not be too difficult for him to deal with them. Zichen could exhaust them to death with his extreme speed alone, to say nothing of anything else. Zichen's extreme speed world was also very different from those on the same level. After emerging from closed-door cultivation, Zichen calmed his mind and sensed his new combat strength. At the same time, he waited for the others to emerge. He didn't advance immediately. In this area, the leading factions were advancing in a straight line. The deeper they went, the higher the level of the exotic beasts they encountered. Of course, the contribution points they earned increased as well. Along with opportunities and gains, the chances of the 2 forces meeting each other also increased. After meeting each other, some would back off out of fear, but some would not care at all. They would immediately start fighting and snatch each other's treasures. Thus, 2 more factions were expelled while Zichen was waiting. There were 96 factions left, but 97 were still ranked. Huping City still hadn't made it onto the list. As for the factions that had been disqualified, their rankings were still there, and their points weren't invalidated. However, those who'd been expelled would still have 1/10 of their points. In other words, if Destiny City, which had 30,000 points, was expelled, the faction that expelled them would gain an additional 3,000 points. That was 10 times less than when they hadn't made it onto the list. If another faction expelled Zichen and the others, then all of their points would belong to that faction. Zichen's group of 5 would belong to that faction. After waiting patiently for a few days, Manshur and the others emerged from closed-door cultivation one after another. Some of the source of power and the fragments here had allowed each of them to advance by a minor level. To be able to advance by a minor level in just half a month after entering this place was undoubtedly a great gain for them. The cultivators in Shuntian Manor were also quite envious. Without the right opportunity, they might not be able to break through a minor level even after 100 years. The 5 of them continued forward in the minor world, encountering some powerful exotic beasts along the way. The luck points gained from killing them were quite abundant. 2 days later, Huping City, which had already accumulated quite a bit of luck points, finally made it onto the list. It was at 98th place, currently at the bottom. When the ranking numbers appeared in the sky above Huping City, everyone was deeply worried. They didn't know if Zichun and the others would be able to catch up with the rankings before the minor world closed. They didn't have extravagant hopes for a high ranking, but they just wanted to maintain their original 63rd place. That way, Huping City's ranking wouldn't fall. Another 3 days passed, and Zichun and the others made another discovery. This time, it was an even larger pool filled with crystalline fragments of power. These fragments glowed with multicolored light and were quite beautiful. However, Zichun still sensed the power of thunder from these fragments. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the crystallization of the source of power seemed to be due to the power of thunder, crystallized from the source of power. It seems that we're quite lucky. Chapter 1564. Zichun remained unmoved when he heard the unfamiliar voice. He continued to release his spiritual senses to investigate the pool. As for Manshur and the other 3, they immediately turned around and stared at the newcomers warily. There were only 5 people who had come this time, and all 5 of them were at the 6th heaven. Manshur and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Although all of them were at the sixth heaven, it indirectly proved that the city they were in was not ranked very high and did not receive the latest news about the competition. Although it was too arbitrary to use the ranking of the city to determine the combat power, it was true that most of the time. For example, if the 5 people in front of them met the 5 people from Shuntian Prefecture, they would turn around and leave even if the latter were at the 5th domain realm. Manshur looked down on these 5 fellows from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, after these 5 people recognized their origins, how could they take them to heart? If you know what's good for you, forfeit and leave immediately so that you don't get hurt in the battle later. The newcomers were very arrogant. The leader even looked down at Manshur and the other 3 and said disdainfully. The other 4 people looked at the power source fragments with greed in their eyes. Zichun was the leader of many forces in the Manor Realm. However, only a few dozen people had made it out alive. Therefore, not all forces were aware of Zichun's methods. I thought you only wanted the power source fragments. I didn't expect you to want our tokens too. Wu Xie's lips curled into a sinister smile. He said coldly, well, I'm also interested in your lucky points. I was worried that I wouldn't know how to ask. Since you were so direct, I'll be direct too. Hand over your lucky points and leave. I won't let you forfeit. With just the few of you? The newcomers curled their lips in disdain. Manshur stared and said, so what? We can all fight above our level. The leader's eyes were filled with disdain. Idiot, do you think we are ordinary 6th domain realm cultivators? If you can fight above your level, why can't we? To put it bluntly, you are equivalent to a 6th domain realm cultivator, while we are equivalent to a 7th domain realm cultivator. This was the confidence of the participating cultivators. All of them could fight above their level. Zichun withdrew his spiritual senses from the power fragment. He was now absolutely certain that the reason the power fragment had crystallized was because of the thunderbolt power it contained. Without the power of thunder, not only would these sources of power not crystallize, they wouldn't even take shape. Once they took shape, they would be transported to their final destination through the array. However, Zichun was still unclear as to why these lightning bolts were blocking his path. Perhaps Shuntian Hall had done this intentionally for the sake of their trial, or perhaps it had appeared unintentionally. After getting up, Zichun turned around and looked at the 5 people. He could see the greedy expressions of the 5 people. Moreover, these people were all unfamiliar faces, and there was no friendship between them. He knew that they had already wasted a lot of time. Time was running out, so he didn't waste any more time. With a flash, Zichun disappeared from the energy fragment. Just as the leader of the other party felt a dangerous aura approaching, a fist covered in lightning appeared in front of him. The fist contained immense power, and the leader could only roar and attack. However, because it was a hasty fight, he naturally couldn't exert his strength to the limit, so he was knocked back with a punch. Zichun's figure appeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He flashed forward and punched again. Boom! Heaven and earth shook again, and the leader who had just been sent flying was sent flying again. Zichun seemed to have teleported, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Every time, he appeared right in front of the leader who was sent flying backward and punched his face. The leader could only defend passively. Otherwise, the powerful punch would definitely have blown his head off. Under the watch of the cultivators of Shuntian Hall, the leader was completely suppressed by Zichun, and he had no room to fight back from the beginning to the end. After taking 10 punches from Zichun, his defense was broken many times, and he coughed up blood, but he still didn't choose to withdraw. Zichun's expression became colder and colder. The void behind him broke open, and a huge fist appeared. The fist was like the falling thunder Xingqian, exuding a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The leader, who was already injured, was scared out of his wits after seeing this fist, and immediately crushed the teleportation token. Boom! In the instant his body was teleported, he was still struck by the fist light. Gotcha sounds of bones shattering kept ringing out, and blood spurted out like it was free of charge. There were even fragments of his internal organs mixed in. Why did you have to be seriously injured before leaving? Zichun went forward and picked up the token. He swiped it with one hand, and found that there were only a few hundred points, which made him feel a little surprised. After walking for so long, it was reasonable to say that the other party should have at least a few thousand points. After Zichen's achievement, the battle on the other side also ended. Although everyone could fight above their level, it depended on who had the most level. The 5 people on the other side also had some spiritual bodies, but they weren't pure. Even if they were 1 level higher than Manshur, the mountain spirit, they were still suppressed by him. This was the advantage of some special existences. The later the stage, the stronger their combat power. Not to mention, when the Earth realm reached the end, it was the world of those special existences and higher life forms. Motherf *Kerr, what kind of broken toy is this? You look like a human, but I didn't expect you to only have 300 points on you. You don't even have as many points as the previous few guys. Just as Zichun was counting his points, Manshur's cursing voice rang out from behind him. Shang Guanhong said, I have 367 points. Dong Qing continued, mine is less than 400. I have 490 points. Wu Xia looked back at Zichun and asked, how many do you have? A little over 500. Zichun walked over. They hadn't collected the power fragments in the pool yet. We've been walking for so long. It shouldn't be so little. Each of us has a few thousand points. They're so annoying. But they only have a few hundred points. Manshur was very confused. Maybe they were lucky and didn't encounter too many strange beasts, Wu Xia said casually. After collecting the power fragments, the 5 of them continued on their way. Naturally, they would encounter strange beasts along the way, because the strange beasts they encountered along the way were at least at the 5th level. Every time they killed a strange beast at this level, they would get 100 points. No, something's definitely wrong. Even if they were lucky and didn't encounter too many exotic beasts, as long as they encountered a few, they would have several hundred points, Manshur suddenly said as he looked at the rapidly increasing number of points beside an exotic beast's corpse. Manshur's sudden words caused the other 3 people to raise their eyebrows. Zichun smiled and said, since they're using this to determine the city's ranking, they can't possibly give all of their gains to us, right? If that's the case, how are we going to determine the rankings? Don't tell me we're going to use who gets expelled first to calculate the rankings? Manshur chuckled and said, if that's really the case, then that's good. Yamba Castle was the first to be expelled, and it ranked at the bottom, 108. This time, I don't know how much their city's ranking will drop. Wu Xia also smiled and said, Yamba Castle is a tragedy. In Shuntian Prefecture, when they heard Hu Pingqing's group ridiculing the cultivators of Yamba Castle, they all roared with laughter. To be precise, after encountering Hu Pingqing, Yamba Castle became a tragedy. Presumably, at this moment, the higher-ups of Yamba Castle wanted to cry their hearts out. Without stopping, Zichen's group continued forward. After about 300 miles, they heard the roars of strange beasts and the angry shouts of cultivators. Someone's fighting. The 4 of them turned to look at Zichun. Dong Qing withdrew his spiritual thoughts and said, the other party's situation is not good. A cold look appeared on Zichen's face. With such people eyeing us covetously, the situation is naturally not good. There are so many strange beasts here, and there are counting points everywhere. Why are they always eyeing other people's things instead of fighting for them? Zichen's group headed toward the battle. By the time they arrived, the battle between the people and the strange beasts had already ended. The 5 cultivators were severely injured, and there were dozens of strange beasts' corpses around them. There was no lack of 6th domain realm cultivators among them. However, at this moment, the 5 injured people had no time to clean up the battlefield. Instead, they stood back to back and stared angrily in front of them. There were 10 cultivators from 2 factions standing there, looking at the 5 injured people with mocking expressions. At first, when we asked for your help, you didn't. You just watched from the sidelines. Now that we've killed those strange beasts, why are you here? The leader of the faction said coldly, of course we're here to take our counting points. One of the people on the other side laughed. The 4 of them looked angry, but the leader said decisively, all right, we'll give you all these counting points. Let us go. However, the leader shook his head and said, how can we do that? There are 10 of us. How can these counting points be enough? I want all of your counting points, and then I'll ask you to leave this place. The 5 of them were furious when they heard that, but the other 10 people were laughing loudly. Lu Zongqing, 10,000 Origin City. Birds of a feather flock together indeed. I feel nauseous and disgusted when I see you from afar. A cold voice was suddenly heard. Zichen appeared with 4 people. These 2 factions happened to be the factions that had been destroyed by Huping City in the prefecture realm back then. Yes, it's you. The other party recognized Zichen's group at a glance when they saw them. The leader sneered and said, "People from Huping City. Humph, you've come at the right time. Let's settle our grudges today." Seeing that another faction had arrived, and it was someone from Huping City, the 5 injured people were overjoyed. "What do we do now?" Beside them, a heavily injured cultivator whispered. The leader gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, we have to stop these 5 people. I hope they can finish off one faction quickly. Their realms aren't high. Can they do it?" The cultivator beside him was unsure. The other 3 people also looked doubtful. Even the leader was not sure, but he still said, "If the city lord says they can do it, they definitely can." Chapter 1565. Yuan City and Lu Zongqing had caused a lot of trouble for Zichun and the rest back in the prefecture domain. Yuan City had plotted against Zichun and the rest and had almost caused the entire Huping City to be wiped out. Zichun and the rest had luckily survived. However, other than them, Wang Jun and the rest had all died in that battle. It was not an exaggeration to say that both sides had old grudges. Zichun, who was in a hurry, did not waste any more time and directly attacked. His first target was the leader of Yuan City. His figure disappeared and then reappeared, displaying his might at lightning speed. Unexpectedly, Zichen appeared in front of the leader and punched. The power of the domain realm was mobilized by him, and this punch contained a powerful energy wave. Facing Zichen's powerful attack, the leader of Yuan City began to retreat. Swoosh! After forcing the leader of Yuan City to retreat again, a shining saber light appeared in front of Zichen. This saber light instantly split into 45 saber lights and swept towards the leader of Yuan City in a fan shape. The leader of Yuan City, who was unable to react in time due to Zichen's attack, faced the 45 saber lights head-on. Before all the saber lights landed on him, the teleportation token was automatically activated and his figure disappeared. After breaking through to the 5th stage domain realm, Zichen's combat strength was much stronger than before. It was not difficult for him to deal with a 6th stage domain realm leader. After dealing with the leader of Yuan City, his figure flashed and disappeared again. A powerful attack swept across the place where he had just disappeared, and the leader of Lu Zongqing failed again. Previously, when Zichen was attacking the leader of Yuan City, he had continuously attacked Zichen. Although Zichen's back was facing him, he seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He had firmly locked on to the leader of Yuan City, but all his attacks missed. After dealing with the leader of Yuan City, Zichen turned around and looked coldly at the leader of Lu Zongqing. The void behind him broke open, and a dazzling thunderous fist light appeared. The Thunder King meteorite fist was unleashed. After a few full-force strikes, the leader of Lu Zongqing's body exploded and disappeared from this world. The 5 heavily injured people stared dumbfoundedly at the battle in front of them. They stared at the 5 powerful people. The battle ended quickly. Zichen picked up the counting token and began to count the numbers on it. Zichen obtained more than 2,000 points from the 2 leaders' tokens. Wu Xie and the other 3 also gained something. After all the points were taken away, Hu Pingqing's group of 5 already had 20,000 points. Their ranking had also advanced by 10 places, and they were now in the 80s. In first place, Destiny City had already surpassed 60,000 points. It was 5 against 10, and they had easily finished the battle. The 5 heavily injured people were shocked and stood there in a daze. After collecting the counting points, Zichen did not intend to be polite with them and turned to leave. Wait. The heavily injured leader suddenly spoke up. Zichen turned around and looked at him. We're from Luguangqing. Thank you for your help. The leader cupped his fists sincerely. A trace of surprise flashed in Zichen's eyes, but he smiled warmly. I didn't expect you to be an ally. I'm friends with Fu Wei from Luguangqing. This time, It's purely because I can't stand the two factions. You're welcome. Oh, by the way, is Fu Wei doing well? He's doing very well. He just didn't have the chance to participate in this competition, the Luguangqing leader replied. Within Luguangqing, Fu Wei was immensely proud to hear that Zichun was his friend. All of Luguangqing's cultivators were filled with gratitude toward Zichun's group. You're all heavily injured. Heal as soon as possible, Zichun said and prepared to leave. Domain realm cultivators tended to their wounds in the domain world after being heavily injured, so they didn't need to be on guard duty. Manshur and the others nodded at them and left with Zichun. After a moment of hesitation, the leader called out again. Zichun, wait. Yes? Zichun turned around and looked at the young man who had called out to him for the second time. The Luguangqing leader had a determined look on his face. He looked at Zichun and said, Before we encountered this wave of strange beasts, we found a strange place. Is there a fragment of power there? Wu Xia asked. He didn't seem to care. The leader shook his head and said, I can't say for sure. We didn't dare to go near it. There were many strange beasts there, and most of them were 6th stage. I suspect there were 7th stage domain realm beasts as well. 7th stage domain realm. Zichun was surprised to hear this. According to the rules of the competition, only those below the 7th stage domain realm were qualified to participate. Although there was no competition this time, and they were only here for a trial, there should be a limit to the trial. They hadn't reached the depths yet, so the 6th stage domain realm should be the limit. However, it didn't make sense for 7th stage domain realm beasts to appear in such a place. While pondering, Zichun was curious about that place. He looked up at the leader and said, You mean, the leader didn't just say this to express his gratitude for helping them. The Luguangqing leader didn't put on an act and said directly, Cooperation? I want to cooperate with you. When we reach the place, if we really find something, I hope we can split it 70-30. We'll take 30%. Zichun smiled and said, Lead the way. If we really find something, we'll split it 50-50. The Luguangqing leader, Lu Ming, didn't argue and immediately led the way. As for the other 4, they entered his domain realm to treat their injuries. After walking for about 200 miles, Zichun arrived at the place Lu Ming had mentioned. There were many strange beasts gathered there. Using his spiritual senses, he found that the weakest among them was at the 5th stage domain realm. The group of strange beasts were either squatting or lying down together. They didn't move around like the other strange beasts. The arrival of Zichun's group attracted the strange beast's attention. They all turned around and stared at Zichun's group with a hint of bloodlust in their eyes. You heal first. Zichun patted Lu Ming's shoulder and said, Is this appropriate? Lu Ming hesitated. There were nearly 200 strange beasts in front of them. Half of them were at the 5th stage domain realm, and the other half were at the 6th stage domain realm. Zichun only had 5 people, and all 5 of them were at the 5th stage domain realm. It's fine. Zichun removed his hand from Lu Ming's shoulder and chuckled. He then charged at the group of strange beasts that were already on high alert. Lu Ming stood behind in a daze, watching Zichun charge at the hundreds of strange beasts alone. Boom! Zichun charged into the group of strange beasts. Waves of energy began to surge, like a meteor crashing into the ground. Energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. Many strange beasts were sent flying by Zichun just like that. Swoosh! Zichun, who was moving forward, appeared next to a strange beast. 2 of his fingers formed a sword and pointed at the beast's forehead. Puff! To Lu Ming and the others, the skull was the toughest part of a strange beast's body. However, in front of Zichun, it was like tofu. It was instantly pierced through. After piercing through the strange beast's forehead, Zichun's figure dissipated. His real body had already turned into an afterimage. His real body had already entered the depths and pierced through the foreheads of 3 strange beasts. Whoosh! After killing several strange beasts in a row, the other strange beasts came to their senses and attacked Zichun. In the next moment, the sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out, and a flash of blade light flashed past. Dozens of saber lights shot out in all directions, piercing through the bodies of the exotic beasts one by one. They were sent flying in all directions by the powerful force. Zichun was invincible among those of the same level. These fifth-stage strange beasts could do nothing to him. Manshi, Wu Xie, and Dongqing followed, but their speed was not as fast as Shangguanhong. Shangguanhong did not attack. She just swept forward in a straight line and immediately overtook Zichen. After arriving at a place where strange beasts were densely gathered, she immediately opened her domain world and enveloped dozens of strange beasts. Is she crazy? Lu Ming, who was behind her, could not help but let out a strange cry when he saw this scene. It should be known that among the dozens of strange beasts, there were no less than 26th-stage strange beasts. Moreover, she was only at the mid-stage of the 5th-stage domain realm. How could she deal with more than 26th-stage strange beasts? In Lu Ming's opinion, these strange beasts were much more powerful than humans in terms of combat strength. However, in Shangguanhong's opinion, strange beasts were obviously easier to deal with than humans because humans had their own domain worlds. It would be very troublesome to fight them, but strange beasts did not. Manshi, Wu Xie, and Dongqing also displayed combat strength that shocked Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was only shocked when the 5 of them fought against 10 people and ended the battle easily, then he was completely convinced when he saw the crazy massacre before his eyes again. There was really no comparison between people. In the outside world, the attention of the Shuntian Prefecture cultivators also fell on Hu Ping City's team again. It seemed like this team could surprise them from time to time. Putting aside the question of whether Shangguanhong could kill so many mutated beasts after subduing them, the number behind Hu Ping City's name in the sky was jumping in a straight line. They were originally ranked 88th, but in the next moment, they were ranked 86th. After another jump, they were ranked 84th again. As those 6th-stage strange beasts were killed, the number began to increase by the thousands. Hu Ping City's ranking also jumped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it jumped from 84th to 74th. Moreover, 74th was just a transition. After another jump, it jumped to 64th. At this moment, Hu Ping City was only one place away from their true ranking of 63rd. For Hu Ping City, a ranking of 64th was already quite good. They could happily accept it even if they dropped one place this time. However, there were probably close to 106th-stage strange beasts here. If each one was worth 1,000 points, they would be able to obtain 100,000 points after killing all of them. At this moment, Destiny City, which was ranked first, had just surpassed 90,000 points. Hu Pingqing only stayed at the 64th position for 10 breaths of time, and after 10 breaths of time, he suddenly jumped to the 50th position. In Hu Ping City, a group of cultivators, including the upper echelons, cheered loudly when they saw the 50th place. Chapter 1566. Just like that, Hu Pingqing's ranking skyrocketed. In the outside world, there were many cultivators who were witnessing this. Seeing the ranking rise like a rocket, they were also excited. In the minor world, Lu Ming stood dumbly at the back, too busy to treat his wounds. He was the only witness to Zichen's team's meteoric rise in points. His Adam's apple wriggled with difficulty, only to discover that his throat was extremely dry. He'd been stunned so many times by Zichen's team's fighting style that he was almost petrified. Utter defeat. The 5 of them had faced off against a pack of beasts, and the beasts had been routed. This was unbelievable. But seeing it with his own eyes, Lu Ming had no choice but to believe it. The battle ended not long after. Zichen's team had expended a great deal of energy and suffered some injuries during the battle, but those injuries were completely negligible compared to their battle record. Looking at the sea of corpses and the points floating in the air, Lu Ming felt as if he'd been petrified. Every expression on his face was incomparably stiff. In the outside world, the cultivators of Shuntian Prefecture who'd raised their heads stared dumbly, as if they'd been petrified as well. Their gazes were all focused on the rankings. Furthermore, they were all focused on the first place. Hu Ping City was ranked first with 138,765 points. After the slaughter, Hu Pingqing's ranking had shot up from 88th to first place. Although Destiny City and Xuantian's numbers were still rising, and it was only a matter of time before they surpassed Hu Pingqing's, it seemed that Hu Pingqing was still in first place for now. The entire city fell into a deathly stillness. Their wish had been not to fall too far in the rankings. They'd been satisfied at 64th, even if it meant dropping one place. They'd gone crazy at 50th, thinking that everything in the world had become beautiful. When they saw the number stop at the number 1 position, they were all speechless. That was because this number was something that they had never even thought about. However, before they could take first place and bask in its glory, Hu Pingqing's ranking changed again. This time, it dropped from first place to 30th. What's going on? Why did it drop so much all of a sudden? Everyone stared at the rankings in the sky, puzzled. When they looked at the screen again, Zichun had drawn 50,000 points and walked toward Lu Ming, his voice echoing throughout the city. We agreed on a 50-50 split. Here are 50,000 points for you. 50,000 points. Even with Lu Ming's strength at peak 6th level, he was still shocked by the number. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in Luguang, too, couldn't help but gasp when they heard the number. After all, Lu Guangqing and the other 4 only had slightly more than 10,000 points in total. They were ranked 93rd, but Zichun had given them 50,000 points in one go. How could they not be shocked? In the small world, Lu Ming, who was shocked, quickly waved his hand and said, No, I can't take this. Zichun said, We agreed to split it 50-50, but we did put in a lot of effort, so we got more than 10,000 points more than you. These points aren't much. Even at this point, Lu Ming still shook his head, resolutely refusing to take it. Zichun said in a deep voice, Take it. If I'm not wrong, you should have something else on you. Take it out quickly. Lu Ming was stunned when he heard that. Looking at Zichun's determined eyes, he didn't argue anymore and took the 50,000 points. Then, Lu Guangqing's ranking jumped to 43rd. Indeed, Zichun is our Luguang city's lucky star. Seeing that the city lord of Luguang's ranking had jumped, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. At the very least, they didn't have to worry about the city's ranking falling. After taking the points, Lu Guangqing took out a glowing jade pendant. Lu Ming handed the jade pendant to Zichun. After releasing his spiritual senses, Zichun saw a route map in the jade pendant. The destination of the route map was just ahead. Zichun took the jade pendant and walked forward. After walking for about 500 meters, his figure disappeared. Manshur and the others stayed in place and waited. However, after a full 15 minutes, Zichun still didn't appear. Their expressions changed immediately. They were about to rush forward when a powerful aura suddenly surged in front of them. The powerful aura rushed out from a broken restriction and surged in all directions. Everything was destroyed where the energy passed. At the same time, along with the appearance of the energy, there was an angry roar and a battered figure. Bang! The battered figure fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. It was Zichun. However, as soon as he stood up, his expression changed and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The blood was golden, but there were specks of black light in it. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. Manshur and the others went up to support Zichun and looked forward. They saw an exotic beast appear in front of them. It was as big as a small mountain. Judging from the aura around it, it had surpassed the 6th level and was very far from the 7th level. It really is the 7th level. Seeing this, Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Behind the mountain-like figure was a huge lake. There was no liquid in the lake, only many crystal fragments that emitted colorful light. These fragments were naturally power fragments. However, they were the most power fragments that Zichun and the others had ever seen. Many, there were really too many. There were so many that when all the cultivators in Shuntian Prefecture saw the power fragments in such a huge lake, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Even Imo Ling, who had been very calm all this time, was moved. Good heavens! Lu Ming swallowed his saliva and was shocked. Looking at Zichun and the others, they were relatively calm and even had serious expressions. Although there were many power fragments here, the premise was whether they could kill this big guy completely. Among the people present, only Zichun could sense that there was something unusual about the huge lake in front of them. Not only did they have power fragments, but they also contained 2 extremely powerful forces. One was the power of thunder that Zichun had sensed earlier. In this place, the power of thunder was even purer and purer, even purer than the power of the fragments. As for the other force, its quality was not inferior to the lightning energy at all. It could even be said that the two forces were restraining each other and fighting against each other. It was a foreign force, and among the humans here, only Zichang could sense it. Zichang did not understand why these two forces were fighting against each other, and he could not figure it out. At this moment, he threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind because there would be a fierce battle, a truly fierce battle. Lu Ming could also see the seriousness of the situation. Logically speaking, a place like this should not be attacked by two forces. However, at this point, it was too late to look for other forces. He could only call out the four people who were still healing. When the four of them appeared and saw the battle in front of them, they naturally sucked in a breath of cold air. They coveted the power fragments, but this big guy was obviously more difficult to deal with. When the battle began, Zichang was still the first to launch an attack. However, this time, his extreme speed was suppressed, and Zichang, who had just charged forward, was hit and sent flying. Manshur shouted and activated the mountain spirit tyrant body, charging toward the 7th level mutated beast. Wu Xie followed closely behind, followed by the others. A fierce battle broke out. In the deepest part of this small world, there was a mysterious space. This space was like a void, and there was nothing around it. However, if one had extraordinary divine abilities, they would be able to see that in the void, there were many densely packed thin lines. These thin lines were a type of restriction power and could be said to be the restriction law. These restriction powers turned this place into a huge net, denser than a fisherman's net, completely enveloping this place. At the center of this restriction, there were two balls of light. In one of the balls of light stood a tall man. To be precise, he was only a humanoid creature, because there were 3 pairs of wings on his back, making a total of 6 wings. His body was glowing, releasing the light of a foreign race's power. If Zichang were here, he would definitely be able to tell that this was the foreign race's power that he had sensed clashing with the power of lightning. At this moment, this humanoid creature was staring at the ball of light in front of him. If looks could kill, then the existence in the ball of light would have died many years ago. In the ball of light, there was a strange-looking little beast lying on its stomach. This little beast was less than a meter long, but it had a majestic dragon head. Its Qilin figure was a little like the Longhu sovereign, but it looked even more majestic. Moreover, the light emitted from its body was silver, and that was the pure light of lightning. The majestic little beast with long dragon whiskers was lying there motionless, and it looked a little dispirited. On the opposite side, the humanoid creature looked at the majestic little beast and said coldly, "Your power is almost gone. Let's see how long you can last." The majestic little beast opened its eyes, glanced at the humanoid creature, and closed its eyes once again. "You didn't expect it, did you? Now that things have come to this, I'm the one who has persevered. Seeing a lightning sacred beast like you about to die can be considered a great blessing in life." The majestic little beast ignored the humanoid creature, and the latter muttered to himself. Ever since he had been trapped by the lightning sacred beast, he had often muttered to himself, but he wasn't as excited as he was now. "Your power has spread out to prevent me from recovering, but what can you do? You're heavily injured, and your power is no match for me. Now that your power is gradually dissipating, my power will become even stronger. Even if I can recover a bit of my power, you'll still die without a doubt. If I'm in a good mood at that time, I might not kill you, but take you as my mount. Using a sacred beast as a mount wouldn't be a disgrace. Our power has been clashing in many places. Although we're evenly matched now, I believe that it won't be long before your power is exhausted." The humanoid creature seemed very proud, because he had been waiting for this day for a long time. However, he also felt a little resentful. If that fellow had a little more guts, he wouldn't have to suffer, and would have subdued the lightning sacred beast long ago. Just as his proud laughter resounded in this spacious area, his laughter suddenly came to an abrupt stop. His excited expression froze, and his complexion greatly changed. "My power. Why is there a bit of my power missing?" The lightning sacred beast suddenly opened its eyes, and light flickered in its eyes. Chapter 1567. The fierce battle finally ended after paying a huge price. The 7th stage exotic beast lost its vitality and collapsed with a loud bang. In this battle, there were no less than hundreds of wounds on the exotic beast's body. Blood was gushing out from every wound, but the most fatal one was the huge bloody hole in its jaw that went straight to its head. This bloody hole was covered by the others. Ziqian had risked his life to create it. Fortunately, his attack was successful. Otherwise, Ziqian would have been torn to pieces by the 7th stage exotic beast. In this battle, Ziqian and the others were all seriously injured. Wu Xie's injuries were the most serious. Because he had an immortal body, he was once again used as cannon fodder by Ziqian. Next were Ziqian and Manshur. In comparison, Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing were slightly better. Looking at Lu Guangqing's group of 5, only Lu Ming was left. The other 4 had activated their teleportation tokens and left. As for whether they were still alive, it was unknown. Just as the 7th stage exotic beast died, Ziqian, who was about to fall, suddenly saw 2 balls of light floating out of the huge lake in front of him. The 2 balls of light represented 2 kinds of power. They were the 2 kinds of power that Ziqian had sensed earlier. At the same time, they rushed toward Ziqian and merged into Ziqian's body. These 2 kinds of power were very pure and very powerful. Ziqian didn't have time to react at all. After the power entered his body, it began to wreak havoc inside. Helpless, Ziqian could only sit down cross-legged and control his domain world to forcibly absorb these 2 kinds of power and refine them in his domain world. These 2 balls of light looked very small, but the power contained in them was very pure. Seeing Ziqian sitting cross-legged, the others didn't know what was going on, but they didn't disturb him. Instead, they staggered toward the large pile of power fragments. Immediately after, the 4 of them and Lu Ming used the pure power in the power fragments to heal their injuries. Such a scene left the outside world speechless. This was too extravagant. Just as these 2 kinds of power entered Ziqian's body, the 2 beings in the balls of light in the depths of the lake felt the power disappear. The expression of the 6-winged being became somewhat unsightly. The light in the eyes of the lightning holy beast disappeared, and it lay down on the ground again. The confused outsider began to ponder the situation. A moment later, he suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Someone who can take away my power must be one of us. He then looked coldly at the lightning saint beast and said, "This time, you are completely finished." The lightning saint beast curled its lips and remained silent. The power of the strange races was indeed very strange, but the power of the Thunder Clan was not to be underestimated. Now that both of their powers had disappeared, it was hard to say who would be the one to win. In Ziqian's domain world, after these 2 forces were injected, they still had their own spirituality and were still resisting Ziqian's refinement. It turned out that the 2 forces had turned Ziqian's body into another battlefield. Ziqian didn't get angry. He just smiled faintly as hundreds of sharp blades that completely destroyed the laws of nature appeared in his domain world. These sharp blades continuously slashed at the 2 forces. After hundreds of attacks, the 2 forces were scattered one after another, and the spirituality within them was completely destroyed. Only then did Ziqian start to refine these forces. During this time, Ziqian's powerful physique was also recovering from its injuries. Apart from Ziqian, the first one to recover from his injuries was Lu Ming. After recovering from his injuries, he left the lake full of power fragments and stood outside to protect the 4 people. His strength had already reached the peak of the 6th layer, and once he broke through, he would reach the 7th layer. At that time, he would lose the qualification to participate in this competition. If it were someone else, and the opportunity to break through was right in front of them, they would definitely choose to break through instead of participating in this competition. However, Lu Ming couldn't do that. He came here with a mission, and this mission was much more important than breaking through. Therefore, even if the opportunity to break through was right in front of him, he still chose to ignore it. Lu Ming, who didn't care about whether he should break through or not, didn't know that when some other cultivators at the peak of the 6th layer obtained an opportunity to break through to the 7th layer, the teleportation token on his body automatically activated and disappeared with his body. When one reached the 7th layer, the token would be activated, and they would be forcibly teleported away. For Manshur and the other 3, they didn't have to worry so much. They were only at the middle of the 5th layer, and they were too far away from the 7th layer. Even if they refined all the power fragments, it wouldn't be enough for them to break through to the 7th layer. Not to mention the 7th layer, even the 6th layer was impossible. Therefore, Lu Ming stood there and protected the 4 of them for a whole month. After a month, the 4 of them shook with traces of power, and this power directly caused the energy of heaven and earth to riot. The 4 of them turned into 4 vortexes, and the power fragments around them exploded one after another, turning into pure power and entering the vortexes. This is a breakthrough. Lu Ming was stunned when he saw this. A month ago, the 4 of them had just entered the middle of the 5th layer, but in just a month, they broke through again. This breakthrough speed was too fast, wasn't it? In contrast to Lu Ming's shock, the cultivators outside were in an uproar when they saw the 4 of them break through again. It should be known that these people had just broken through not long ago. Although the others occasionally had breakthroughs when they were training in the small world, it was definitely not as fast as the 4 of them. However, the 4 of them did break through, but the price was that they used up all the power fragments. The price was so great that it made people speechless, and Zichun just happened to refine the 2 powers at this time. Fortunately, his realm did not break through, and he only reached the peak of the early stage, which made people feel a little better. However, the others didn't know that Zichun's breakthrough to the peak of the early stage was even more shocking than the 4 of them breaking through a small realm. This was because Zichun's breakthrough was accompanied by a unified improvement of the perfect series around him, and his battle strength increased exponentially. After refining the 2 types of energy, Zichun opened his eyes and saw the 4 people who were overjoyed after breaking through. Then, he saw the empty lake and frowned slightly. He stood up and asked, "Where are the energy fragments?" The 4 of them who were still happy couldn't help but feel embarrassed because they had used up all the power fragments. Zichun said unhappily, "We agreed to split them 50-50. Lu Ming hurriedly said, "It's not a problem. I'm the only one left, and those power fragments are useless to me. Giving them to me is just saving them, so it's better to give them to them to break through." Lu Ming had already chosen to give up on those power fragments a month ago. Now that Zichun mentioned it again, his mood became better. If Zichun didn't mention it, even if he was willing to give them up, he would still feel a little disappointed. In fact, Lu Ming's idea was very simple. He would follow Zichun and the other 4 and use Zichun as a big tree to improve Lu Guangqing's ranking. This time, Lu Ming's mission was not to advance, but to maintain his ranking. And since they hadn't fought for a whole month, their ranking had already fallen. Lu Ming obviously didn't care much about the power fragments, so Zichun didn't pursue it. "Are we going to go deeper next?" Manshur asked. "No, we're going to look for someone next," Zichun said. "Someone? Who are we looking for?" The others didn't understand. "We're looking for the right people." Shantian City was still in 2nd place, and their total points had surpassed 300,000. It was an enormous number. Currently, they were only 5,000 points away from 1st place, Destiny City. 5,000 points was only enough to kill 5 6th-level exotic beasts. Shantian Dao was sitting on a hill, leaning against a giant boulder. He was chewing on a stalk of dried grass and looking up at the blue sky. Beside him was an open flask of wine, its fragrance wafting out. A 5th-level cultivator was roasting meat clumsily at the foot of the hill. Ever since he'd met Zichun, he'd been drinking a little in his spare time. In this small world, many forces appeared to be very anxious for the sake of ranking. They were racing against time to snatch the counting points. Shantian Dao's team was the only exception, drinking and chatting leisurely. They didn't look like they were here for training, but for sightseeing. Even so, Shantian Dao remained in 2nd place, closely following 1st place. At the same time, Shantian Dao's cultivation had increased by a minor level. "I wonder how Zichun and the others are doing." Spitting out the stalk of grass, Shantian Dao stretched and sat up straight. He picked up the flask of wine and glanced at the busy cultivator below. "Are you done yet?" "Almost, almost." The clumsy cultivator was flustered by Shantian Dao's question. He even felt a little wronged. Indeed, a mighty domain realm cultivator had never personally cooked something like this. After taking a sip of wine, Shantian Dao shook his head. "You guys just lack experience." I remember someone saying that you can't drink to your heart's content without meat. You're all grumbling when I ask you to roast meat. You think you're all high and mighty, but in my opinion, you're just biting off more than you can chew and biting off more than you can chew. Shantian Dao gazed into the distance while his thoughts flew to the domain realm. He recalled the battles that had taken place in the past. After living for so many years, Shun Tiandao admired the most. In the past, it was old Shun Tiandao who was his master. However, after meeting Zichun, he began to admire Zichun. Thus, he began to lecture the four of them. Zichun is the strongest cultivator I've ever seen in the same realm. Back in the domain realm, although we didn't fight, I knew I wasn't Zichun's match as we fought together. The fortune teller didn't say anything, but I saw the admiration and reverence in his eyes when he looked at Zichun. I think he also knows he's no match for Zichun. Chapter 1568. Shun Tiandao leaned back against the rock and looked up at the sky. You guys haven't gone out to train enough. If you train more, you'll know that there's always someone better out there. Listening to Shun Tiandao's lecture was a common occurrence. The other four were already used to it and chose to ignore him. However, the cultivators who were grilling the meat were somewhat dissatisfied. Shun Tiandao always used Zichen to lecture them, but he didn't do anything and only arranged for them to do it. This time, when someone used Zichun to counter Shun Tiandao, the latter smiled faintly and said, Zichun is also a leader. He can't do everything himself. Besides, Zichun isn't only good at fighting and grilling meat, he's also very good at commanding. It's obvious that I'm more inclined to command now. That cultivator was instantly speechless. When Shun Tiandao was paying attention to the development of the five people from Shun Tiandao, the name Zichun was the name he heard the most from Shun Tiandao. They used to look down on Zichun, but after Shun Tiandao told them about what had happened in the Manor Realm, their impression of Zichun changed. Obviously, Shun Tiandao wouldn't lie about what he said. Shun Tiandao didn't know that there were people in the outside world investigating, so he didn't hesitate to tell the four of them. Fortunately, he knew his limits and didn't mention the fact that Zichun was able to use domains at will even though he was in the prefectural realm. While Shun Tiandao was lamenting, a gentle voice sounded from afar. I could smell the smell of grilled meat from afar. I was wondering who was enjoying themselves so much. Shun Tiandao was stunned. He slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw a familiar figure, he immediately laughed out loud. Listen, all four of you, listen. I didn't say anything wrong, right? This guy is too kind. When Little Four roasted meat, you could smell the burnt smell from far away, but he actually said that he smelled the fragrance of the meat. Shun Tiandao stood up abruptly and laughed as well. The other four also stood up immediately and sized up the team of 6. When the two sides met, it was natural for them to exchange greetings. As for the heavy responsibility of roasting the meat, it fell on Wu Xie's shoulders. Speaking of which, after following Zichen for so long, his skills were pretty good. Along the way, I hardly met any other cultivators. Why did you suddenly come to my place? Tossing a pot of wine to Zichun, Shundao asked. Zichun took the flagon and said after uncorking it, Would you believe me if I said that I came here specifically to see you? Looking for me? That's impossible. Shuntiandio was skeptical. You've already broken through to the next realm, and your combat power is unparalleled. Why are you still looking for me? Could it be that you want to give me an opportunity? Zichen smiled and said, It's really not an opportunity. I just took a fancy to your righteousness, so I came to see you. And Tiandao's face turned solemn as he asked, Righteous and awe-inspiring, you mean? Since there were no outsiders present, Zichun said directly, I suspect that this place has something to do with the foreign tribes. Shuniandio's face immediately turned cold. The foreign tribes? It's the foreign tribes again. Zichen smiled and said, Then you agree? Shuntiandio also joked. Since leader Zichun has spoken, Shuniandio will not dare to disobey. This joke caused the expressions of many cultivators in the outside world to change. From this joke, it was obvious that Zichun was indeed the leader of the group in the Manor Realm. Seeing that Zichun did not bring anyone else, Shuntiandio asked again, Did you come to see me because you're only missing one person? I'm missing a lot of people. So I met you first. Next, I went to look for Fortune Teller, Jin Qingqing, Dark Mantle, Hidden Mist, and the others. Each name that Zichun casually mentioned was a person who carried the weight of a faction. Moreover, the fact that he casually mentioned them showed that Zichun was related to them. Lu Ming had been following Zichun all this time, and this was the first time he saw Shantiandio, the #1 person in Shantiandio, up close. Although the youth in linen clothes looked kind, he still made Lu Ming feel pressured. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Shantiandio asked when they were going to set off. Zichun slapped his forehead and suddenly said, I almost forgot to tell you that if you follow me, you will have to return. This may affect your ranking. Shantiandio laughed heartily when he heard this, but he did not reply to Zichun's smiling face. Instead, he looked at the 4 people and said, Do you see that? This is Zichun. He never misses anything. So how could he forget this? The reason why he only said this now is to let the 4 of you be mentally prepared. The 4 people looked at each other. It seemed that this was meant for them to hear. With the 5 people from Shantiandio on the road, the battle strength of this team was simply too strong. Thus, they really ran amok all the way. Soon, they found the #1 fortune teller. The latter was doing his best to kill exotic beasts. It was obvious that he cared a lot about his ranking. Thus, Zichun and the others watched from afar, while Shantiandio pointed at fortune teller from time to time. During this time, he couldn't help but make fun of him. For example, Shantiandio shouted from afar, Hey, fortune teller, you finally calculated that we would come to find you today. Is it because you haven't mastered the Tao of heavenly divination yet? When these words reached the ears of the cultivators in Destiny City, their expressions immediately became disgusted. Fortune Teller was known as the strongest person in Destiny City. His Tao of heavenly divination was at the top of the entire Shantian prefecture and even the entire Jammu continent. How could he be made fun of like this? Even if he was Shantiandio, it was still unacceptable. When the cultivators in the city were disgusted, they even said that the relationship between the 2 cities wasn't very good. When the battle was over, Fortune Teller walked over and asked curiously, Why are you all here? Manshur laughed. You're the fortune teller. Why don't you do it? Fortune Teller smiled wryly. I have to do that too. You're the fortune teller, Manshur said. Thus, the cultivators in Destiny City grew even more disgusted. They pointed at Manshur on the screen and shouted, Watch your tone, you big idiot. However, no matter how loudly they shouted, the people in the small world couldn't hear them. Fortune Teller naturally wouldn't refuse Zichun's request. Thus, the group of 5 left with Zichun just like that. Destiny City was in an uproar. What the hell? Why should they follow that guy? Yeah, it looks like they're the ones in charge. The city was abuzz with chatter. Zichun then went to the Dark Mantle and found the other factions that had gone through thick and thin with them in the Manor Realm. The fact that Zichun had come in person was enough to show how serious the situation was. Thus, no one refused. Zichun also found those he trusted. They were the factions that had sacrificed themselves in the final moments of the Manor Realm. Every cultivator in Huping City was in a state of excitement. Zichun was the leader of the geniuses in the prefectural world. News of this had spread throughout Huping City. The entire city was proud of this. However, that was just hearsay. It wasn't as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. On the screen, Zichun went to meet faction after faction, chatting casually with one expert after another, then leaving with them. These experts didn't hesitate to give up on the city rankings. After all, their true purpose in coming here was to get a city ranking. However, they'd all given up because of Zichun's words. Huping City was filled with excitement and pride. Meanwhile, in Shantian Prefecture, the cultivators looked at Zichun in a different light when they saw this scene. Zichun's popularity alone was destined to be limitless in the future. This little fellow is quite popular. The Shantian Prefecture Lord chuckled. The scholarly middle-aged man beside him said, Popularity is built on the basis of admiration. If you have the time, you can go and see what the little fellow has done in the Manor Realm. Speaking of which, the 20 rankings given back then weren't much at all. If it were me, I'd be willing to make an exception and raise it by 50. I'd be willing to take any pressure no matter what. The Shantian Prefecture Lord asked curiously, Oh, What exactly did he do? The scholarly middle-aged man said. He stopped a calamity that was supposed to happen in the Jianwu continent in advance. Before the Shuntian prefecture lord could ask further, Zichen, who was leading a large group in the small world, was finally rejected. Why should they go with you? A dissatisfied voice was heard. Naturally, the voice belonged to Yiming. At that moment, there was probably only one person in the entire Shuntian prefecture who dared to reject Zichen after seeing such a lineup. Manshur glared at Yiming and said, "What are you yelling for? We're not here to invite you." Next to him, Wu Xia also said with a smile, "We're here to invite Qingqing. As for you, forget it. We're going to deal with the foreign tribes, and we're looking for the people we trust the most. As for you, forget it. We're afraid that you'll stab us in the back at a critical moment." Yiming was exasperated and said angrily, "Wu Xia, make yourself clear. Who's going to stab you in the back?" Wu Xia sneered and said, "Of course you're not going to stab us in the back, but if we encounter danger and you're scared away, won't that affect our morale?" Yiming knew what Wu Xia was referring to, and his face turned pale. "I'll go with you." Jin Qingcheng nodded without hesitation. "I'll go too." Next to her, a cultivator from the Jin family nodded. "Qingqing, do you know what you're doing? Our purpose this time is to get a ranking," Yiming said with dissatisfaction. "What's the use of a ranking if we don't get rid of the foreign tribes?" Jin Qingcheng said coldly. Then, she left the group and walked towards Yichan. "They already have so many people. Do you think they don't need the two of you?" Wu Xia's voice was heard again. "It's everyone's responsibility to kill the foreign tribes." When the cultivators in Golden Leaf City saw this scene, there were two kinds of voices in the city. One was disdain for Yiming, and the other was admiration for Jin Qingqing. Chapter 1569. Because of Zichen's appearance, those great forces that were supposed to go straight ahead began to follow Zichen back. As for those forces that were not invited, they were still slowly going deeper. For a time, their points began to rise. However, the rankings of the top few forces did not change. After refining the two types of energy, Zichen could vaguely sense the other lightning energy distributed in this small world through the pure lightning energy. As the restrictions on the crystal increased, Zichen sensed the true function of the lightning energy. It was to stop the entire formation from operating and prevent these forces from going deeper. While refining these two types of energy, Zichen sensed the spirituality of these two types of energy. He deduced that the masters of the foreign race's energy and lightning energy were still alive. One was stopping the other, while the other was fighting. It was clear that this formation had been set up for the outsiders, and for some reason, it had tricked wave after wave of cultivators into coming here to die. Then, it would use the formation to condense pure energy. This was a shocking move. Since the other party dared to absorb so much energy, its strength was naturally incomparably strong. Therefore, he stopped Xuantian's group from going forward at the first moment and turned back to the outside world. He destroyed all the restrictions and completely extinguished the foreign race's thoughts. Then, he went deeper and had a final battle with the existence that might still be recuperating. Zichen found the top 10 forces. Every one of them was a powerhouse. After that, they encountered a group of strange beasts. Among them, there were more 6th level than 5th level beasts. There were a lot of them. Manshur, Wu Xia, Darkmantle, the few of you go and search within 500 miles of this area. Kill strange beasts and find a crystal jade slip. Feeling the lightning energy not far from here, Zichen immediately ordered. The few of them nodded and turned to leave. Such a large group of strange beasts was the largest group they had seen so far. For a moment, everyone's eyes became fervent, and the fighting spirit in their eyes soared. There was no need for orders. Next, they charged and killed. Almost all the top forces in the Shuntian prefecture had gathered here. As soon as the battle began, it was a one-sided situation. Strange beasts screamed and died one after another. Hundreds of strange beasts against dozens of humans. This battle only lasted for dozens of breaths before it ended. After cleaning up the battlefield, the next thing to do was to wait for them to return. What do we have here? Since they had nothing to do, they sat together and chatted. Following the way of the heavens, they sat down beside Zichun. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a 7th-tier big guy. Zichun leaned against a broken ancient tree. Can't you handle a 7th-layer one? There are so many mutated beasts here, and they're all counting points. Shantian was very puzzled. One had to know that the total number of points from killing the exotic beasts this time was more than 100,000. Even if they were evenly distributed, each faction would get more than 10,000 points. Most importantly, these exotic beasts could still be dealt with by Zichun's group of 5. It was just that it would take a little longer. This was not the trouble that Zichun had mentioned earlier. This was clearly an opportunity. If his guess was correct, Zichun should have encountered something like this before. In other words, he had also killed a 7th-level exotic beast. Zichun shook his head and said, "There's strength in numbers, so we'll be able to move faster. It'll be troublesome if those forces enter the depths because of me." What's in the depths? I'm not sure. Maybe there's a powerful alien healing there. Xuantian's expression changed. In the real world, every surviving alien was extremely powerful. Even if they were seriously injured, they could not be underestimated. Can't you sense where the seal is? We have more people. Maybe we can break it by force. Zichun shook his head and said, "This seal is extremely clever. Not to mention breaking it by force. Even if the twins were here, they might not be able to break it." The twins' attainments and formations could be considered very strong. Because of the competition this time, those who came were all powerhouses who could fight one-on-one. There was not a single formation master. Helpless, everyone could only wait. The battle ended in a few dozen breaths, but the following wait took 2 hours. They returned slowly. Fortunately, they had finally obtained the crystal jade piece. Zichun took the jade piece and rushed forward. A ripple of light flashed, and Zichun disappeared from everyone's sight. Boom! Suddenly, there was an energy shock in front of them. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out. Those destroyed ancient trees that had not dissipated were turned into dust and disappeared in the next moment. Everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was destroyed. Zichun's figure reappeared. In front of him was a strange beast the size of a small mountain. The strange beast was surging with a powerful aura. The strange beast was of the 7th tier. Behind the strange beast was a huge lake full of sparkling fragments of power. Zichun had long expected such a scene, and he had also brought enough people. Although they were all in the 5th heaven, their battle strength was all top-notch existences. It seemed that among the group, Lu Ming, who had the highest realm, was the weakest. Oh my, the 7th tier. Shantian pretended to exaggerate as he looked at the strange beast surging with a powerful aura. In a one-on-one fight, even Zichun would turn and run. But now, it seemed that the strange beast that was running away was the 7th tier. Kill! Zichun shouted and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, a long spear appeared in his hand. The body of the spear had a dragon soul. He attacked the strange beast as one with the spear. Swoosh! Swoosh! Shantian and Destiny Teller followed closely behind. The two of them turned into 2 rays of light, one on the left and one on the right. Swoosh! 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 Then, more cultivators turned into rays of light and rushed forward. All kinds of attacks appeared in midair, shining with different colors. It was gorgeous and spectacular. Looking at the dense and powerful attacks, the 7th tier strange beast sensed danger. A hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Pfft. Zichun's attack arrived first, breaking through the strange beast's defense. Pfft. Pfft. Shantian and Destiny Teller arrived in an instant, leaving 2 bloody holes on the strange beast's body. Pfft. Pfft. Then, other people's attacks arrived. In an instant, dozens of bloody holes appeared on the strange beast's body. Inside the bloody holes, a terrifying power raged, destroying the strange beast's vitality. The mountain-like body of the 7th-level exotic beast fell straight to the ground. It was dozens of powerful cultivators. In just one attack, they had killed a powerful 7th-level mutated beast. 2 balls of power appeared again, heading towards Zichun. This time, Zichun had experience. A long saber appeared in his hand. The saber turned into dozens of rays of light, directly dispersing the spirituality in the balls of power. Then, He opened his domain world and took away the power. After taking away the two kinds of power, Zichun stood in the distance, pointed at the power fragments in front of him, and said, "These things won't be distributed. Everyone refine them according to their own abilities." Except for Lu Ming, the others immediately flashed forward. These power fragments were very useful to them. If they were a little more reserved, there wouldn't be even a little bit left. After dozens of people entered the lake to refine the power fragments, one could see with the naked eye that the power fragments were decreasing. Zichun also took this opportunity to refine the two kinds of power. After the group finished refining the power fragments, Zichun led them to the next place. There were also many strange beasts guarding that place. Thus, another great battle broke out. Just like the previous battle, everything began to repeat. The 10 forces that left with Zichun not only did not fall behind, but also increased at the fastest speed. The only thing worth mentioning was that only 2 people from Golden Leaf City came. Although their combat strength was not weak, they could not compare to the killing speed of the 5 people. As a result, Golden Leaf City's ranking was pushed down to the 5th place. When the cultivators of Golden Leaf City saw this, they cursed Yi Ming. Being the target of everyone's anger, Yi Ming did not stay idle. Killing the strange beasts one by one was too slow, so he turned his attention to the other forces. Zichun took away almost all the top powerhouses. Although the remaining ones were not weak, if they encountered them, Yi Ming and the other 2 still had an absolute chance of winning in a 3 against 5 situation. However, how many points could they get by expelling a force? They could only get 1/10 of the other party's points, which was not as fast as killing the strange beasts. For a moment, curses rose again. This time, Yi Ming had really lost the hearts of the people. The Jin family was even more ashamed of Yi Ming's behavior. In private, the Jin family was also extremely proud because they had rejected Yi Ming's marriage proposal back then. In this small world, there were many places with 7th-level strange beasts. Fortunately, Zichun brought a lot of people and was fast. They could sweep through a place almost every day. Everyone could refine a power fragment the size of a lake every day, and their strength was also increasing at the fastest speed. Almost every day, there would be a cultivator breaking through. On the 2nd day, Zichun broke through again and stepped into the mid-stage of 5th level. On the 5th day, Shuntian Dao stepped into the late stage of 5th level. Destiny Teller and the others also broke through to the late stage of 5th level one after another. In the depths, the 2 existences would feel a dissipating power every day. For some reason, the foreign tribesmen who were originally proud suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Zichun led the group and killed nearly 47th-level strange beasts. The total number of points they obtained was close to 10 million. The first place was Shuntian City, which had worked hard during this period. Shuntian Dao had finally caught up. After that was the ranking of the cities. However, Golden Leaf City's ranking fell to 11th place. The 10th place was Zichun's Hu Pingxing, while the 12th place was Lu Guangqing, Lu Ming, who had been following Zichun and the others but had never refined a single power fragment. While Zichun and the others were working hard, Yi Ming was not idle either. During this period, he successfully expelled nearly 20 forces. His realm had also increased during the expulsion and reached the late stage of 5th-level domain. As for Zichun's team, all of them, including Zichun, had broken through to the 6th-stage domain within these 2 months. This speed of breakthrough had also broken their previous record. After getting rid of all the forces that they could sense, Zichun led the group and went straight into the depths. Chapter 1570. To be able to break through a major level in just 2 months, everyone relied on the massive amount of power fragments in the restriction after breaking through. Zichun, who had the perfect world, was able to break through so quickly. He relied on the 2 types of power that were constantly fighting each other. That was the life force energy condensed by 2 powerhouses. It was very rich and powerful. Everyone broke through one after another. Coincidentally, Zichun had also cleared all the power that he could sense. In the outside world, everyone was envious when they saw the people who were leveling up like a rocket. In fact, the others who came to this small world had only broken through a major level from the beginning to the end. It was still acceptable. However, Zichan had broken through 2 major levels, directly going from level 4 to level 6. After breaking through, under Zichan's lead, the large group of dozens of people began to go deeper. As they went deeper, they would encounter some cultivators from other forces. Seeing such a large group, these cultivators were undoubtedly shocked and retreated far away. Along the way, they would continue to kill mutated beasts. As they went deeper, the group met Yiming and the other 2 again. At this moment, the 3 of them were fighting against a force with 3 against 5. Speaking of which, as the number of mutated beasts in this small world decreased, the number of internal battles broke out increased. Stop him. Zichan glanced at Yiming in the distance and said coldly. Manshur stepped forward. A powerful aura surged around his body as he blocked Yiming and the other 2. As the energy shook, Manshur did not take a step back. Manshur, it's you. Seeing Manshur, Yiming's face was immediately filled with anger. However, after sensing Manshur's level, his expression could not help but change. You've broken through to level 6. After stopping the 3 of them, Manshur ignored Yiming's shock. He pointed at his nose and scolded. Yiming, can't you F***king accumulate some virtue? Look at the situation now, and you're still F***king killing each other. You. Being pointed at his nose and scolded like this, Yiming's face immediately turned cold. Get lost. With a loud shout, a powerful aura surged around Manshur. He lifted his leg and kicked at Yiming. There was a difference of a major level between them. Coupled with the close distance, how could Yiming dodge? He was sent flying with a single kick. The faces of the other 2 Yi clan members who were also at the 5th level changed drastically. Following the sound of footsteps behind them, Zichan and the others walked over. Looking at the group of people who appeared behind them, the 2 men didn't dare to move. Manshur, how dare you guys attack me? I'm telling you that you're done for, and so is Huping City, Yiming said at the top of his lungs. Being sent flying with a kick in front of so many people was a huge loss of face for him. He crawled up from the ground and stared coldly at Zichan. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Through his spiritual senses, he discovered that these people were all at the 6th level. One had to know that when they left, their cultivation levels were only at the 5th level, but after only 2 months, all of them had actually stepped into the 6th level. Yiming, who was initially proud of breaking through a small level, was completely dumbstruck at the moment. What did you guys do? How did your cultivation level increase? The shocked Yiming could not help but ask. Zichan glanced at Yiming and looked ahead. There were 4 people left in the team of 5, but one of them had already been sent away. Zichan, save us. Yiming is out of his mind. He's been attacking organizations like ours recently. I heard that he's already chased away more than 20 organizations. There was an acquaintance among the 4 of them. He had followed Zichan to the territorial realm back then. The latter could not help but beg when he saw Zichan. Chased away more than 20 organizations. Zichan frowned when he heard that. They had not been idle during this period. They had been rushing for time and dared not slack off at all during this period. It seemed like Yiming had not been idle either. He had chased away more than 20 organizations within the past 2 months. That scumbag, Manshur said while clenching his teeth. The rules don't allow a fight to the death. We only chased them away and didn't kill them, a Yi clan cultivator said righteously. Zichan smiled faintly when he heard that and said, Indeed, that's the rule. Manshur, send the 3 of them away. There's no need for that. I can do it myself. Zichan, don't you dare touch me. Yiming, who was waving his hand, snapped back to his senses. He frowned and glared coldly at Zichan. The other 2's expressions changed as well. Manshur charged forward as a powerful energy surged. He had no problem fighting 3 people on a high cultivation level. As for Yiming's spiritual telekinesis attack, it was easily neutralized by Dongqing, who was on a high cultivation level. Yiming's furious roar still echoed in heaven and earth, but the 3 of them had already disappeared. The other 4 immediately went up to thank him. There aren't any more points around here. You guys should go deeper. There should be a lot of rewards when you get deeper, Zichan suggested. The other party nodded, indicating that they were about to go deeper. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Yiming. Yiming was patient. They had been fighting for a few days. Chasing Yiming away was just a small interlude. Zichan and the others continued to go deeper. As they went deeper, they would also encounter some mutated beasts. After killing these beasts, they no longer obtained crystals that could be pieced together. Obviously, the restrictions here had been completely removed by Zichan. In the depths, the group encountered a large number of mutated beasts. They were all at the 5th or 6th heaven. Mutated beasts of this level posed no threat to them at all. The group moved forward in a straight line. Everywhere they passed, the ground was littered with beast corpses. The other forces had also gone deeper. They began to attack these mutated beasts from other directions. Roar! A deafening roar rang out. A huge creature appeared at the end of their line of sight. It was a 7th heaven mutated beast. After this mutated beast appeared, it charged toward the nearby cultivators. These cultivators' expressions changed drastically as they turned around and fled. Some of them were too slow and decisively teleported away by force. Without needing Zichan's instructions, Obedient Wei rushed in the direction of the 7th heaven mutated beast. As a 6th heaven cultivator, it was no problem for him to deal with a 7th heaven mutated beast. At the same time, in another direction, another roar rang out. This time, another 7th heaven mutated beast appeared. Destiny Teller smiled faintly and moved forward in a flash. As a 6th heaven cultivator, they could already fight a 7th heaven mutated beast above their level. A few of them went to deal with the other 7th heaven mutated beasts that appeared. Zichan led the group in a straight line, wanting to reach the end of this place. Roar! A light flashed. A 7th heaven mutated beast appeared in front of Zichan. It seemed to have fallen from the sky. Its appearance was very sudden and without warning. Moreover, as soon as it appeared, it waved a huge claw and slammed it towards Zichan's head. The void shook. This attack contained great power. Zichan glanced at the 7th heaven mutated beast. Lightning surged around his body. Facing this attack, he did not dodge. He stood in place. Behind him, the void instantly broke open. A lightning fist like a meteor appeared and directly hit the beast between its eyebrows. Boom! With a loud tremor, the beast's eyebrows were directly penetrated. Its huge body collapsed. Its powerful attack dissipated before it could reach Zichan. Zichan, who was about to flash away, was slightly stunned. He looked at the dead beast's body again. Using 2 fingers as a sword, he slashed forward. A sword aura broke open the beast's eyebrows, and a diamond-shaped crystal fell out. This was a larger diamond-shaped crystal. After Zichan picked it up, he found some patterns inside. He looked very surprised. Then, Shuntian Dao, Destiny Teller, and the others came one after another. They also had the same crystal in their hands. Could it be that 5 pieces were combined into one again? Just as they were guessing, more cultivators came back. Each of them had a diamond-shaped fragment in their hands. There were more than 5 fragments in total. During this time, some 7th heaven mutated beasts appeared. After these mutated beasts were killed, there would be a diamond-shaped fragment in their bodies. Forget it. Let's kill our way into the depths first. Zichan put away the diamond-shaped fragment and motioned for everyone to follow. He rushed forward in a straight line again. In the process of rushing forward, there were splashes of light falling from the sky. Every time a beam of light fell, it would turn into a 7th heaven mutated beast. There were many 7th heaven mutated beasts here. Fortunately, Zichan and the others had all broken through. Almost everyone was able to fight a 7th heaven mutated beast. Although they did not dare to say that they could kill it with a single blow, there was no problem at all. The 7th heaven mutated beasts fell one after another. Zichan and the others kept rushing forward, while the others behind them fought the 6th heaven mutated beasts. Finally, they reached the depths. This place was like the end of the world. It was a large open area, and there was nothing else here. The 7th heaven mutated beasts did not appear here. Count the numbers and bring all the diamond-shaped crystals. Zichan looked at the open space in front of him. If he guessed correctly, there was one last restriction left in this small world. And it was obvious that this was the place where the mutated beasts secluded themselves. All the diamond-shaped crystals were collected quickly. There were a total of 81 pieces. pieced them together. Each crystal had a different pattern in it. This was very similar to the 5 pieces that were pieced together. However, this time, they had to piece all 81 pieces together. The order in which they were pieced together had to correspond to the pattern in it. Dongqing and Shengguanhong walked out. The two of them began to use their spiritual senses to investigate each pattern in it. Then, they pieced it together using these patterns. The patterns in the crystals were a little complicated. The two of them spent a lot of effort and finally pieced the crystals together. The pieced-together crystal formed a huge circle. All the patterns in this circle lit up, releasing a strong light as it slowly floated toward the sky. The entire small world was illuminated by the pieced-together crystal. Everyone raised their heads and followed the movement of the crystal. The crystal slowly rose and floated in the sky. The next moment, an even more dazzling light erupted from the crystal. Then, there was an explosion between heaven and earth. The crystal exploded in the sky like fireworks. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread in all directions, with the exploded crystal as the center. A real world appeared as the ripples spread. Chapter 1571. After the crystal rose to the sky, it exploded, and the dense array of restrictions from before was broken. 2 balls of light appeared before everyone's eyes. One of them was a human with 6 wings, while the other was a majestic little beast with lightning flashing around it. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, they were both free at this moment. However, there was no excitement on the outsider's face at all. After all, the restrictive spell had been set up specifically to help him recover from his injuries. Now that the restrictive spell had been broken, it meant that all of the healing spell formations had been destroyed. There was no way for him to recover. As for the sacred lightning beast, it was not too excited because the restriction was broken. It had spent a lot of effort to enter the restriction to stop the alien. However, compared to the furious alien race, its eyes were rekindled with hope. Then, it turned its head almost at the same time as the alien and looked at the beings who had broken the restriction. At a glance, it was obvious that they were all humans. There were dozens of them. These dozens of people, including Zichun, were sizing up the 2 balls of light. "Ants, how dare you ruin my plan?" The alien's eyes were filled with anger. These humans were only at the 6th domain realm and were like ants in his eyes. However, it would not be easy for him to get rid of these ants since he was severely injured. The sacred lightning beast's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Zichun, who was leading the group. It sensed an aura of the same origin from this human. It was the aura of the power of lightning. However, very soon, a hint of confusion appeared in its eyes. This was because it also sensed the aura of a foreign race from this human. This was the first time they saw a living alien, so their expressions changed immediately. In the outside world, the people who saw this scene through the light screen were in an uproar. The mansion master and the elegant man looked at the alien quietly without any expression on their faces. Imo Ling, who was standing on the high platform, had a cold look in his eyes. In the small world, the battle behind them was gradually coming to an end. More cultivators rushed over. Zichun shifted his gaze from the sacred lightning beast to the alien. He waved his hand and shouted, "Spread out and surround him. Don't let him escape." A cruel smile appeared on the dark screen's face. His figure flashed, and he rushed to a certain place. At the same time, Heaven's Will, and other powerful existences also rushed to other places. The gaze of the foreign being landed on Zichun as a killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Human, who did you say ran away?" Zichun looked at the alien and sneered. "Of course it's you. Humph, if I don't trample you ants to death today, I won't leave." Only a venerable could be called a true body. Zichun was a little surprised. If he was at his peak, even the Shuntian prefecture lord would avoid such an existence. But now, he was still heavily injured, so Zichun was not afraid. A strong aura suddenly surged from the weakened outsider's body. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to lower his cultivation to maintain his strongest fighting strength. A strong light burst out, and visible energy ripples spread out in all directions. These energy ripples carried a destructive aura as they swept towards Ziqian and the other humans. The aura of destruction swept across the area, and the vibrations spread out. Then, beams of teleportation light began to flash. Soon, another powerful ripple appeared and destroyed the previous one. Less than half of the original team of more than 50 people were left. In the sky, the heavily injured alien was releasing a powerful aura, which was equivalent to an 8th stage domain. Beside him, the sacred thunder beast shrunk to 3 meters in size and stared coldly at the alien. It also chose to lower its cultivation, but only had the strength of a 7th stage domain left. The moment the alien's cultivation level dropped, more than 30 people died. These people were either killed or forced to teleport away. Only 21 people were left. This was because the sacred thunder beast had protected them at the critical moment. Otherwise, more people would have disappeared. The alien, who had become an 8th stage domain, was no longer weak. A powerful and terrifying aura surged around him. His cold eyes swept past Ziqian and the others, and then swept to the back. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Swoosh, swoosh. The alien seemed to be frightened by the scene just now. He only glanced at the cultivators in the distance, and the cultivators in the distance crushed their teleportation tokens and left one after another. Haha, you are indeed a bunch of ants. The alien's disdainful laughter echoed in the sky and the entire Shuntian prefecture. His voice was ear-piercing. Kill. Just as the laughter echoed, a loud roar rang out, and the whole world shook. Against the alien, there would be humans who would raise their weapons. The one who soared into the sky was Ziqian. He held a long saber in his hand, and as soon as he reached the sky, he unsheathed his saber. The sky shook, and 6 fused saber lights appeared one after another. Above the saber lights, there was a type of law and 2 rays of light. The law was destruction, and the rays of light were yin and yang. This was Ziqian's most powerful attack. When the alien saw Ziqian's attack coming, he raised his hand and shot out a ray of light. The 6 saber lights were shattered one after another. Heavenly Tao, descend. In another direction, the voice of Shuntian Tao sounded. With a pious expression, he summoned the Heavenly Tao Law from the void. When the Heavenly Tao Law descended, it seemed to transform into a giant dragon. It opened its mouth and swallowed the alien. On the other side of the sky, a glowing book of destiny appeared. Its thick pages opened, and a ray of light fell from it. It was a ray of light that represented the fate of death. Boom! Energy vibrated, and the rest of the people attacked the alien. For a moment, all kinds of attacks flashed in the sky, releasing colorful rays of light. These attacks couldn't do anything to the alien, no matter how many of them there were. However, there was a thunder sacred beast beside the alien. When this beast was at its peak, the alien with the title of supremacy was not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Therefore, even if it was only at the 7th level, it could still pose a threat to the alien. Therefore, 90% of the alien's attention was focused on the thunder sacred beast. The remaining 10% would pay more attention to the more special attacks and then destroy them at any time. For example, the attacks of Shuntian Tao, Hidden Mist, and other special existences would be scattered. As for the other people's attacks, sometimes he would choose to take them head-on. These attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. After missing his attack, Ziqian's body flashed, and he turned into a ray of light and attacked the alien. The alien flapped his 6 wings and dodged some of the attacks. 6 wings also appeared on Ziqian's back, and he instantly attacked. Decapitation. The sharp blade light slashed at the alien's head from behind. At this moment, the alien was facing the powerful attack of the Thunder Sacred Beast and couldn't be distracted. Ziqian grasped the timing perfectly. Puffed, he dodged this attack again, but it only left a shallow wound on his back. At the same time, Ziqian's body was brushed by an attack, and he flew backward. Ziqian landed on the ground and retreated more than 10 steps. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but there was a cold smile on his face. If every attack could cause such injuries, the alien would be exhausted to death sooner or later. This was because his attacks had the power to break the rules, and it was very difficult to get rid of it in a short time. Bang! Another cultivator was hit by a beam of energy, but the latter's defense was not as strong as Zichen's. When his body flew backward, he was already at the critical point of death. The teleportation token automatically activated, wrapping around the other cultivator and disappearing. Swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, the teleportation light shone again, and another cultivator left due to serious injuries. However, this was also good. At least they wouldn't die. Again. With a shout, Zichun stomped on the ground with one foot, and his body instantly soared into the air, like a stream of light, and rushed toward the alien. Die. The alien who got rid of the Thunder sacred beast turned around and attacked Zichun. Zichun immediately propped up a perfect domain world and began a full-scale defense. Puffed, puffed. The attacks of the Way of the Heavens and the Fortune Teller came from the left and right, hitting the alien. After that, the two immediately retreated. At this moment, the Thunder sacred beast that was shaken off followed again. The two sides didn't communicate, but their cooperation was flawless. One cultivator after another was teleported away with serious injuries, and before they left, they also left some injuries on the alien. Bang! Dongqing's body flashed and disappeared from this world. Then, Manshur, who had turned into a giant, was sent flying by a punch and didn't return. Bang! Wu Xie's body exploded, and he was seriously injured in one blow, but he forced his body to fuse and attacked the alien's forehead. Puffed! The alien dodged, but he was still hit in the neck, and the wound was deep. Wu Xie's body disappeared in the next moment. Then, more and more people left. This battle seemed to have no corpses, but it was extremely tragic. If it weren't for the teleportation token on everyone's body, those seriously injured cultivators would have died one by one. Facing a powerful 8th stage domain, even Wu Xie, who had an undying body, could only be seriously injured. The alien was too strong, and he could cultivate to the supremacy realm, which was equivalent to a supremacy beast. Such a background was much stronger than many high-level life forms. Bang! Another person left. This person was from the 6th-ranked city. Swoosh! The golden light around Jean Qingqing dissipated, and she coughed up blood and left. Puffed! The dark mantle coughed up blood and disappeared. At this moment, there were only 4 people left: Zichun, Way of the Heavens, Mist Shadow, Fortune Teller, and the Thunder Sacred Beast. There were many wounds on the alien's body, but they weren't fatal. He smiled at the Thunder Sacred Beast and said, "These ants will leave soon. Let's see how you will die." Zichun put away his blade, and his cold gaze fell on the alien. He said coldly, "If you don't die, how can we leave?" As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the teleportation token far away. Faith. The flame of faith burned in Zichun's eyes again. Swoosh. 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 The other 3 people did the same. Obviously, they really wanted to kill this guy regardless of their lives. All the cultivators in Shuntian Prefecture were in an uproar. Imo Ling couldn't help but nod in admiration, his eyes full of admiration. This is the existence that can carry the cauldron when the future war begins, Shuntian Prefecture Lord said. After throwing away the token, Zichun held his blade and charged forward, his body releasing dazzling lightning. Chapter 1572. The actions of Zichun and the other 3 shocked the outsiders. Giving up their only chance of survival meant that they would fight to the death. The willpower displayed by the 4 humans not only caused the faces of the foreign races to change, but even the lightning saint beast had no choice but to look at the 4 of them in a new light. Zichun held his saber and went all in. Zichun pulled out his saber, and the saber light flashed. A wound that was neither deep nor long appeared on the outsider's body. Zichun's arm was almost cut off, and the saber in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. Today's 8th divination, Fall. The fortune teller stood in the air, his body shining brightly as he pointed at the outsiders. In the sky, the glowing book of destiny flipped open again, and a ray of light fell. The attack of the book of destiny could not be dodged, even if the other party was an outsider. However, the outsiders had strong vitality and could not be killed by a single word. The fortune teller suffered a backlash and coughed up blood. He fell from the sky unsteadily. Heavenly slash. A sharp blade formed by the heavenly Tao descended from the sky and slashed at the outsiders. The heavenly Tao attack was forcibly broken by the outsiders. The hidden mist appeared in front of the outsiders and stabbed the sharp blade in his hand toward the outsider's heart. Then, the hidden mist was slapped away. The Thunder's sacred beast took the opportunity to close in and left a deep mark on the outsider's body with its sharp claws. The most powerful attack was still on him. The 4 humans and 1 beast attacked together. The 4 of them charged forward again and again, but they were defeated time and time again. Their injuries were getting worse and worse. Zichen's heavenly thunder wings had reached the limit of its vibration frequency. His extreme speed footwork was also at the limit of its current performance. But even so, Zichen, who was 2 levels lower than the outsiders, still did not have any advantage in front of them. His speed was slower than the outsiders, so Zichen was constantly fluctuating. During this period, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he exchanged a life for a life. Zichen, who was searching for a way, also reached the limit of the speed of his spiritual senses. Just as he was about to collapse, Zichen seemed to hear a slight cracking sound. Then, as if he had been enlightened, he had a new understanding of the world's fastest speed. It was the inheritance seed that had been blocked in the manor realm. It had finally been activated. Many comprehensions regarding extreme speed appeared in his mind, and Zichen's figure froze for a moment. He had missed the best opportunity to attack, and a flaw appeared in his perfect coordination. The 3 of them were sent flying. If not for the sacred lightning beast blocking the attack at the critical moment, the 3 of them would have died. The 3 of them fell to the ground and coughed up blood. They crawled up with difficulty and wanted to charge forward again. Zichen took a step forward and said coldly, "Get out of the way. Let me try." The strange being looked at Zichen and sneered, "You're so reckless." Swoosh. Zichen didn't say anything. His figure flashed and disappeared. The outsider's face flickered, and he spun around, only to see Zichen vanish again. Teleportation. This was true teleportation. Zichen's previous speed was like teleportation, but that was only when he was fighting against someone of the same level or not. At this moment, no one could teleport because of the suppression of the aura of an 8th stage domain. But now, Zichen's understanding of the extreme speed of the 9 passing thunderbolts had improved, and he had achieved true teleportation. In fact, this kind of teleportation was dividing this small world into countless spaces, and Zichen was just shuttling back and forth between these spaces. How is this possible? Even so, the strange being was still extremely shocked because he realized that he couldn't lock onto this human anymore. He instinctively sensed danger and turned around, but he could only see a shadow. Although Zichen hadn't found the best opportunity to attack, the strange being was panicking. Just like that, after several teleportations, the strange being was enraged. Fortunately, he closed his eyes and stopped looking around. Boom! Zichen appeared behind him. He turned around and punched. Fist light flashed, and the space around Zichen distorted crazily. Zichen disappeared again. Swoosh! When Zichen appeared again, the strange being turned around and stabbed forward with a sharp blade. With a slashing sound, Zichen's black robe was cut open. The expressions of the 3 people who were originally full of confidence in Zichen could not help but change when they saw this scene. Obviously, Zichen's extreme speed had been detected by the strange being. Just like that, Zichen kept teleporting, but the strange being was always able to seize the opportunity. At the back, the sacred lightning beast didn't make a move. He was also staring at Zichen, who was constantly teleporting, with a complicated expression. He seemed to be hesitating about something. If one looked carefully, they would realize that every time Zichen appeared, the sacred lightning beast would look at him, then the strange being would attack, and finally Zichen would appear. In other words, the sacred lightning beast had seen Zichen's trajectory before the strange being. Zichen was injured repeatedly, and the 3 people had no choice but to charge forward, but they were sent flying again. Forget it. The sacred lightning beast shook his head and got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He spoke for the first time. Your 9 passing thunder is not perfect. Now, I will teach you the perfect 9 passing thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light rushed out from his forehead. The moment it appeared, it went straight for Zichun. The beam of light rushed toward Zichun's forehead. It was the perfect 9 passing thunder. Humph, don't you think it's too late to teach now? The strange being sneered. It shouldn't be too late. The sacred lightning beast's aura began to surge wildly. Then, it rushed toward the strange being. It didn't use extreme speed. Instead, it started to fight head-on with the strange being. Zichun's figure flashed and retreated. Then, he sat down cross-legged. The 3 people from Shuntian looked at each other and were about to help the sacred lightning beast. No need. You guys protect that kid. The sacred lightning beast's dignified voice sounded again. The 3 of them no longer hesitated and rushed to Zichun's side. Although the sacred lightning beast seemed to be very confident, it was actually not confident at all. This was because it wasn't sure if this young man who had the power of lightning and the strange being could quickly comprehend the real 9 passing thunder. In Zichun's body, there was a seed of extreme speed comprehension. This seed contained a part of the comprehension of the 9 passing thunder by the Thunder Clan's expert. At this critical moment, the seed finally sprouted. Zichun's comprehension of extreme speed immediately increased by 1 level. However, because his extreme speed was not perfect, the increase was limited. At this moment, the sacred lightning beast gave him the perfect 9 passing thunder. This was like the nourishment needed to water the seed. Zichun's comprehension of extreme speed also increased by leaps and bounds. This was like having the answer in a test. He just had to copy it. Therefore, Zichun, who had been sitting cross-legged for less than a minute, opened his eyes again. In his eyes, there seemed to be a figure flashing by. Swoosh! His figure disappeared without any warning. The 3 of them didn't notice it. The strange being felt a dangerous aura approaching. He immediately turned around and attacked behind him. However, he felt pain coming from his side. When he turned around, he saw a figure disappear. When he lowered his head again, he found a wound on his side. Before the strange being could recover, he felt pain coming from his back again. When he turned around, he saw Zichun's figure disappear. After Zichun made his move, the sacred lightning beast had already retreated. Its eyes were filled with shock. How long had it been? He had completely grasped the essence of the 9 passing thunder. Pooh! Pooh! 9 fleeting thunderbolts took another step forward. Zichun's body was like a phantom, constantly appearing behind the non-humankind and launching one strike after another. The entire Shuntian prefecture was very quiet. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Some people were nervously looking at the elusive figure, afraid that something unexpected would happen again. The wounds on the strange being's body were increasing. Streaks of destructive rules were wreaking havoc on the wounds, preventing them from healing. At the same time, it was destroying the vitality around the wounds. The strange being was in a very sorry state. He kept turning around and attacking randomly. After a successful attack, Zichun retreated. He looked at the strange being in front of him. He was still attacking aimlessly. When he sensed that Zichun was no longer attacking, he stopped and looked around. He no longer looked like an expert. His body was full of wounds, his hair was disheveled, and his 6 wings had turned into 5. He was in a very sorry state. He raised his head and looked at Zichun in confusion. He seemed to be asking why Zichun did not attack. Zichun said coldly, "I won't kill you. Or rather, I won't kill you for now. This place wouldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Someone must have helped you. I want to know who helped you. Is it a strange being or a human?" The strange being's hair was disheveled. He sneered. "Do you think I'll tell you? I can search your soul." Zichun's expression was cold. The strange being's expression changed. After saying that, Zichun put away his saber. Another weapon appeared in his hand. It was a strange weapon with barbs. It was the dragon spike. Seeing the dragon spike in Zichun's hand, the strange being's pupil shrank. The lightning sacred beast's expression also changed. The strange being suddenly laughed maniacally. His laughter shook the heavens. "I was wondering why I felt the same energy from you. So it was you. Haha." Apart from the lightning sacred beast, no one could understand what he was saying. "What do you mean? Are you talking about this thing?" "I killed its master," Zichun said indifferently. "There's no need to explain. You and I are both strange beings. No wonder you wanted to kill me. Ha ha, to die at the hands of one of my own. I can die without regrets. The strange being's voice echoed in Shuntian Prefecture. The entire prefecture was in an uproar. What? Zichan is a strange being? How is that possible? Why do they say that Zichan has the strange being's energy? Could it be that Zichan is really a strange being? Just as the crowd was in an uproar, a shout came from the light screen. Bullshit. The shout came from the fortune teller. He naturally wouldn't believe that Zichan was a strange being. However, before he could say anything, he heard another dignified shout. Be careful. Back off. The lightning's sacred beast rushed towards Zichan. Light surged around his body as he took Zichan away. The void was silently torn open. A huge palm print fell from the sky. It carried a vast aura as it slammed down toward the strange being. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled. Under this powerful attack, the entire small world began to collapse. As for the strange being, he was directly shattered into nothingness. The powerful strange being died just like that. He was killed by a palm from beyond the heavens. The entire small world collapsed. Zichen's group and the lightning sacred beast left the small world. Chapter 1573. In the light screen, the small world collapsed and the crystals placed in it also exploded. Their vision was filled with destructive energy. Everyone knew that the trip to the small world had come to an end. However, the words that Zichan was of a foreign race still caused an uproar in the entire Shuntian prefecture. Look, Hu Ping City is ranked first. An exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw that Hu Ping City's ranking had indeed shot up to first place. The ranking of the small world represented the ranking of the cities this time. Hu Ping City had suddenly become a dark horse and jumped to first place, which was surprising. Following that, the voices about Zichan being of a foreign race were completely suppressed by the intense discussions about the rankings. Hu Ping City was filled with cheers. Looking at the first place ranking, many of the higher-ups had tears in their eyes. Oldemo, who used to be Oldemo, actually became number one this time. This was the most glorious result since the establishment of Hu Ping City. It was not an exaggeration to call it a miracle. Obviously, with such a ranking, Hu Ping City's ranking would not only not fall, but would also rise. As for the claim that Zichan was of a foreign race, it was simply nonsense to the people of Hu Ping City. They knew very well whether Zichan was of a foreign race or not. What do you think? The Shuntian Prefecture Lord kept looking at the destroyed world on the light screen with an expressionless face. The other side has lost another general. We won. The scholarly middle-aged man chuckled. This time, there are indeed some who performed well. Let the demon order reward them well, especially Zichan. His character is very much to my liking. The others should be rewarded, but I have other plans for Zichan. What do you mean? Do you also believe that he's of a foreign race? I know very well where his foreign race rules come from. I think we can use Zichan to force the other side. We're not afraid of alerting the enemy. The commotion this time was unexpectedly large. We've already alerted the enemy. The next step is to make them panic. What do you plan to do? Give Zichan an escort. Just give him a battle marshal token, Yifutian said. The prefecture lord and the scholarly middle-aged man disappeared. On the square, the 108 forces were teleported back to the square from the mysterious space. When they first entered, there were 540 people, but now there were less than 500. Apart from Zichan, who was declared to be seriously injured, the rest who didn't come were all dead. Some of these people had died at the hands of the foreign races, while some had died at the hands of Hu Pingcheng and the others. Seeing the square again, some of the cultivators were extremely excited, while others were dejected and vexed, lowering their heads in silence. After they came out, they found out about the existence of the light screen in that mysterious space. They also found out that all the cultivators in Shuntian Prefecture were paying attention to them. When they recalled what had happened in the small world, their faces turned pale. Those forces who were prepared to accuse Zichan of murder immediately dispelled the idea. This was especially true for the last few forces. They had fled in fear after being glanced at by the outsiders. This kind of thing was already very embarrassing, but now It was actually seen by all the cultivators in Shuntian Prefecture. When these people appeared, the eyes of the cultivators outside the square were filled with disdain. This made them feel as if there was a sharp edge on their backs, making them feel uncomfortable. Clearly, they had enjoyed the resources in the small world, obtained benefits, and improved their cultivation, but they hadn't fulfilled their responsibilities. This was equivalent to hiring a bodyguard. They had given you all the benefits, but when there was danger, you abandoned them and left. If it was a small matter, it was a lack of integrity. If it was a big matter, it was a lack of courage. This was a deserter. On the battlefield, they would be beheaded. On the high platform, Mo Ling swept his gaze across the crowd and said indifferently, "Congratulations on coming back alive. It must have been very difficult for you to win the final battle." There was silence below. More than half of them didn't participate in the final battle. "We all saw your performance. I have to say, some people did very well, while some people's performance was really terrible." Mo Ling didn't mention them one by one, nor did he continue to pursue the matter. He said directly, "Next, I'll announce the rankings." "Wait, where's Zichun?" A sudden voice interrupted Mo Ling's next words. It was Wu Xie, who had directly said Mo Ling's name in the small world. "Zichun is seriously injured. He's currently recuperating," Mo Ling said expressionlessly. When Wu Xie heard this explanation, he just laughed sarcastically and said, "Do you think I'll believe that?" There was an uproar in the crowd. First, it was because of Zichun. Second, it was because of Wu Xie's tone. Mo Ling looked directly at Wu Xie. "I'm very clear about Zichun's situation. We've been together for so many years. I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to the foreign race, I can guarantee that Zichun is a human and a pure Thunder Clan member," Wu Xie said firmly. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. At first, they didn't think much of it, but now that Wu Xie said it, they suddenly realized that Zichun wasn't injured at all. Perhaps he was detained because of the foreign race member's words. For a moment, some people sneered, some gloated, and of course, some were worried. Manshur walked out with his emotions, causing the ground of the entire plaza to tremble. He stared at the demon order on the plaza and said, "I, Manshur, dare to use this head of mine to guarantee that Zichun is a human." The last sentence of the foreign race was purely a fart. Moreover, it was smelly and loud. Who would care about a fart? Roars of laughter came from all around. Even the serious Mo Ling was amused by Manshur's words. This matter involves some secrets, but if you investigate carefully, you can still find out. Zichun is a human. It's naturally true. Shuntian Dao also walked out from the crowd and said in a low voice. Seeing Shuntian Dao testify for Zichun, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. But thinking back to the battle in the small world, it was clear that the two had a good relationship. Everyone could understand. The Dark Mantle of Darkness City walked out and said, "Zichun is a human." The Hidden Mist also appeared and said in a serious tone, "Zichun is definitely a human." Then, Jin Qingqing appeared, and more people appeared. The last person was the fortune teller. He directly said, "My master has told Zichun's fortune before. He said that he is an outstanding human." The fortune teller's master was the previous generation's fortune teller. Naturally, his words carried a lot of weight. Of course, not everyone testified for Zichun. For example, Yi Ming and the others couldn't wait for Zichun to die. How could they testify for him? As for the others, they didn't know Zichun well and didn't dare to casually testify. However, those who dared to testify were all representatives of certain forces. Their words carried a lot of weight. Looking at the firm tone and serious expression of the crowd, Mo Ling smiled. However, he still felt very comforted in his heart. These people were brave enough to stand up for him. Mo Ling waved his hand and said, "Originally, this was a secret, but since you've brought it up, I'll tell you the truth. Zichun's injuries aren't serious, but he can't participate in the ranking ceremony this time. He won't even participate in the following individual ranking competition because he has already left Shuntian Prefecture." Impossible. How could he leave just like that? Wu Xie didn't believe it, and the others naturally didn't believe it either. The prefecture lord personally gave him a task. Do you think he should go or not? Mo Ling lowered his head and smiled at Wu Xie. Manner head. Wu Xie's expression froze. Everyone else also had astonished looks on their faces. Mo Ling cupped his fist in the air and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the prefecture lord. Of course, the premise is that you can see him. As the strongest existence in Shuntian Prefecture, how could they casually see him?" However, after hearing Mo Ling's words, they were relieved. All right, now we'll announce the ranking rewards. First place in Hu Ping City will be rewarded with 108 City Vitality Strands. Second place in Shuntian City will be rewarded with 100 City Vitality Strands. Third place in Destiny City will be rewarded with 92 City Vitality Strands. Fourth place in Hidden Fog City will be rewarded with. Unlike the ranking in the Manor Realm, there were rewards for ranking this time, and the rankings weren't directly distributed. The city vitality was also clearly divided. First place would be rewarded with 108 city vitality strands, and second place would have 8 less. So on and so forth until the last city vitality strand was distributed. As for the other factions that ranked lower, they would be given a certain degree of punishment according to their ranking. As for the method of punishment, it was naturally to extract their vitality. For example, Yamba Castle, which had been eliminated the first time, had a tenth of the city's vitality drained. If the vitality was too low, like Hu Ping City at the end of the millennium, it wouldn't be extracted anymore. However, Yamba Castle obviously hadn't reached that level yet. This time, Yamba Castle, which had extracted 108 city vitality strands, fell out of the top 100. As for Hu Ping City, which had filled in 108 city vitality strands, its ranking moved up 15 places to 48th place. The names of Shuntian City and Destiny City didn't change. Although they'd lost this time, they'd accumulated too many city vitality strands in the past. If they wanted to fall one place in the rankings, they'd have to gain at least 1,000 city vitality strands. For example, if Hu Ping City wanted to become the number 1 city in Shuntian Prefecture, they'd have to be first place at least 10,000 times before they could stand at the top. Therefore, the ranking of cities wasn't a matter of one person, nor was it a matter of one generation. It was a matter of generations. Hu Ping City's miraculous way of rising up the ranks was absolutely unprecedented. When the ranking was over, Hu Ping City was filled with cheers and celebrations. In Shuntian Prefecture, the individual ranking battles began. The ranking battles represented individuals, and there were generous rewards to be won. It was said that the top 5 existences would all be rewarded with a battle marshal medallion, as well as other generous rewards. Chapter 1574. In the Shuntian Prefecture, there would be many small teams of adventurers going in and out every day. Zichun, who had changed his appearance, was in a team of 6. They left the Shuntian Prefecture and headed to their destination. Thinking back to that tall figure, Zichun still felt his heart palpitate. He met the person with the greatest authority in the Shuntian Prefecture, the Prefecture Lord. The Prefecture Lord was also the strongest person Zichun had met since he came to the Zhanwu continent. During this period of time, Zichun had only spoken 3 sentences with this sovereign, but he still felt the pressure in his heart. The Prefecture Lord gave him a token. Then, a scholarly middle-aged man walked over and told him that they were going to a place called the Imperial Sky Region. Zichun had never heard of this place. Fortunately, the scholarly middle-aged man told him that someone would bring him there. If the mission was successfully completed, the reward would be extremely generous. The 5 people accompanying them were all at the 7th layer. It was obvious that this escort mission was no small matter. After knowing everything that happened in the small world, everyone was sent out through the light screen. Out of caution, Zichun changed his appearance. Along the way, the 5 of them were very polite to Zichun. Within this politeness, there was even some restraint and reverence. The power that Zichun displayed in the small world was obvious to all. He dared to draw his blade against an 8th-layer domain expert. Moreover, he could rely on his extreme speed to suppress them. How could this be done by an ordinary person? Brother Wu Lu, may I know what kind of place the Imperial Sky Region is? The journey this time was very long. The 6 of them would need to spend a lot of time together. Wu Lu was a middle-aged man. He was the most talkative of the 5. It's an alliance with 7 prefectures. There are a total of 7 such alliances in our continent. The existence of the Imperial Sky region was like the current Shuntian prefecture. It was just that one had 108 cities, while the other had 7 prefectures and 756 cities. Although it was an alliance, the ruler of the Imperial Sky region had more power than the 7 prefectures' prefecture lords. To become a prefecture lord, the lowest realm was the sovereign realm. And to become the ruler of the Imperial Sky region, one's strength was obviously not weaker than the prefecture lord. I've only been to the Imperial Sky region once. It was with Lord Emoling. But at that time, we took the transmission array. The speed was very fast. Wu Lu sighed. When Zichun heard this, doubt appeared on his face. The Shuntian prefecture has a teleportation formation that leads directly to the Royal Heaven region. Wu Lu shook her head and said with a smile, there definitely is a teleportation array, but people like you and me shouldn't expect too much. What do you mean? If you want to activate that teleportation array, you have to be at least at the 8th stage domain. Zichun was still puzzled. Shuntian prefecture should have 8 realms, right? Wu Lu didn't mind, of course, but since this trip was arranged by the city lord and Mr. Tianming, there must be a deeper meaning. Zichin's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Destiny, are you talking about that scholarly middle-aged man? Is he also called the fortune teller? I'm not too sure about that either. Anyway, his name is Mr. Destiny and he's good friends with the city lord. He's considered half a manor lord. Going back to the previous question, Zichun still didn't understand. He said, if there's a teleportation formation but they don't let us use it and make us walk, who knows when we'll reach the Royal Heaven region? As for whether there's a deeper meaning, I don't know. But at the very least, the risk on the journey will be much higher. Zichun looked at the 5 people's faces and saw that they were unmoved. Therefore, he didn't give up and said, perhaps our mission this time is fake and we're just going to die. Wu Lu laughed when she heard this and said, if that's really what the city lord means, then it's definitely for the sake of the Shuntian prefecture. So what if we're going to die? The other 4 people also smiled. Clearly, they were all people who didn't care about life and death. To be willing to die for the sake of the Shuntian prefecture, Zichun was full of admiration for this kind of resolution. In desolate places, the 6 of them would increase their speed and travel as fast as lightning. Just like that, after traveling for a month, the group had traveled about 10 million miles. During this period, they would also encounter some ignorant bandits, but all of them were scared away after sensing the group's aura. During this month, the 6 of them traveled and stopped. Zichun was also consolidating his current cultivation level. Previously, his cultivation level had increased a little too quickly. Although Zichun's foundation was already very solid, he still tempered himself over and over again, not wanting to leave behind any sequelae in the future. It was worth mentioning that after the lightning sacred beast left the small world, its injuries flared up and it fell into a coma. It hadn't woken up yet. After traveling for a day, the group began to rest. Zichun hunted a small beast, cleaned it, and barbecued it. Back then, Shuntian Dao was full of praise for Zichun's barbecue skills. These days, the few of them were also lucky enough to taste it. Since there was meat, there was naturally wine. The 6 of them also sat around the fire, eating meat, drinking wine, and chatting. The 6 of them had high cultivation levels and strong battle prowess. They merely released a sliver of their aura, and all the battle beasts would take the initiative to take a detour. In Zichun's domain world, the unconscious lightning sacred beast woke up. Its eyes flashed with lightning as it looked around. Zichun sensed it the moment it woke up. He casually opened the domain world and threw a piece of barbecued meat into it. However, the moment the domain world opened, the lightning sacred beast's eyes suddenly flashed, and a powerful aura erupted from its body. Its figure instantly disappeared from Zichun's domain world and appeared in front of Zichun in the next moment. Then, dazzling lightning enveloped Zichun. Zichun had a smile on his face. He held a wine pot in his hand and was even chewing on the barbecued meat in his mouth. However, all of his movements froze in the next moment, as if he had been immobilized in the next moment. In front of him, a ripple of light appeared without warning and spread toward him. The ripple of light spread very slowly, but for Zichun, whose body had fallen into stillness, this speed was already very fast. The ripple of light streaked across a cultivator's body like a sharp blade. His body slowly separated from the top and bottom, and blood slowly spilled out. The space seemed to be still, and there was not even a sound. There was only the ripple of light moving forward. The ripple of light continued to move forward and swept past the second cultivator's body. Just like the first, his body was cut open. Then the third, the fourth, and finally, Wu Lu. At this moment, Wu Lu was pouring wine into his mouth. His cheeks were slightly red, and he did not notice the abnormality behind him at all. The wine slowly appeared from the mouth of the bottle and then slowly flowed into his mouth. Before the wine completely entered his mouth, the ripple of light cut his body from behind. In that instant, Zichun even saw his squirming heart. Then, the ripple of light arrived in front of Zichun. Zichun's figure was completely wrapped in lightning and disappeared on the spot. Boom! The illusion of space being still just now disappeared, and a terrifying energy fluctuation came from afar. The place where Zichun and the others were drinking and chatting was instantly turned into nothingness. Zichun's figure appeared with the lightning sacred beast. Because of his nervousness and lingering fear, he began to retch. The remaining barbecued meat in his mouth was all spilled out, and the wine in the wine bottle in his hand spilled all over the ground. A black shadow appeared in the void in front of him. The black shadow's gaze swept toward him, and there was a hint of surprise in his cold gaze. The sneak attack that he was most proficient in was actually dodged just like that. Looking at the lightning sacred beast beside Zichun, he guessed the reason. His face immediately turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Go! The lightning sacred beast roared. Lightning once again wrapped around Zichun, and it disappeared with Zichun. As soon as the figure disappeared, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from where Zichun was standing. He was ambushed twice without warning. If it wasn't for the lightning sacred beast, Zichun would have died twice. After dodging 2 life and death crises, Zichun immediately reacted and began to flee with the lightning sacred beast. Who is that? While escaping, Zichun couldn't help but ask. I was going to ask you the same question. Why would such a being want to kill you? The lightning sacred beast said unhappily. Kill me? I don't even know him. Zichun was stunned. If you don't know him, why would he want to kill you? Moreover, he used a power that's only second to the Emperor level. Zichun's expression changed, and he said, What? Only second to the Emperor level? You mean he's at the 9th stage domain realm? Of course, he's much stronger than the other races. He's at the peak of the 9th stage, just 1 step away from the human sector lord. The lightning sacred beast's words made Zichun's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. The other party killed as soon as he arrived, and his combat power was only second to the sector lord. Obviously, he was here for them. Zichun didn't think that the other party was here for him. It might be because of their mission this time. After figuring this out, Zichun didn't hesitate anymore and started to escape with extreme speed. However, there was a difference of 3 realms and more than 10 minor realms between them. How could Zichun escape from the other party's lock? Swoosh! Zichun teleported, and a huge black hole appeared where he disappeared. Everything within the black hole's range was destroyed. The black figure walked out of the black hole and stared coldly at Zichun. In a flash, he teleported and disappeared as well. The distance between the two was shortened time and time again. The black figure attacked again and again. Although Zichun avoided the danger time and time again, the vibrating energy made him cough up blood. The combat power of a being that was only second to the sector lord was too terrifying. In the end, Zichun was forced into a corner and couldn't escape anymore. Fortunately, he stopped and turned around, staring at the black figure. Why? Not running anymore? The black figure's gaze fell on Zichun. Didn't you want this? Here. Zichun was straightforward. He took out the Battle Marshal Region token and threw it at the black shadow. This was the mission he had to complete this time. The black figure's eyes flashed with disdain. He raised his hand and attacked the token. Boom. Not only did the ordinary-looking token not explode after the attack, it even surged with a powerful and vast aura. Shuntian Prefecture, Emoling sat on the high platform, watching the battle on the stage. 1 month had passed, and the individual battles were coming to an end. Now, it was time to fight for the top 5. Now, the battle was between Wu Xie from Huping City and an expert from the 6th Power. The two had been fighting for a long time, and each had their own methods. Chapter 1575. The token was something Ziqian needed to escort this time, but he threw it out without hesitation. His life was about to be lost, so why would he still want to protect the token? Ziqian threw it out without hesitation, but the black figure didn't seem to care at all and directly struck at the token. Ziqian, who was about to turn and run, was already drenched in cold sweat. He could tell that the black figure's goal wasn't the token, but to kill him. Scheme. This is a scheme. Ziqian instantly reacted. This must be a trap set by the Shuntian Prefecture Lord. If he guessed correctly, the foreign race he killed in the Pocket World should be the Prefecture Lord's men. And the reason he helped the little girl back then should be to ruin the Prefecture Lord's plan. This led to the conclusion that the Prefecture Lord was a foreign race. This conclusion could be said to be shocking. However, just as Ziqian was about to escape, a second powerful aura suddenly appeared. This aura wasn't any weaker than the black figure. He turned around curiously and saw a familiar figure walking out from the energy light. Emoling. Ziqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Emoling grabbed the token and turned to look at Ziqian. The corner of his lips curled up as he threw the token to Ziqian, saying, "Your mission has been successfully completed. You're free now. This War Marshal Region token is your reward. Other than that, you can go to the Royal Sky Region to receive another generous reward." Ziqian took the token in a daze and was a little confused. "Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to." Emoling reminded him kindly. Glancing at Ziqian, who was still in a daze, the Thunder Sacred Beast brought him away. The black figure didn't chase after them. Instead, he looked at Emoling. Emoling looked at the black figure and said with some regret, "I didn't expect it to be you." In front of Emoling, the black figure's eyes were no longer cold. Instead, they became somewhat complicated. He said, "But I guessed you would come." "Why?" Emoling looked at the black figure in front of him and asked in confusion, "You must have seen Ziqian's performance long ago. Once the future war erupts, he will definitely be the one carrying the cauldron. Why do you want to kill him? Do you know how important he is to us?" The black shadow lightly replied, "It's my duty. This is also considered a duty. Black Flame, don't forget that you are also a human." If there were other people around who heard Emoling say this name, they would definitely cry out in alarm, their expressions changing. Black Flame was at the 9th stage of the Domain Realm. His combat strength was ranked second in the entire Shuntian Prefecture, second only to Emoling. However, the ranking did not represent one's combat strength. Therefore, when the two of them faced off, it was still uncertain who would be the stronger one. Emoling's words did not cause Black Flame to waver. He calmly said, "My life is no longer mine. Therefore, I can no longer be considered a human. To be more precise, I am a dog. A dog raised by others will only recognize its owner." Emoling sighed. In this world, not everyone was a heartless person. Some repaid kindness with enmity, some repaid enmity with kindness, but some repaid kindness with their lives. Black Flame was undoubtedly such a person. After that, the two of them were silent for a long time. A scheme. This is a scheme. Ziqian, who had escaped, felt indignant. Although he had ruled out the possibility that the Mansion Master was of a foreign race, he was certain that the Mansion Master and the middle-aged man had worked together to lure the snake out of its hole. And he was the bait. Imperial Sky Domain. Bah. If I go there again, I'm afraid I'll be schemed against again. I won't be stupid enough to go there. I want to return to Huping City. Ziqian was very angry that he had been used as bait for no reason. The Sacred Thunder Beast curled his lips in disdain and said, "Now you should be thinking about how to escape. If Emoling can't kill that black guy, you will definitely die when he catches up." Ziqian was shocked when he heard this. He said, "That can't be. Emoling is known as the strongest person in the Shuntian Prefecture. Their realms are the same. How can Emoling not be able to kill that guy?" "That guy is not weaker than Emoling," the sacred thunder beast was an extremely powerful existence in the past, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. Zichan had to carefully consider his words. If Emoling was really no match for the black guy and was killed instead, then Zichan would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit. Right now, the most correct method was to immediately escape. The further the better. However, he could not escape for his entire life. Zichan turned his head and looked into the distance. The two dazzling lights collided with each other, and a surge of energy fluctuation burst out, which spread in all directions. The mountain forest in front of him disappeared as the energy swept past, turning into yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 20 miles had become a desolate basin. Other than two black dots, there were no other signs of life. Zichun knew that this was the clash between Emoling and the black figure. However, the power was too strong. The area within a radius of 20 miles had become a dead zone. All signs of life had disappeared. As expected, it's not weaker than Emoling, however. This attack was also evenly matched. Zichun was worried. After a moment of hesitation, he rushed towards the two black dots. "You're going to die." The sacred thunder beast followed. In the center of this desolate basin, Emoling and He Yin were standing opposite each other. Both of them had used all their strength in the previous attack. When facing an opponent of the same level, even a little probing would be fatal. Both of them seemed to be unharmed, but in reality, they were both seriously injured. After that attack, the two of them were once again silent. The silence was first broken by He Yin. "Back then, you and I went on an adventure. You obtained a black dragon spear, and I obtained a flame dragon sword. After that, you became famous with the black dragon spear." Although I didn't say it out loud, I was somewhat unconvinced. The flame dragon sword might not be weaker than the black dragon spear. Recalling the past, Emoling's eyes were filled with emotions. He sighed. "In fact, I've always wanted to see the power of the flame dragon sword." A crimson longsword appeared in He Yan's hand. The body of the sword was winding, and a lifelike dragon shadow was engraved on it. I remember that the strongest move of the black dragon spear is called body transforming into a black dragon, borrowing the power of all black dragons. A black long spear appeared in Emoling's hand. A black dragon was engraved on the body of the spear. I remember that the last move of the flame dragon sword is body transforming into a flame dragon, borrowing the power of all flame dragons. As the two weapons appeared, the statues in the middle seemed to come alive. The eyes began to shine, staring at each other. "Do you still remember the appearance of these two weapons when we first saw them?" He Yin slowly raised the long sword in his hand. "Of course." Emoling raised the long spear in his hand to his arm. At that time, the two weapons were in the hands of their respective owners. Then, they pierced into each other's bodies. The owners of the two weapons died together, and the two weapons were like old enemies. Before we arrived, they had been secretly confronting each other. The long sword in He Yan's hand began to shine, and a blazing wave rolled out, causing the surrounding sand to fly into the air. When we took away the two weapons, I joked that we must not be corroded by the weapon's spirits, or else we would become old enemies in the future. A faint dragon roar seemed to resound from the black spear. He Yin smiled and said, "At that time, I said that it was impossible, because we were friends." Emoling also smiled. "I remember that I added that we were not friends, but brothers." The two of them were brothers with different surnames, but today, because of their different ideals, they were on opposite sides. The blazing waves came one after another. The yellow sand in the sky was swept up, and a huge crimson flame dragon appeared. The flame dragon was thousands of feet long. In the midst of the flying yellow sand, its pair of cold eyes were like sharp swords, piercing into the huge black shadow in front of it. The black shadow's aura was like a mountain. It was a huge black dragon that was not weaker than the flame dragon. The black dragon's eyes emitted a cold light, and all its energy was restrained. One was flamboyant, one was reserved, one was domineering, one was steady, but at this moment, both were extremely dangerous. "Come." An indiscernible shout reverberated between heaven and earth, followed by two resonant dragon roars. The flame dragon, with a surging aura, rushed towards the black dragon with a storm of yellow sand that filled the sky. The black dragon, with a mountain-like aura, rushed towards the flame dragon. Zichen, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the two dragon shadows with a very complicated expression. Good brothers who had been through life and death together, but in the end, they were on opposite sides and had to face each other in life and death. Zichen, who was hiding in the dark, flew backwards to avoid the violent destructive power that was about to erupt. But when the black dragon and flame dragon collided, there was no explosion of energy that could destroy the heavens and earth that they had imagined. The black dragon dissipated, turning into Emoling's figure. The flame dragon dissipated, turning into Black Flame's figure. The long spear in Emoling's hand pierced Black Flame's heart, and the long sword in Black Flame's hand pierced Emoling's heart. This scene was so similar. In a trance, it was like when they first saw the two weapons. But it was different from then. From now on, there was no such thing as an old enemy. Crack, crack. A clear sound rang out. The two weapons were broken, and the soul shadows in them dissipated. Black Flame stood in place, and Emoling took a few steps back. The remaining half of the spear was on the ground. Why? Emoling looked at Black Flame, a look of pain on his face. At the critical moment, Black Flame suddenly withdrew his strength, not being affected by the flame dragon's murderous intent in the weapons. Black Flame smiled, and his smile was as gentle and pure as before. Because I was once alone. With that, Black Flame's body fell backwards. He was Black Flame, and his battle strength was not weaker than Emoling's. If not for the thought that he was once alone in his heart, how could Zichun, a little guy who had just entered the 6th rank, last for so long? If not for the thought that he was once alone, why would he take the initiative to withdraw his violent power just now? Just the aftermath of the collision was enough to make the little guy, who was hiding in the dark, suffer a fate worse than death. Black Flame fell, but there was a smile on his face. Emoling's face was full of grief. Chapter 1576. Yin was dead, but Emoling was seriously injured. Although Yin had held back his strength, both of them had suffered heavy injuries from the previous clash. If it wasn't for the previous clash, under the influence of the weapon spirits, the power of their final attack would have been enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Emoling supported himself with half of his spear and slowly sat on the ground. He looked at Yin's corpse in front of him, his face full of grief. Zichun appeared not far away. He stood there with a complicated expression, but he didn't go forward. Emoling's eyes were full of reminiscence, as if he was recalling the scene when he met Yin many years ago. Unfortunately, he didn't speak and didn't share his past with Zichun. Zichun wanted to ask about Yin's origin and who sent him. However, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. It was meaningless. There was no meaning. Even if he knew, what could he do? He couldn't even beat Yin now. Even if he knew who was behind him, he would only be asking for trouble. Senior, let's go. After standing there for 15 minutes, Zichun couldn't help but speak when Emoling didn't move. I'm not going. You can go. Emoling said indifferently. Go? None of you can leave. A cold voice suddenly sounded in this empty space. Then, a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing armor. He appeared out of thin air and glanced coldly at Zichun and Emoling. Then, his gaze landed on the dead Yin. This trash is indeed born rebellious. He can't do anything right. Zichun was expressionless when he heard these disrespectful words. Emoling softly chuckled as he looked at the 9th layer domain stage practitioner and mocked. If he was still alive, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and his face was full of anger. Zichun was speechless. A 9th stage domain realm cultivator was second only to a sector lord. This kind of person could easily become a city lord in one of the 108 cities. This was definitely a high and mighty figure. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to meet. But today, such existences were like cabbages, and 3 of them had appeared at once. Emoling looked at the middle-aged man and said mockingly, although I'm injured, I'm definitely not someone you can kill. If you know what's good for you, you'd better call the others out. The middle-aged man's expression turned increasingly ugly. However, since he was able to reach the ninth domain realm, he was naturally not a reckless person. In the next moment, several figures appeared beside him. Zichun quietly looked at these people until they all appeared. There were 4 8th-stage domain realm cultivators, 8 7th-stage domain realm cultivators, and 13 9th-stage domain realm cultivators. The 9th-layer domain realm was already the pinnacle existence within the domain realm. This kind of level was absolutely top-notch power in the Shuntian prefecture. Therefore, the number of these top powers was very limited, and any one of them would attract attention. For example, the disappearance of the Demon Order had already caused a commotion in Shuntian prefecture. Once too many 9th domain realm cultivators were dispatched, it would definitely attract the attention of other forces. Just like this time, when Zichen's team of 6 left the city, only 5 of them were at the 7th-layer domain realm. It still attracted the attention of certain forces. Looking at the people in front of them again, there were 9th, 8th, and 7th-layer domain realm cultivators. It was impossible for this team to leave Shuntian prefecture undetected. For them to be able to appear here, they naturally had other channels. However, this channel was unable to provide more manpower. Therefore, these 13 people were the limit. This limit of 13 people, against a severely injured Mo Ling and an injured 6th-layer Zichun, had an 80% chance of winning. Of course, this did not include the Thunder Sacred Beast. If Zichen's team had the Thunder Sacred Beast, the chances of both sides winning would be 50-50. When all the members appeared, the atmosphere naturally became hostile. Although the battle had not started yet, it was only a matter of time. After seeing the situation clearly, Zichun cupped his fists at Mo Ling in front of him and said, "Senior, I have extreme speed, so I'll leave first. As for this place, I'll leave it to you." Without waiting for Mo Ling's reply, Zichun turned and ran without hesitation. The group of 13 people was immediately dumbfounded. One had to know that this lord was willing to risk his life to kill the foreign tribes when he faced them. However, Mo Ling had saved him, but he left because of Mo Ling. Mo Ling chuckled and did not care about Zichen's escape. After him, the 9th-layer domain realm cultivator shouted. The other 12 people turned and chased after him. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The 9th-layer domain realm cultivator looked at Mo Ling and sneered. "What a deep plan. But so what? Do you think we came here without any preparation?" Mo Ling asked faintly, "What preparation?" "The preparation to suppress Zichen's extreme speed." The 9th-layer domain realm cultivator said confidently, "We also saw the battle back then. The extreme speed of the Thunder Clan is indeed terrifying, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the best in the world. However, as long as his extreme speed is suppressed, he will be like a toothless tiger and will definitely die." Mo Ling raised his head and glanced at the 9th-layer domain realm cultivator. "In that case, you have already prepared. Naturally, you can't suppress him with speed. There should be other methods. The space here has been modified by us. This is originally a place of death specially built for Zichun," the 9th-layer domain realm cultivator said confidently. "I understand. It seems that Zichun is in danger." With that, Mo Ling closed his eyes. The 9th-layer domain realm cultivator sneered. Zichen's death was already set in stone. Now that Mo Ling had closed his eyes, it was obvious that he was recuperating and had begun to think for himself. However, the 9th-layer domain realm cultivator was happy. Even now, he still did not have the confidence to kill the severely injured Mo Ling. However, he could wait for the others to return. One had to know that Zichun and his group of people could exhaust the 8th-layer domain realm cultivator to death. Naturally, the 13 of them could exhaust the severely injured Mo Ling to death. The 2 of them quieted down just like that. Zichen, who was escaping at top speed, quickly sensed that his speed was being suppressed. However, he was not shocked. He was just a little surprised, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He did not plan to escape at all. The pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer to Zichen. Zichen could hear their complacent laughter. Hence, he sneered and rushed forward. A glowing space tunnel appeared in front of him. It looked like a transportation tunnel. Oh no! He opened a transportation tunnel. When the others saw this, they cried out loudly and sped up again. Before the space tunnel closed, the 12 of them finally entered it. However, it was very different from what they had imagined. This was not a transportation tunnel, but a world. This world was filled with the power of the 5 elements, the power of the heavens and earth, and many other nomological powers. They combined together to form a perfect world. Zichan was in this world. He smiled as he looked at the 12 of them. "Welcome to my domain world. This is your domain world." The expressions of the 12 of them kept changing. "It's the real deal," Zichan said with a smile. "So what? Do you think you can kill us like this?" The 8th stage domain expert said coldly. "Everyone who came from afar is a guest, so it's not good to talk about fighting and killing. Everyone, why don't I show you around my domain world? I'm sure you'll find something you won't expect," Zichan said with a smile. "Humph, don't tell me there is a void tree." Another 8th stage domain expert snorted. Zichan waved one hand in the air. The space there began to vibrate, and a small tree rooted in the void appeared. Zichan chuckled. "Everyone, this thing may be very precious in your eyes, but it is not even as valuable as a cabbage in my world." "Why is that?" "Because there is no cabbage in my world, but there are many void trees." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Some of them snorted. However, in the next moment, their eyes and mouths widened as they looked at the surging void. As the void surged, one void tree after another appeared. At a glance, there were no less than 20 of them. Each void tree was known as a priceless treasure, but Zichan had more than 20 of them. Everyone's eyes lit up, and their breathing quickened. "Everyone, my domain world has a diameter of 3 million meters, which is equivalent to a diameter of 60,000 miles. Don't you want to see what is in my 60,000 miles of domain world?" Under the temptation of Zichan's words, everyone was also tempted. Even in this domain world, they were still confident that they could kill Zichan. This was because they also had domain worlds. Although they were not as big as Zichan's domain world, the power it contained was stronger. Everyone was silent. Silence meant that they agreed with Zichan's suggestion. Zichan walked forward, and the 12 of them followed behind. Zichan's domain world was no longer empty like before. There were many things in it. For example, there were some towering mountains, rivers, and thick trees. This was not something that Zichan had done on purpose. Instead, it was the natural evolution of the 5 elements. At present, these were the most ordinary things. However, when this domain world matured, these ordinary things might evolve into some spiritual objects. Golden sunlight shone on everyone, making them feel warm. In a trance, everyone had an illusion that they were in a real domain world. Zichan, who was walking forward, sighed slightly. "My domain world is still expanding, but unfortunately, it has not evolved into living creatures." "Your domain world can evolve living creatures on its own?" "That means these things evolved on their own." An 8th stage domain realm cultivator was shocked. Of course. Otherwise, who would be bored enough to put these ordinary things in it? These things were too ordinary. They were so ordinary that they needed to be deliberately found in a place like the Zhanwu continent. The mountains were the most ordinary. There were no mineral veins in them, nor were there any special rocks. There were no living creatures in the water, and the trees were the most common in the domain world. The expressions of the 12 people changed. If these things really evolved on their own, it would be like the evolution of a legendary new domain world. These were the most primitive things. Once living creatures evolved, they would be the most primitive existence in this domain world. Once living creatures learned how to cultivate, they would be the first batch of experts in this domain world. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.